Chapter 1835. What? Since the Blood Vulture King only communicated with Xiao Chun, the little monk could not figure out what was going on. What does he mean by selling his son? Xiao Chun smiled faintly and did not say anything more. His gaze fell on the scarlet ring on his index finger, and he revealed a playful smile. Finally, Lin Fan had some means to control the Blood Demon General. As long as he wanted to, he could turn the Blood Demon General into a ring at any time and lock it in his hand. He could boldly increase the Blood Demon General's strength without worrying about a backlash. "Where's my dad?" Just at this moment, a young but aged voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. That was the Demon Blood Vulture's voice. Previously, he had not signed a blood contract with it, so he could not communicate with it. Now, he could use his thoughts to communicate. This was the first time Xiao Chan heard the Demon Blood Vulture's voice, which surprised him. "Your dad left." "Left? Ha! That scared this old man to death. I thought that old bastard would take me back and lock me up again." Xiao Chen's expression immediately turned petrified, not knowing what to say. "What's going on? Why can't I move? What's going on?" Xiao Chen patiently explained what happened earlier to the Blood Vulture King. "Damn, that old bastard even sold his own son. Is there any justice in this world? Does he still have a conscience? No, send me back." Xiao Chun entered deep thought. He seemed to understand why the Blood Vulture King was willing to sacrifice himself to give this demon blood vulture away. The Blood Vulture King was simply a little demon king. To put it nicely, he was unruly. To put it bluntly, he was a fool. Ignoring the demon blood vulture's hooting, Xiao Chun asked the little monk, "How much longer will it take for us to reach the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation in the Ash-Gray Sea?" The little monk took out the sea chart. After studying it for a while, he replied, "It is still far away. When we were sent out from the Myriad Star Mountain, we deviated too much. It will take at least 3 to 4 months." 3 to 4 months? That was acceptable. The Ash-Gray Sea was vast, and the Myriad Star Sea was just a corner. Xiao Chun recalled that when he went to the Starlight Sea, it took him 2 months. This time, it would only take him 3 or 4 months to reach the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation. Furthermore, Xiao Chun indeed needed 3 to 4 months to consolidate his strength. Now, it is time to discuss the matter of exchanging the incomplete Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique with me. The two of them each had an incomplete manual. Only by exchanging it would they be able to maximize their profits. It was beneficial to both of them. The little monk giggled and said, "All right, I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. I was just waiting for Big Brother to speak. I have grasped a total of 3 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. In Immortal Realm, 3 Life Flower, and Merciless Killing. But so far, I've only focused on 1 move in the world. It's better not to bite off more than I can chew for a saber technique of this level. You have to choose a move and understand it thoroughly before connecting it with other moves. Then, your progress will be very fast." Xiao Chen couldn't agree more. Right now, he was only focusing on severing the mundane and was in the process of turning simplicity into complexity. This move was broken down into a set of dreamlike, mundane world saber techniques. There were a total of 3 moves: creating dreams with the saber, entering dreams with the saber, and using dreams as saber. After thoroughly comprehending this saber technique, he would be able to comprehend breaking the mundane by simplifying it. As for the other moves of the Maya abstinence violation saber technique, he would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. However, the prerequisite was that he had sufficient saber manuals. The two exchanged saber manuals and immediately grasped 6 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. After Yin Shun obtained Xiao Chen's saber manual, he said joyfully, "I heard from Master that this saber technique has a total of 11 moves. This way, we can find most of them in one go. In the future, we might be able to collect the complete saber technique. If we trace it back to its source, we might be able to practice the foundation of all the martial techniques of my hidden spirit temple, the 3rd move of the Gautama Divine Palm." Xiao Chun found this strange. He asked, "Could it be that we cannot directly practice the 3rd move of the Gautama Divine Palm?" The little monk shook his head and said, "A primogenitor grade cultivation technique is simply very difficult to directly practice. There is only one move, and it is as vast as smoke, materializing the many powerful techniques of the hidden spirit temple. You can imagine how difficult it is to directly practice it. The foundation of all the martial techniques in the world is the three primogenitor grade cultivation techniques: the Buddhist sect's Gautama divine palm, the Taoist sect's true martial divine sword, and the demonic sect's primal chaos demonic scripture. Even though many cultivation techniques that rival primogenitor grade cultivation techniques appeared later, they cannot be called primogenitor grade cultivation techniques, as they are unable to shake off the shadow of the three primogenitor grade cultivation techniques." Feeling confused, Xiao Chun asked, "In that case, even if we create our own cultivation techniques, we will not be able to shake off the shadow of the three primogenitor grade cultivation techniques." "That is natural. Without the three primogenitor grade cultivation techniques, there would be no martial epic. That is the source. Since you and I are in the martial epoch, we cannot shake off this restriction. This is rather interesting. The little monk truly lives up to being from the Central Great Realm. There are many things that Xiao Chun has never heard of before. Then, which of the three primogenitor grade cultivation techniques is the strongest?" The little monk quickly replied, "Without a doubt, the primal chaos demonic scripture is the strongest. Don't ask me why. That is what the ancient books agree on. However, there is no point in thinking so much. The primogenitor grade cultivation techniques are no longer complete, having vanished in the long river of time. There is no way to make up for them. For example, the Buddhist sect's Gautama divine palm only has 4 palm strikes left. The 4 great Buddhist temples each have 1 palm strike. Only 3 of the true martial divine sword remain in the hands of the 3 Taoist sections. As for the primal chaos demonic scripture, it is even worse off. I heard that it is already completely destroyed, not even a complete move remaining. Think about it. Not a single move of the primal chaos demonic scripture remains, but the entire demonic Tao is already boundlessly strong. If someone grasps every move and reorganizes the demonic Tao, the world will experience a great calamity. Hence, there is no doubt that the primal chaos demonic scripture is the strongest." A thought occurred to Xiao Chun. Could it be that the loss of the demonic Tao's primogenitor grade cultivation techniques caused the demonic Tao to deviate from its original meaning? The little monk continued smiling. Hee. As long as we find the remaining 5 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, we can learn the Gautama divine palm and move unhindered in the great thousand realms. Ha ha. The little monk fell into some sort of fantasy, a boundless fantasy. Xiao Qin asked, "Has anyone collected all of them?" "This? I don't think so. Has anyone practiced the complete Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique?" The little monk scratched his head. It seems like aside from the creator, no one has succeeded. Did he rely on the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique to practice the Gautama divine palm? I don't think so. The creator of this saber technique has always been a taboo in the Buddhist sections. There are no records of when the saber technique was formed. Once it was formed, it suffered many setbacks. It was lost several times, and it is now completely lost. I have never heard of anyone restoring it. Xiao Chun smiled and said, "Hence, it is not realistic to rely on this to practice the Gautama divine palm. It is more reliable to directly cultivate and comprehend it. Even if one cannot successfully cultivate it, one can rely on the Gautama divine palm to comprehend a cultivation technique or martial technique that suits one." This blow dealt the little monk a heavy blow. He stopped thinking. Then, he took the incomplete manual that Xiao Chun wrote for him and went back to study it. Like the little monk, Xiao Chun returned to the cultivation room and started studying it. Although he would not immediately start cultivating it, he still needed to read it. He would more or less gain some comprehensions. In the mortal realm, 3 life flower, kill without mercy. As Xiao Chun read, he felt the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's vastness and heaviness. He felt somewhat curious. What kind of genius was the creator of this saber technique? However, Xiao Chun had too many things to do now. He did not have time to think too much or spend too much time thinking about it. He needed to consolidate his cultivation. It was time to cultivate some of the cultivation techniques that were previously restricted by his cultivation realm after breaking through to the Cloud Sea realm. First was the Ice Feather Divine incantation. This ice-attributed medial-grade, earth-ranked cultivation technique could already be cultivated to a higher level. The Ice Feather Divine incantation had a total of 6 layers. Xiao Chun, who already cultivated the 3rd layer, prepared to cultivate it to peak consummation of the 6th layer in one go. He wanted to see if he could merge the 6 layers and cultivate it to the hidden 7th layer. However, since this was a medial-grade, earth-ranked cultivation technique without any restrictions, it was best to cultivate it to consummation as soon as possible. Xiao Chun took out spirit jades and placed them in the spirit gathering formation under the prayer mat. Then, he started cultivating. 3 days later, Xiao Chun successfully broke through and cultivated the Ice Feather Divine incantation to the 4th layer. After another 7 days, Xiao Chun successfully cultivated the 5th layer without any difficulty. He discovered that his physical body could cultivate the Ice Feather Divine incantation rather quickly. However, he exhausted a lot of resources. In less than half a month, he had exhausted 1 million medial-grade spirit jades. The 6th layer took longer. He spent half a month before he managed to open all his meridians. Whoosh! After successfully cultivating the Ice Feather Divine incantation's 6th layer and completing a major cycle, Xiao Chun opened his eyes. He slowly spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. His black hair had already turned white. Vaguely, Xiao Chun felt that the additional ice-attributed energy in his body had a good suppressive effect on his demonic nature. No matter what, he could maintain a clear mind, like ancient ice, unaffected by the various negative emotions. When Xiao Chun looked into the average-sized cultivation room, he saw a chill. Crystalline ice feathers drifted down like snowflakes. It looks like this Ice Feather Divine incantation has some tricks up its sleeve. It is not as simple as I thought. Xiao Chun muttered to himself. He did not say anything more, preparing to give it a try before continuing his closed-door cultivation. He wanted to merge the 6 into one and break through to the Ice Feather Divine incantation's hidden 7th layer. That would be of great help to his comprehension of the Ice Tao. Half a month later, the little monk, who was playing with the demon blood vulture on the deck, suddenly felt a horrifying chill. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly soared into the air. The demon blood vulture, which was too slow, was very unlucky. Before it could react, the cold chi struck it. In an instant, the entire black cutlass and the demon blood vulture were sealed in ice, turning into ice sculptures floating on the surface of the sea. What a strong will of ice! Big Brother's improvement during this period is somewhat terrifying. The little monk in the air felt flabbergasted. Personally witnessing Xiao Chun's rapid improvement in the ice-attributed energy was indeed shocking. Whoosh! A figure charged out of the ship. This figure had white hair, white robes, and white robes. It was Xiao Chun. Congratulations, Big Brother. You are one step closer to grasping the Ice Tao, the little monk said with a smile. Xiao Chun shook his head and said, although I have cultivated the Ice Feather Divine incantation's hidden 7th layer, I am still far from the Ice Tao. However, my improvement during this period is real. How about we exchange a few moves? Fighting spirit flashed in the little monk's eyes. He smiled and said, that is exactly what I was thinking. The two instantly exchanged moves. However, they forgot about the demon blood vulture, which was still sealed in ice. Chapter 1836. On the surface of the sea, the rumbling sound did not stop. Xiao Chun and the little monk exchanged blows quickly. Both of them did not draw their sabers and only fought with their fists and feet. They fought back and forth, competing with each other. It was obvious that the little monk was holding back. He did not use the movement technique that he was proud of or the horrifying might of the way. He felt that since he could even kill holy venerates, he should not need to use his full power to deal with his big brother. But thinking like that caused him to suffer greatly. Xiao Chun raised his hand and waved. A chill filled the air, and ice feathers fluttered in the air like snowflakes. The surrounding temperature plummeted. Even the surface of the sea was covered in a layer of cold air. At first, the little monk did not pay much attention to it. However, he soon discovered that the chill in his body was growing stronger and stronger. Even his blood felt like it was going to freeze. His speed suddenly decreased by a lot. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "Little Yin Shun, this Ice Feather Divine Incantation's 7th level is not that simple. The chill may seem harmless, but in reality, it is accumulating at every moment. It is not easy to expel." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chun closed in on him step by step. The little monk fought head-on. However, Xiao Chun forced him back step by step. After a while, he was horrified to discover that the cold qi in his body actually turned into ice crystals, solidifying into something solid. They looked crystalline, translucent, and beautiful. However, they were like ice spikes that constantly hurt him. "Great Diamond Fist!" The little monk roared angrily. He activated the true essence in his body, and for the first time his Buddhist might burst out completely. Boom! As he punched out, his entire body shone with golden light, and all the ice crystals in his body were shaken out. The surface of the sea surged, and a huge wave surged towards Xiao Chun like the roar of a tsunami. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. He had finally used his full strength. Swinging his palm left and right, he stirred up the chill around him. Then, he unhurriedly sent out a palm strike. The ice quintessence in Xiao Chun's body surged out. Boom! The surging wave that contained the rage of the Buddhist sect's guardian deities shattered under Xiao Chun's palm strike. The seawater instantly solidified into ice. "Big brother, looks like I've really underestimated you." As Yin Chun stood on the huge, frozen wave, he looked at Xiao Chun. The fighting spirit in his eyes blazed like fire. Xiao Chun gently took 3 steps back and stood upright with his hands behind his back. Then, he smiled faintly and said, "Don't forget that your true strength only rivals that of a holy venerate." Back in the stone pillar space, Yin Chun relied on his movement technique to prevent the many holy venerates from surrounding him. From the beginning to the end, he had been fighting one-on-one. In the end, he had relied on the little devil monk Silver Saber's fame to scare away the group of demonic sect elders. Although his combat prowess was already extremely horrifying, Xiao, one did not overestimate. However, big brother, you are only a peak early stage star venerate. I don't believe that big brother can last 3 moves against my full power attack. The little monk felt strong confidence. His Tao might appeared, and a silver light soared into the sky. Then, he pointed the Buddhist monk saber at Xiao Chun. Now that Xiao Chun was an early stage star venerate, he wanted to know what his current combat prowess was. Xiao Chun's battle hunger soared in his heart. He looked forward to the little monk's next attack. One saber strike. The little monk laughed loudly and spread his arms. A silver light flashed, and the instant his figure vanished, he suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Chun. A horrifying saber might instantly burst out. Although Xiao Chun had 2 kinds of Tao might supporting him, he still could not block it, and ended up at a disadvantage. Clang! Xiao Chun's arm trembled. This saber strike forced him to take a few steps back, causing him to lose his footing. Boom! 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 With every step Xiao Chun took, huge cracks appeared on the surface of the sea. After 10 steps, the seawater under Xiao Chun's feet shattered and surged in all directions. Another saber strike. A silver light flashed, and the little monk tore through the sky like a heavenly eagle. Xiao Chun used his consciousness to check, but could not catch the little monk's figure. Xiao Chun could only sense some blurry trajectories, unable to make an accurate judgment. Dang! Xiao Chun only managed to circulate his veritable essence energy and block this saber strike when the little monk suddenly charged to his side. This saber strike directly knocked Xiao Chun into the air, nearly knocking the tyrant's saber out of his hand. Interesting. After landing, Xiao Chun wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and revealed a faint smile. Now he finally understood how sullen the holy venerates who fought the little monk were. Such a strange movement technique speed was simply terrifying. The explosive Dao Might was also very troublesome. The little monk's Dao Might was simply too strong. The little monk's understanding of the saber Dao surpassed Xiao Chen's. With just the pure saber great Dao, the little monk managed to suppress two of Xiao Chen's great Dao. One more saber strike. The little monk giggled. Then, he pushed off the ground and sent a final saber strike at Xiao Chun. Heavenly Eye. Xiao Chun quickly opened his heavenly eye, and his vision immediately became 100 times stronger. He could even see the microscopic particles floating in the air. I see it. I see it. With the help of the heavenly eye, Xiao Chun finally captured the little monk's movement trajectory. The little monk's movement trajectory was extremely fast, making it very hard for one's vision to grasp. Xiao Chun attacked decisively. He could not guarantee that he could lock onto the little monk in the next moment. Divine Lightning Eye. Suddenly, rapidly spinning purple petals appeared in Xiao Chen's heavenly eye. 10 bolts of tribulation, lightning instantly gathered from all directions. Then, they gathered above the little monk's head before raining down a thick bolt of tribulation lightning. Electric light flickered, and the little monk's body went flying amid an explosion. This is the moment, Xiao Chun shouted coldly. Then he infused the Thunder Great Dao into the tyrant's saber, instantly bringing out the tyrant saber's full might. The tyrant saber in Xiao Chen's hand changed shape, and a layer of purple lightning fire spread out on its surface. Boom! When Xiao Chun swung his saber, it triggered a bright electric light. The little monk, who just got blasted away, appeared somewhat confused. The saber strike that Xiao Chun quickly followed up sent the little monk flying. A wound appeared on his chest as he fell somewhat miserably to the sea. Ha ha ha! Big brother is indeed big brother. I really did not expect this move. After the little monk stood up, his fighting spirit soared as he laughed without end. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and said indifferently, "Let's fight again tomorrow." "Don't." Yin Chen immediately vomited blood. He had just suffered a great loss, and now, Xiao Chun actually said that he was not going to fight anymore. Naturally, Xiao Chun would not continue fighting. He had already seen the little monk's strength, which made him understand his many weaknesses. Coincidentally, Xiao Chun thought of several perfect ideas that he needed to digest and comprehend. Furthermore, he should stop while he was ahead. The first time the heavenly eye and the divine lightning eye merged, Xiao Chun obtained miraculous results. However, that might not be the case if he continued fighting. 3 moves are over. Remember not to boast next time. An existence that could instantly kill a holy venerate was indeed extraordinary. This made Xiao Chun feel somewhat troubled. The little monk walked over with his head hanging low. Xiao Chun consoled him. "We'll continue tomorrow." "It's a deal, then." Yin Chen immediately perked up. His eyes lit up as he giggled. Youths were indeed driven. However, Xiao Chun did not know that he already had a vague idea on how to curb Yin Chen's speed. One day was sufficient to change many things. "Big brother, we seem to have forgotten something." Yin Chen suddenly thought of something. The two arrived at the still ice-sealed black cutlass. Only then did they discover that the pitiful demon blood vulture had already fainted from a cold. Finding it strange, Xiao Chen asked, "What's going on?" The little monk scratched his head and said, "I dodged too quickly. When I left, I seemed to have been careless and kicked it. I don't remember it clearly." Xiao Chun melted the ice and checked it. Then, he relaxed and said, "It won't die. Take care of it." "There's no need. Master, I'll just stay in the spirit beast platform." Upon hearing that Xiao Chun wanted Yin Shan to take care of it, the demon blood vulture dragged its stiff body and stumbled into the spirit beast platform. After spending some time together, the demon blood vulture had no choice but to acknowledge Xiao Chun as its master. Then, the demon blood vulture tragically discovered that compared to Xiao Chun, staying with the little monk was clearly more unlucky. "Stupid bird, how do you look down on me? How could the little monk endure this?" He roared ferociously and chased after the demon blood vulture into the spirit beast platform. When Xiao Chun saw this scene, he smiled faintly and sighed in his heart. He did not know how long such peaceful days could last. The closer he got to the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation, the closer Shao Chun got to the Divine Dragon Empire. What kind of changes had happened to the dragon race? Would he be able to meet Ryue? Would his identity as a blue dragon bloodline cause trouble? What were his chances of becoming the Dragon Emperor? Shao Chen's future was destined to be bumpy. After entering closed-door cultivation for one night, Shao Chun started to diligently cultivate the Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art. The Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art's first layer cultivated the dragon veins. The second layer cultivated the dragon bones. The third layer cultivated the dragon blood and tempered vital qi. The fourth layer cultivated the dragon wings. After cultivating it to perfection, one could sprout dragon wings on one's back. With a thought, the blue dragon divine wings would spread out. At that time, the little monk's speed would no longer pose any trouble to Shao Chun. The fourth layer was the Star Venerate realm. It was much more difficult than the Ice Feather Divine incantation. Shao Chun did not think of succeeding in one go. He only wanted to cultivate it to small perfection before arriving at the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation. The sun rose in the east. As promised, Shao Chun and the little monk fought again. This time, Shao Chun did not use his heavenly eye or the divine lightning eye. However, the little monk was shocked to discover that when he approached Shao Chun, his speed slowed uncontrollably. A strange force field surrounded Shao Chun. It looked gentle, but was actually incredibly ferocious. It was like he was stuck in a quagmire. The more he twisted his body, the deeper he sank. The little monk, who came into contact with the Taiji force field for the first time, suffered greatly. After 10 moves, he still could not gain an advantage over Shao Chun. The little monk took the initiative to give up and return to closed-door cultivation to study how to break Shao Chun's Taiji force field. The little monk truly lived up to being the reincarnation of a Buddha. On this day, he managed to think of a way to break it. The little monk infused his Buddhist might into the surroundings, forming a similar force field. When he approached, he used his Buddhist might to clash head-on with Shao Chun's Taiji force field. Although the little monk did not break the Taiji force field the instant they clashed, many openings appeared in the Taiji force field. Seizing this opportunity, the little monk attacked 3 times, successfully sending Shao Chun flying. Just like that, the two exchanged blows, fighting every day and discussing after the fight. As Shao Chun continuously perfected the Taiji force field, the little monk did his best to think of various ways to break it. Both of them improved rapidly. This continued until one day, when Shao Chun suddenly spread out the 30-meter-long blue dragon divine wings on his back and executed Thunder Dragon steps. After beating up the little monk no longer brought up the matter of challenging Shao Chun to a fight. Shao Chun's blue dragon divine wings reached small perfection, and he was only 3 days away from the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation. Chapter 1837. Just as Shao Chun thought this, a huge wave surged over from the bottom of the sea, carrying a terrifying force. The wave instantly tossed the black cutlass high into the sky. The world spun around. The little monk and Shao Chun felt their qi and blood surge. Shao Chun released the arrow, and the bowstring trembled slightly. The demonic hell trembled and crumbled bit by bit, rumbling endlessly. The Black Lotus demonic Buddha statue, which was chanting scriptures with its eyes closed, suddenly opened its eyes and roared ferociously. Then it ferociously threw a palm strike. "Big brother, what are you thinking about?" However, the mask in his hand did not hold back at all. Everything had a limit. Shao Chun originally wanted to see how many batches of these boundless evil spirits could come out. Shao Chun found it somewhat difficult to calm down. He fiddled with the mysterious mask that he obtained from the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove, the exquisite white mask that looked like porcelain. The third secret technique was the mask clone. It could create a perfect clone. Even a sovereign personage would not be able to tell the real from the fake. A Buddhist proclamation resounded in the sky, echoing over the vast sea. A Buddha statue appeared in the clouds, sitting on a black lotus throne. Many Buddhist halos appeared behind it, filling the sky with a black Buddhist light, spreading over the vast sea. Xiao Chun looked around. It was like a small world had appeared out of nowhere. There were no signs of illusions at all. Layers of Buddhist light layered behind it. A horrifying Buddhist might spread out, appearing boundless. The resentful spirits and evil spirits here were simply the best food for the Yazi beast demon soul. Little monk, help me buy some time. I have a way to destroy him. Before the Buddha became a Buddha, evil spirits came to stop him. The Buddha did not get angry, sad, joyful, or hurt. He touched the ground with his hand and turned the evil spirits into ashes. That's not right. The aura of this ship feels somewhat familiar yet strange. It is very strange. I have never had such a feeling before. Soul tools were known as soul tools. Xiao Chen had already experienced the price of failing to use them rashly. Both of them vomited a mouthful of blood, significantly injured. There must be a way to break it. There must be a way to break it. He had collected nearly all the spirit jades that few people cared about in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove. Xiao Chun took out the God Shadow Bow, and his soul energy poured into the bow like a flood. The number of medial grade spirit jades in his storage ring was even more horrifying. Xiao Chun and the little monk drew their sabers in an instant. Saber lights flew everywhere, and tens of thousands of evil spirits were turned to ashes on the spot. Boom! It was his bad luck that brought such a strong enemy to Xiao Chun. However, the sea of misery was a vast sea of vengeful spirits and evil spirits. It gathered countless negative emotions, and it was impossible to kill them all. Kill! The two of them were in unbearable pain from the burning, unable to retaliate at all. In the sea of bitterness, they were like evil spirits, causing the resentful spirits in the surroundings to laugh. Amidst the pain, Xiao Chun transmitted his voice with great difficulty. Yin Shen's thoughts raced as he thought of all sorts of methods. This was a Buddhist statue and not the real Black Lotus demonic ancestor. The Blue Dragon Divine Wings reached the small success stage. Xiao Chen's speed increased by more than 10 times after he unfurled it. Returning to the Divine Dragon Empire was perfectly normal. The little monk's expression changed drastically, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Big brother, this is the demonic world's hell. The Black Lotus demonic ancestor personally created it. To think that someone could summon the Black Lotus demonic ancestor. It must be the Black Lotus sect venerate personally coming. The little monk suddenly appeared beside Xiao Chun. When he saw Xiao Chun in a daze, he asked softly, "Now is the time." Xiao Chun slowly discovered that this thought was somewhat naive. There were still 3 more days before they arrived at the Transrealm Transportation Formation. The little monk, Yin Chen's expression changed slightly, revealing a confused expression. A fierce flame blazed in the two's hearts, burning them to the point of pain, causing them to wail in anguish. However, during this period, the little monk had been in closed-door cultivation, thinking about how to defeat Xiao Chun again. Xiao Chun found this strange, but he did not overthink it. Perhaps the scriptures on the mask were just random additions. More importantly, after the divine dragon war body spread out its wings, it reached a mental state. The piercing Buddhist light forced the Black Lotus demonic ancestor to close his eyes, not daring to look directly at it. Some ancient scriptures were carved on the mask. The two fought to the point of exhaustion on the ship, sinking into an endless massacre. Xiao Chun glanced at it and did not care. There are ships coming and going on the ash-gray sea. This is not strange. A huge black palm rushed over on the vast sea, looking like it wanted to crush both the two and the ship. Xiao Chun carefully sensed that the mask covered up all of his aura. This included all of his vital signs, allowing all sorts of information to enter his mind. Now, Xiao Chun understood that the various incredible functions of the mask were exceptionally miraculous. The Black Lotus demonic ancestor's strength actually more than doubled in an instant. No matter how many came, there was no need to fear. The Black Lotus demonic ancestor's gaze locked on Xiao Chun and the little monk. With just one look, the two's sins started burning. This mask was called the Death God Mask. It had 3 secret techniques. The first secret technique was Void Shadow. It allowed the wielder's physical body to immaterialize once a day, blocking all attacks. The wielder's martial techniques would be useless. Shao Chun, who was preparing to go down, entered deep thought when he heard that. Then he stopped. Without even thinking, he formed a hand seal with his right hand and touched the ground with his left. However, he found it hard to calm down. Shao Chun kept having a bad feeling in his heart that he could not get rid of. The mask was different from other soul tools. It was not an offensive mask. One did not need to be strong to wield this mask. All the aggrieved spirits and malicious spirits were instantly extinguished. Burning karmic flame, the little monk blamed himself in his heart. It's me again. I harmed Big Brother again. Black Lotus demonic ancestor. The little monk made up his mind. He did not hesitate to glare at the Black Lotus demonic ancestor. Your sins are boundless, and you are not sincere in your devotion to Buddha. Only the Black Lotus Buddha can pardon you ignorant, filthy people. The cultivators who died at the hands of the two were vaguely visible in the fire, turning into aggrieved spirits and laughing malevolently in the surroundings. With a thought, the great desolate Ian ferocious beast, the Yazi beast demon soul, appeared in the black cutlass. It opened its mouth and sucked in the countless aggrieved spirits and malicious spirits. The little monk smiled in shock. That can't be. Big Brother always looks calm and collected, unfazed in the face of danger, giving others the feeling that he is unfathomable. Do you also have moments of confusion? The amount of sin on the little monk's body was far greater than Shao Chen's. At this moment, his sin was burning, and he was in even more pain than Shao Chun. Standing in the sea of bitterness, Shao Chun looked at the Black Lotus demonic ancestor. He truly did not know how to face the enemy. Unfortunately, the scripture was written in an ancient language of Buddhism, which Shao Chun did not understand. In addition to the 3 secret techniques, the mask also had many auxiliary functions, such as immunity to illusions and mental attacks, waiting for Shao Chun to slowly explore them. His cultivation was stable, and he could break through to middle stage Star Venerate at any time. His combat prowess rivaled that of a holy venerate. Shao Chun held many soul tools, a mutated fruit for improving his bloodline, and a beast core for strengthening his demonic pet. As the chanting sped up, the horrifying Buddhist might grew stronger. Even Shao Chun and the little monk found it hard to endure. No matter how one looked at it, Shao Chun now possessed the capital to head to the divine dragon empire. However, he still found it hard to calm his heart. When Shao Chen's left hand touched the sea of bitterness, he extinguished the karmic flames covering his body, and a golden swastika appeared on his chest. A resplendent and dazzling Buddhist light burst forth from his body, instantly illuminating this dark space. Demon subduing ground imprint. With a thought, the karmic flames descended. The scene around them changed. Shao Chun and the little monk felt like they were in hell, surrounded by layers of illusions. The black cutlass charged at the huge palm. The countless malicious spirits in the sea of bitterness suddenly showed ferocious expressions as they pounced at the two from all directions. The little monk suffered from this. But I'll do my best. As I heard, the dead are already dead. Why bother about the mundane world? There are many things in the mundane world, the past. However, reality did not give the two a chance to catch their breath. The little monk said quickly. A look of despair flashed in his eyes. He had not expected that he would meet such a terrifying enemy. Death God Mask. Is there such a thing as a death god in Buddhism? Compared to the god Shadow Bao and the Cheongchi Beast Ghost Pennant, this was simply inconceivable. The black cutlass was from the abandoned land's Blue Dragon clan. Returning to the dragon race was like returning a dragon to its homeland. As the black cutlass flapped its wings, his bloodline surged. He could feel the surging power and ancient dragon might of the Blue Dragon bloodline. All the filth of the world cannot live forever. The Black Lotus demonic ancestor hovering in the air seemed to be separated from Shao Chun by a boundless distance. He was right before Shao Chun, but also far away, unable to attack. As the scriptures purified the formless Yazi beast demon soul. The scarlet light on its body slowly separated. Xiao Chun said indifferently, "It's not that I'm confused. I'm just feeling somewhat rueful." When the advantage of a great desolate Ian bloodline reached a certain cultivation realm, cultivators without a bloodline would be at a disadvantage. Amid a loud sound, the black cutlass broke through that huge black demonic hand like a sharp knife. After putting away the mask, Xiao Chun went to the lookout. He looked at the vast, ash-gray sea and looked into the distance, letting his thoughts wander. Xiao Chun somersaulted and landed on the deck. Then, he stomped heavily on the deck, and a scarlet mist gathered on the ship. Xiao Chun allowed his heart to roam the boundless sea. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent, and the shore is at hand. Xiao Chun said honestly, "I feel anticipation and nervousness in the divine dragon empire. It is somewhat complicated. I don't know what I'm thinking, either." Xiao Chun and the little monk's figures flashed wildly. The shock waves could not avoid knocking them back. At this moment, the sea for 5,000 kilometers around turned into a sea of bitterness filled with vengeful spirits and hungry ghosts. When Xiao Chun put the mask on his face, he instantly felt like the mask had merged with his flesh and blood like a piece of human skin. Just at this moment, the Black Lotus demonic ancestor in the sky suddenly chanted scriptures to purify the Yazi beast demon soul. The second secret technique was the Grim Reaper scimitar. It could summon the mysterious Grim Reaper in the mask to attack, turning his will of soul into the Grim Reaper scimitar. Xiao Chen's body ached, but his heart ached even more. The Black Lotus demonic ancestor sat cross-legged on the lotus platform, looking at the two coldly without any expression on his face. Xiao Chun knocked an arrow, and the heart flame merged with the arrow. Then, he slowly pulled the bowstring back. With the help of the god Shadow Bow, the Black Lotus demonic ancestor, who felt boundless, instantly locked onto him. Yinchen looked into the distance and said with a frown, "It seems like a ship is heading towards us. Perhaps I should ask the little monk for guidance. Could it be the Black Lotus Church? Whoosh. I have to think of a way. No matter what, Big Brother cannot die here." The gigantic Yazi beast demon soul shattered on the spot. In that instant, all the vengeful spirits and malicious spirits that the Yazi beast demon soul swallowed earlier turned into scarlet light and soared into the sky. Familiar yet strange? In that instant, Xiao Chen's crystalline heart of 7 apertures, devoid of any filth, burst forth with a pure Buddhist light. Compared to before, it was a completely different matter. Boom. Chapter 1838. It was just some peak major primal core cultivators. Even if he had less than half of his strength, he would still be able to deal with them easily. Master your body, Xiao Chun thought to himself. Although he was severely injured and could bring out less than half of his strength, he did not fear anyone on this demonic ship. However, he did not fear anyone on this demonic ship. Xiao Chun, my master is coming personally. Do you think you still have a chance to flee? The Holy Sun Ming Xian prepared to attack again. However, the Black Lotus sect Venerate said indifferently, "Let him come." The Black Lotus sect Venerate had a special Black Lotus mark on them that could dodge the Black Lotus sect Venerate's attack. Little monk. The Holy Sun Ming Xian stepped forward from the bow of the ship and appeared before Xiao Chun. Whoosh! Die! Now, he was even more injured, his survival unknown. A gloomy look flashed in the Black Lotus sect Venerate's deep, black eyes. The Black Lotus sect Venerate formed 9 hand seals in an instant. Each hand seal turned into a different demonic Buddha image that appeared before Xiao Chun. The demonic bone relic was left behind by the sacred ancestor when he passed away. Why would it appear on him? The Black Lotus sect Venerate no longer had many trump cards to use. The Buddhist light continuously extended forward. In a few breaths, it would catch up to Xiao Chen's black cutlass. All the outstanding talents and older generation heroes of the Kunlun realm died in the demonic calamity. Damn it, it's fine. It is just life and death. Master has already seen through it. As long as we obtain the demonic bone relic, my Black Lotus Church can rise again at any time. Xiao Chen looked into the distance and saw the Black Lotus Church's banner at the bow of the ship. He could even vaguely make out some figures standing at the bow. To think that a peak major primal core cultivator could not even block a palm strike from him. Surprise flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He recalled that he had clearly killed this fellow in the fiendish demon battlefield. The first one held a demonic trident, had 2 legs, and had only 1 eye. Pooh! With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chen threw a palm strike. Primal chaos, veritable essence, energy surged out. The first thing the little monk said when he opened his eyes was to ask if the trouble had been dealt with. The little monk, who had fallen on the surface of the sea, was very weak. On the deck, Xiao Chen was fighting with the 4 Vajra protectors. He was covered in wounds, and his aura was weak. He could not unleash his full strength. Set the formation. The bowstring vibrated, and space collapsed. However, the 4 guardian deities were not injured at all. They landed firmly on the surface of the sea. Master, a soul tool, was on a completely different level from an inherited Dao tool. Black Lotus Church. On the throne, the Black Lotus sect venerate, Xiao Chen remained expressionless, not surprised at all. I already said long ago that the best opportunity to kill him would be when he first arrived in the Great Thousand Realms. Once you miss it, the longer it takes, the more troublesome it will be. In a short span of 2 years, Xiao Chen had actually grown to such a terrifying level. The little monk who executed the touching demon subduing imprint burst out with a Buddhist light that did not belong to his realm and cultivation. Xiao Chen locked his gaze on the Black Lotus sect venerate, who sat on the throne. Then, he snorted coldly and quickly charged over. Worry appeared on the Black Lotus sect venerate's face. The other guardian deities and the black-clad Arhut all showed anxious expressions. This disciple has failed. The cold mask obscured Xiao Chen's expression. Only his eyes shone with a terrifying golden light as he looked at the surroundings. When a vertical eye opened, a demonic light shot toward Xiao Chen. The strong palm wind swept through the deck like a hot knife through butter. The black-clad Arhut immediately shattered all the bones in his body, unable to put up any combat prowess. Master, the karmic flame had already extinguished. However, the injuries inflicted would not recover in a short time. Stubbornness flashed in the Black Lotus sect venerate's eyes. It seemed like flames flashed in his pitch-black eyes. Even this Black Lotus sect venerate was much weaker than the Black Lotus demonic ancestor of the demonic world. Xiao Chen turned his head back to look. When he saw this scene, his expression changed slightly. He looked around and saw that he had already returned to the ash-gray sea. The activation of his great desolate Ian bloodline had a limit. After the limit, his injuries would worsen. Good timing. Damn it, I'm about to die, and you still ask this? In that instant, the Black Lotus sect venerate unleashed the might of a sovereign descending upon the world. A terrifying Buddhist seal instantly surged out, and the black cutlass exploded into pieces. However, at this moment, it was not worth mentioning to Xiao Chen. It's you. Kill. The expression of the holy Sun Ming Xian, who was beside the Black Lotus sect venerate, changed slightly. Incredulity appeared in his eyes. However, the holy Sun Ming Xian only had 3 seconds. He had to kill this Black Lotus sect venerate in 3 seconds. Purple flames burned on the tyrant's saber. When Xiao Chen swung his saber and thrust, the one-eyed demonic figure instantly exploded. It's not your fault. This time, no matter what, he will not be able to escape. The holy Sun Ming Xian still remembered that these black-clad Arhats were all boundlessly strong back in Purple Sun City. The holy Sun Ming Xian felt ashamed as he quickly lowered his head. With injuries piling on top of injuries, he would fall on his own before the Black Lotus sect venerate even made a move. Without a sound, the terrifying Black Lotus demonic ancestor exploded into countless pieces, turning into black lotuses that floated in the air. The Black Lotus demonic ancestor nearly shattered the Yazi beast demon soul with a palm strike, and the ship suffered damage in many places. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth, hatred burning in his heart. He did not hold back and fully activated his blue dragon bloodline. The Holy Sun Ming Xian frowned slightly and stepped forward, wanting to make a move. The divine concealment arrow had already entered the Black Lotus evil ancestor's body and exploded instantly. The Black Lotus sect venerate's eyes were as pitch black as ink. He gave off a terrifying aura, but he was extremely weak, looking like he would be blown away by the wind at any moment. Moreover, he was extremely weak, much weaker than Xiao Chun himself. However, he didn't have any time to waste. Once the effect of the bloodline power wore off, he would be killed. As Xiao Chun looked at the Black Lotus sect venerate on the throne, old and new grudges surged forth. Boundless murderous intent flared in his eyes. He looked around and found the little monk floating on the surface of the sea. The little monk had already fainted. Boom! Xiao Chun remained calm and unperturbed. When Xiao Chun looked around, he saw a black ship blocking the way to the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation. However, Xiao Chun could not wait any longer. When he saw a rather large crack, he carried the little monk and leaped out. Xiao Chun could place all the blame on Xiao Chun. The rebound from the God Shadow Bao reverberated in Xiao Chun's body, causing him endless pain. What was even more unbearable was that he had drained most of his soul energy, making him look incredibly weak. Xiao Chun unleashed a peak strike with his weakened body. The four great guardian deities before him were not worth mentioning at all. Sect Venerate. The moment the two leaped out, a wave came crashing over from the surface of the sea, crashing into them. The Holy Sun Ming Xian led the way. A faint white Buddhist light spread out from his body, making him stand out among the black Buddhist lights. The Holy Sun Ming Xian took the risk of drawing the God Shadow Bao, draining his soul energy. The God Shadow Bao rebounded, injuring his physical body again. 7 kill seal, resolving the mundane die. After putting down the little monk, Xiao Chun could not be bothered to repair the ship. He turned the ship around and quickly fled far away. Now, Xiao Chun actually appeared alive again. Capture him. The 4 great guardian deities and 100 black-clad arhats soared into the air and charged towards the black cutlass. The Holy Sun Ming Xian asked worriedly, "To think that he can break through the demonic world's hell. After him, we must catch up to him. This is the last chance to capture him. Otherwise, there will never be another chance." Black Lotus Sect Venerate. After the many black-clad arhats boarded the ship, they immediately launched themselves at Xiao Chun. "I can't escape." However, the Black Lotus Sect Venerate pulled him back. "That ship is somewhat strange." The ship moved amid the treasure light, completely ignoring the influence of the ash-gray sea's huge gravity. It moved like a beam of light, moving quickly. Xiao Chun turned around and protected the little monk, using his back to block the heavy strike of this wave. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun took out the Death God mask and wore it. When the demonic light shot over, a ripple-like black light appeared on the mask and dissipated it. Right after the Black Lotus Sect Venerate spoke, he suddenly made a move. He lowered his right hand and stuck his thumb and middle finger together, forming a miraculous hand seal. As the Black Lotus Sect Venerate chanted scriptures, a beam of Buddhist light suddenly descended from the sky, illuminating a treasure path in front of the ship. After the God Shadow Bao fired the arrow, Xiao Chun ignored his weakness and immediately leaped towards the little monk. After all, the weakest of the 4 guardian deities was a peak early-stage star venerate. The strongest guardian deity was a late-stage star venerate. Guardian deities, black-clad arhats, bring him over. Oh no! Quickly attack. In the demonic world's hell, that horrifying Black Lotus demonic ancestor used karmic flames to burn Xiao Chun to death. Xiao Chun blamed himself as he looked around. The demonic world's hell was crumbling bit by bit. Everything was fated to gather on this person. However, every Black Lotus had a layer of heart flame that could not be dispelled, preventing them from reassembling. Xiao Chun swung his saber, appearing eternal and inextinguishable. In one breath, he killed the 4 guardian deities. A golden light flickered in Xiao Chun's eyes, and his declining aura instantly soared to the limit. However, Even when the four guardian deities worked together, they were at a disadvantage from the start to the end, completely suppressed by Shao Chun. The thousands of black lotuses continuously gathered, trying to reassemble the Buddha image. Pusii. The sudden killing move caught Shao Chun off guard, sending him flying. Big brother, is the demonic ancestor destroyed? Shao Chun was just about to get up anxiously when the four guardian deities appeared and surrounded him again. The expressions of the four guardian deities changed drastically. They quickly charged at Shao Chun, not holding back their killing moves at all. Pusii. Pusii. Shao Chun vomited a few mouthfuls of blood on the surface of the sea. Only the skeleton of the black cutlass remained. With a wave of his hand, Shao Chun collected it into his storage ring. Shao Chun's figure flickered on the surface of the sea. Then, he leaped and landed on the dilapidated black cutlass. When he formed a hand seal, he slowly pushed it forward. That is, wearing the death god mask. Shao Chun activated the tyrant saber's full might and broke through the 9 demonic images before landing on the ship. With just a slight pull of the bowstring, Shao Chun shattered the Black Lotus demonic ancestor's Buddha image. Pusii. Shao Chun vomited a mouthful of blood as he tumbled a few times in the air. On the Black Lotus Church's ship, a withered old man on a lotus throne held a cracked Black Lotus demonic ancestor sculpture and vomited a mouthful of blood. The Black Lotus Church's sect venerate revealed a strange smile on his throne, as if he had seen through all of Shao Chun's trump cards. Doubt flashed in the Holy Sun Ming Xian's eyes, but he did not ask. There were many things that his master would not say. Even if he asked, it would be pointless. Blood flowed on the saber's tip and slowly dripped down. A terrifying demonic nature flickered in Shao Chun's golden eyes. Then, the fragments turned into a blood mist spreading in the air. The blood mist could only scatter in the surroundings, slowly being consumed by the heart flame. Right now, the little monk's fate was unknown. If something happened to him, he would blame himself for life. Chapter 1839. 3. One of the Death God Mask's secret techniques, Void Shadow, appeared. The attack that the Holy Sun Ming Xian had been preparing for a long time struck the immaterialized Shao Chun's body with terrifying demonic might. The Holy Sun Ming Xian revealed a horrified expression as he passed through Shao Chun's body. This peak strike did not stop Shao Chun for even a moment. The Black Lotus sect venerate's smile did not fade as he continued to look at Shao Chun coldly. He did not make a move, nor did his expression change. 2. One of the Death God Mask's secret techniques, Mask Clone, appeared. A mask clone appeared in the air. When the secret technique was executed, Shao Chun felt like his body split in two. No matter which one was destroyed, the other one would retain its strength and consciousness and continue living. Shao Chun finally understood why sovereign personages could not distinguish the real from the fake. It was because both were real. 2 seconds passed. After passing through Ming Xian's obstruction, Shao Chun was only 100 meters from the Black Lotus sect venerate on the throne. Shao Chun locked onto Shao Chun's aura, drove his veritable essence energy, and layered his great Tao energy. His dragon might soared to its peak. Shao Chun waited for the final second to arrive. Under the mask, Shao Chun showed a grave expression, revealing a pair of great desolate divine eyes. However, there was only a cold murderous intent and a strange demonic nature, nothing else. How long could 1 second be? 1 breath, 1 blink. The moment one raised one's head, the moment one took a step, the moment one opened one's mouth, the moment one thought, 1 second passed by. However, in the eyes of experts, 1 second was enough to do many things. One could soar into the air and flee far away. One could swing 100 times. One could kill countless people. One could think of many things. One could do many things. The Black Lotus sect venerate only did one thing. He stood up from the throne. Some people stood up because they were tired. Some people stood up because they wanted to leave. Some people were simply restless. However, some people stood up for only one reason. They wanted to fight. Boom! Just as the Black Lotus sect venerate stood up again, A strong battle hunger surged out of his body and soared into the clouds. Then, it turned into a fierce flame that burned half the sky. The clouds were burning, and flames filled the sky. This battle intent was pure and simple, domineering and direct, and it caused the entire space to be locked down. The two clones were forced to a halt in front of him. Xiao Qian's thoughts froze. He couldn't move, he couldn't speak, and he couldn't think. The Black Lotus sect venerate slowly stretched out his hand. However, just as he was about to touch Xiao Chun, his hand slowly approached Xiao Chun. However, just as the Black Lotus sect venerate was about to touch Xiao Chun, the lower half of his body suddenly ignited. His hand stopped before Xiao Chun's forehead forever. The Black Lotus sect venerate revealed a bitter smile as he said softly, "In my life, I have fought sovereign emperors, sovereign personages, and killed countless holy venerates. However, I have never fought a star venerate before. You should be proud. Master." When the holy son Ming Xian saw this scene, he cried out hoarsely in pain. He quickly ran over, wanting to grab the Black Lotus sect venerate's hand. However, before the Black Lotus sect venerate could touch the remnant warmth in his hand, he turned into ashes. Then, he silently glanced at Ming Xian. The Black Lotus sect venerate's gaze was filled with anticipation and love. However, he could not continue looking. He only glanced at the Black Lotus sect venerate, who once moved unhindered, able to escape unscathed under the suppression of the 4 Buddhist temples. The Black Lotus sect venerate vanished from this world forever. Only the blazing fire that burned half the sky proved the Black Lotus sect venerate's glory and past. Whoosh! The two clones landed on the ground and merged back into one. The great desolate Ian bloodline ended, and Xiao Chun vomited a mouthful of blood. Injuries piled on top of injuries. Xiao Chun weakly fell to the ground. He did not know whether he won or lost. The holy son Ming Xian knelt on the ground and silently chanted scriptures. His spotless, untainted body gave off an incredibly pure Buddhist nature. Xiao Chun held a stalk of sword monarch grass in his hand. If he attacked at this moment, the sword monarch grasses might would not allow him to escape. With the sword monarch grasses might, the holy son Ming Xian would definitely die. In the end, Xiao Chun did not make a move. Then, he slowly stood up and left this place, landing on the surface of the sea. When Xiao Chun looked around, the surroundings were a mess. The corpses of the Black Lotus Church's protectors and arhats floated on the surface of the sea. Their blood mixed with the seawater, forming a pungent smell. That smell was tragic and stirring. The Black Lotus sect was a declining sect, a faction that once stood on equal footing with the 4 Buddhist sections. Now, only 4-star venerates and more than 100 major primal core venerates remained. Then they all died here. That person fought his entire life and died standing. Yi Zifeng's senior brother had said clearly not to make a move for 10 years. That person had staked everything on one throw and ended up in such a state. The blazing flame in the sky continued to roar. The waves surged and roared endlessly. The holy son Ming Xian piously chanted scriptures, and Buddhist sounds drifted out. The blazing flame was the Black Lotus holy venerate's laughter after he broke free. The waves were the cries of the souls of the sect's heroes. The Buddhist sound were blessings and prayers for the next life. Some people were laughing, some people were crying, and some people were chanting scriptures. Xiao Chun ignored them. He slowly walked towards the little monk's body in the seawater. Xiao Chun's weak body swayed as he held the tyrant's saber. His footsteps were slow as if he would drown in the huge waves at any moment. However, even though this heart had been hurt by parting, it did not fear death. Wearing white robes and holding a saber, he would let the wind and waves surge through this life. When a cold wind blew, Xiao Chun's thin body felt somewhat cold. When he looked up, sunlight shone down, welcoming his footsteps. Xiao Chun glanced back and saw that the wind had stopped and the waves were gone. The bodies of the Black Lotus Church members floated quietly on the desolate sea. The blazing flame in the sky extinguished. On the ship, the white-robed holy son Ming Xian looked coldly at Xiao Chun. New grudges and old grudges would be settled today. However, Xiao Chun did not feel any joy or sorrow at this moment. He only glanced at the person at the bow of the ship before silently turning around. Xiao Chun raised his leg and did his best to leap up. Then, he landed beside the little monk and picked him up. The scarlet ring on Xiao Chun's finger turned into a flash of red light. The demon blood vulture carried the two over the ship, continuing towards the trans-realm transportation formation. Xiao Chun held the little monk's right hand and checked his pulse. His aura was weak, and his life force was indistinct. The little monk's life force was slowly fading. The demon's subduing ground-touching imprint was a horrifying Buddhist sect secret technique. It was the strongest seal that the Gautama Buddha left behind before he became a Buddha. Only the abbot or holy monk of the 4 great Buddhist temples could use it. Xiao Chun did not know where the little monk found the courage to execute it. Furthermore, he succeeded in doing so. However, the little monk had not expected that the price was not something that an insignificant novice monk could bear. The little monk also forgot that his physical body was already extremely weak from the torment of the karmic flames. The sins on the little monk's body were even more terrifying than Xiao Chun's. Holding the Buddhist sect's monk saber, he was destined to spend his life killing, living in sin. Xiao Chun showed a helpless expression as he took out the mutated fruit that he obtained from the stone pillar with the divine flame. Originally, he had been saving it for when he went to the Divine Dragon Empire. Now he had no choice but to use it. I really owe you in my previous life. After opening the little monk's mouth, Xiao Chun muttered and fed the little monk this strong and mysterious mutated fruit. The instant the mutated fruit entered the little monk's body, his blood immediately surged. The originally weak signs of life became like that of a ferocious beast. The little monk's pale complexion also turned red. The better the effects, the more heartache Xiao Chun felt. Originally, he should have consumed it. However, it did not matter. It was sufficient as long as he could survive this tribulation. It was good that he was alive. Only by being alive would there be hope. Only then could he have everything. When Xiao Chun looked back, the flames in the sky had already completely vanished. The burned clouds gathered once more. The final traces of the Black Lotus sect venerate in the world were gone. However, just at this moment, a Buddhist might surged out from that direction and soared into the clouds. Countless black lotuses descended from the sky, and Buddhist chanting spread in all directions. Even when it reached Xiao Chun, he could still hear it lingering. After a moment of comprehension, he became insufferably arrogant. Xiao Chun knew that the Black Lotus sect venerate was already dead. However, he now had an enemy even more terrifying than the Black Lotus sect venerate. Xiao Chun also understood why the Black Lotus sect venerate looked at the holy Sun Ming Xian in the end. More importantly, the Black Lotus sect venerate did not want the holy Sun Ming Xian to make a move, as Xiao Chun still had means to perish together with the Black Lotus sect venerate. Only by living would there be hope. Chapter 1840. Xiao Chun shifted his gaze to the back. The Black Lotus sect venerate was already dead, leaving only the holy Sun Ming Xian. However, the doubts in Xiao Chun's heart had not been resolved yet. Why did the Black Lotus sect spend so much effort to capture him? Furthermore, that Black Lotus sect venerate clearly had many old injuries. 1 year ago, Yi Zifeng left him with new injuries, preventing him from fighting for 10 years. However, the Black Lotus sect venerate still forced himself to fight. First, he summoned the Black Lotus demonic ancestor. Then, he destroyed his Black Saber demonic ship. Finally, when the Black Lotus sect venerate was forced to stand up, he exhausted all his life force and would definitely die. Under the suppression of the righteous Tao, the Black Lotus sect, which was like a stray dog, did not hide its strength and bide its time. Instead, it chased after Xiao Chun. Why did the Black Lotus sect spend so much effort and time to lay a trap in the Kunlun realm? Perhaps this mystery would forever remain a secret. However, there was good news. The Black Lotus sect venerate was already dead. In that case, there might not be any more restrictions on the Kunlun road in the Kunlun realm. It would probably be easier for Xiao Chun to return in the future. Even if his old friends in the Kunlun realm wanted to come out, they would not end up like Senior Xiao did, dying 9 times out of 10. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and checked the little monk's condition. After Xiao Chun consumed the mutated fruit that he obtained from the stone pillar with the divine flame, his complexion gradually improved. It seemed like he had even undergone some sort of transformation. This little monk seems to be getting more and more inexperienced. Xiao Chun found it strange that the originally inexperienced little monk's eyebrows and eyes had yet to fully open had undergone a startling change. In just a short moment, the little monk's face actually started to grow in the opposite direction. What a strong mutated fruit. It was likely that this was the heavenly treasure that Elder Chai dreamed of using to extend his life. That was not right. It was not extending his life. It was growing in reverse. While it improved his bloodline, it also changed the foundation of his physical body. This was truly astonishing. How unfortunate. If Xiao Chun had consumed it himself, his strength would have improved further. However, it would have been best if the little monk was still alive. Compared to becoming stronger and exchanging for the little monk's life, Xiao Chun was very clear on what was better. Seeing that the little monk was safe, Xiao Chun relaxed and started treating his injuries. The karmic flame burned his sins, injuring the foundation of his physical body. His soul energy was greatly depleted and would be hard to recover in a short time. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. 6 hours passed, and his true essence revolved in a large circle. Xiao Chun's spirit improved slightly. Opening his eyes, Xiao Chun exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His injuries would probably take some time to recover. The main problem was that the karmic fire had damaged the foundation of his physical body. He was already lucky to be able to survive. Karmic fire was not something that ordinary people could control. It was similar to the faintly discernible objects in myths and legends. Furthermore, it did not have much power against ordinary martial artists. The sins of ordinary people would not be able to ignite their sins. Xiao Chun and the little monk were 2 exceptions. Hey, when did I get a kid? Xiao Chun was shocked to discover a child on the demon blood vulture's back. He looked to be about 6 or 7 years old. He was bald and wore a large monk's robe. After being stunned for a moment, Xiao Chun reacted. It was the little monk, Yin Chun. His fleshly body returned to its childhood. However, the feeling he gave Xiao Chun was that he had become even stronger. Yin Chun's aura was very deep and heavy. This is too heaven-defying. Xiao Chun felt incredibly shocked. Although Xiao Chun did not know what benefits the little monk obtained, just this change alone caused him to regain his youth. Regaining his youth. Even a sovereign personage, no, even a divine vein realm sovereign emperor could not do it. If this happened to them, they would wake up laughing even in their dreams. Xiao Chun thought about the Black Lotus sect venerate. If he obtained this mutated fruit, not only would he be able to get rid of all his old ailments, but his physical body and bloodline would also be strengthened. His physical body and bloodline could also be strengthened, and the reversal of his physical body's origin was equivalent to being reborn. Just thinking about it made one tremble in fear. If Xiao Chun auctioned this mutated fruit, he would immediately obtain a divine vein realm sovereign emperor who surpassed sovereign personages as a helper. The loss was too great. Xiao Chun could not bear it. However, when the sky turned bright, Xiao Chun woke up. After being stunned for a while, he revealed a playful smile. There was no more. The loss was too great, and his heart ached. A tender baby appeared on the demon blood vulture's back. The baby appeared sleepy, with delicate facial features and a shiny bald head. It was as cute as it could be. Fortunately, I did not eat it. Otherwise, I would not know how to face Lu Ryue. This scene was too beautiful. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and shook his head, not daring to think about it. Xiao Chun checked the little monk's body and noticed that the reverse growth finally stopped. Otherwise, if it continued to grow in the opposite direction, it would be quite troublesome. However, it seemed like the problem was already very big now. How should I explain it to him after I opened my eyes? What a headache, boom! Suddenly, the demon blood vulture seemed to be greatly shocked. It shook intensely, nearly flinging Xiao Chun and the little monk off. Damn, don't scare me. Master, you gave birth? Suddenly, the demon blood vulture's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. It turned out that it wanted to slack off. Xiao Chun closed his eyes and flew for an entire night. As he flew, he fell asleep. When the demon blood vulture opened its eyes, it discovered a baby on its back. It nearly fell off in fright. Xiao Chen's lips twitched involuntarily. He asked coldly, "Could your father have given birth to you? How can that be? How can my father have given birth to me?" The demon blood vulture did not even think about it, decisively denying it. Puffed. Xiao Chun could not help laughing. Indeed, it was a silly bird. It turns out that you're not his. No wonder your father sold you to me. That's not right. That's not right. My father gave birth to me. My father gave birth to me personally. When the demon blood vulture heard that, it immediately retorted. This matter concerned the dignity of its bloodline and could not be spoken carelessly. Ha! Xiao Qin smiled, but did not say anything. That's still not right. My mother gave birth to me. It has nothing to do with my father. Ha ha! Xiao Qin guffawed endlessly. This silly bird was so silly that it was cute. Stop laughing. My father gave birth to me. It has nothing to do with my mother. That's right, right? The demon blood vulture paced around, thoroughly confused. It spoke until it nearly cried. When Xiao Chun saw the situation, he smiled softly and said, "Your father and mother gave birth to you." Right, right, right. That's right. Ha ha. This great me is really smart. I figured it out in an instant. When the demon blood vulture heard that, it immediately beamed with joy and roared ferociously. However, Master, you still did not say who gave birth to this baby. Xiao Chun was still thinking about how to explain to the little monk. He felt that this silly bird was incredibly stupid. He said helplessly, "There are only the three of us here. Who do you think I gave birth to?" Just the three of us. Suddenly, horror filled the demon blood vulture's heart. Aside from the little monk, there is only me. Could it be that while I was asleep? What are you thinking about? Xiao Chun heavily patted the demon blood vulture's head. This is the little monk. He ate a mutated fruit, which is why he became like this. That's good. That's good. The demon blood vulture heaved a sigh of relief. Then it suddenly recalled that the little monk had turned into a baby. Then it started cackling strangely again. "Master, I'll help you take care of him. Go to the side." After another day, an island appeared below Xiao Chen's vision. According to the little monk, the trans-realm transportation formation was on the island. Given the little monk's condition, Xiao Chun could only send him back to the temple first. Xiao Chun gently pushed off the demon blood vulture's back, turning it into a ring and restraining it on his back. Xiao Chun looked at the baby like little monk. Then he stretched out his hand, and a few saber lights shot out. Then he turned the little monk's originally large monk robes into a small backpack. Then he hung the other party around his neck. Xiao Chun descended from the clouds and looked down at the island below. Soon, the island appeared in his vision. The city on the island was vast and large. When Xiao Chun probed it, he could sense the auras of many experts. There were many star venerates and holy venerates. He could even vaguely sense the auras of sovereign personages lying dormant. Whoosh! Xiao Chun landed firmly at the city gates of the city. When he looked up, he saw the words "Withered Leaf City" above the city gates. In that instant, several gazes immediately landed on Xiao Chun. They pointed at him and whispered to each other. There's so many strange things these days. To think that he is traveling around with a child. Is he not afraid of the dangers of the world? There are many demonic Dao sects and demonic Dao powerhouses who collect infants to refine ghost penance. This person does not look like a demonic Dao cultivator. Interesting. The people whispering did not have any fear. Xiao Chen heard all of it. He did not think too much about it as he headed straight for the city gates. After paying the entrance tax, the leader of the city guards could not help giving Xiao Chun another glance. "Sir, please wait a moment." Xiao Chun maintained his vigilance. He turned around and asked, "My lord, what's the matter?" The leader smiled amiably and replied, "It's nothing. It's just that I rarely see people bringing children to my withered leaf city. I have one more question. Would you like to leave your name? Xiao Qin smiled faintly and retorted, if I don't say it, you won't let me in. That's not necessary. In that case, there was naturally no need to say it. Goodbye. Xiao Chun turned around and left. He entered deep thought. This leader of the city guards was somewhat strange. After Xiao Chun went far away, the leader's expression changed slightly. He called someone over and whispered, send people to monitor this bladesman at the highest level. Do not alert him and expose him. Yes. After the subordinate left to carry out the order, the leader left the city gates and rode his horse, heading for the city lord's residence. When the leader arrived at the city lord's residence, he took out his medallion and quickly entered. Along the way, he passed many checkpoints. Finally, he arrived at a heavily guarded pavilion in the city lord's residence. Please inform City Lord Liu that the leader of the city gates, Bai Feng, has something important to report. Someone passed on Bai Feng's message. After a while, the leader received permission to enter. In an elegant room in the pavilion, a gray-robed old man sat and drank tea. He exuded a dignified might, exuding might without being angry. Bai Feng, if there is nothing important, you would not have come personally to report. Speak, what is the news? The gray-robed old man asked calmly as he put down the teacup with a gloomy expression. Reporting to City Lord, this subordinate just discovered someone suspected to be the white-robed bladesman at the city gates. Bai Feng performed a cupped fist salute and reported respectfully. The eyelids on the gray-robed old man's calm face twitched. Is it the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chun who suppressed the 3 great demonic Dao sects and obtained the Scarlet Blood race's inheritance? This subordinate does not dare to be sure. He was carrying a baby on his back, which is somewhat different from the rumors. I only sent people to monitor him carefully and did not act rashly. The gray-robed old man waved his hand and said, quickly withdraw them. If it really is that white-robed bladesman, it will be hard for you not to give yourself away. That's not right. It's already too late. That's all then. I will remember your contribution in this matter. Leave the rest to me. Thank you, City Lord. After Bai Feng withdrew, the gray-robed old man revealed a smile. Interesting. The entire demonic Dao sects of the Ash-Gray Sea are searching for you. To think that you actually came to my place. You are probably here for the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation. Chapter 1841. However, he didn't care too much about it. In his hands, it was only a matter of time before the imprint was dissolved. His joy was indescribable. In the City Lord's mansion, there should be even more powerful existences in seclusion. But right at this moment, something unexpected happened. He looked at Xiao Chun and said with a smile, young Master Xiao is indeed a straightforward person. You are also a smart person. This old man admires your boldness. Even if he knew that he was going to die, he would still fight for it. Otherwise, how unwilling would he be? It made him feel extremely comfortable, and his entire body felt refreshed. He felt that his strength had instantly increased by quite a bit. The withered leaf city master casually flipped through the demonic cloud heaven swallowing technique, then solemnly closed it and casually put it aside. To be able to confirm his identity so quickly, the withered leaf city lord manner was indeed impressive. In the next moment, thousands of holes appeared on his body, and dazzling sword lights shot out from every hole. Only Bai Feng, Xiao Chun, and himself were left in the room. For a moment, not only was he overjoyed, but he was also incomparably proud of himself. He was the youngest leader of Withered Leaf City and the most trusted subordinate of the City Lord. He was in charge of one of the city's 3 main guards, the City Guards. This untalented Bai would like to ask young Master Xiao to bestow a treasure to me. Therefore, you still have to give me a supreme treasure to make up for the pressure I've endured and the losses I've suffered. Furthermore, he also vaguely felt that he had gone too far. He felt somewhat guilty for bullying a junior like this. The moment this person appeared, it immediately caused a wave of low exclamations in the inn. With an excited expression, Zhang Xian quickly flipped through the secret manual. The more he read, the more shocked and excited he became. One could clearly sense that the style of this city was completely different from the other cities. After confirming Xiao Chen's location, Xiao Chen immediately brought him over. This was to avoid trouble if the other factions found out about Xiao Chen's whereabouts. Dong dong dong. The demon blood vulture's belly swelled up, and demonic qi surged from its body. It cackled strangely as it continuously refined the withered leaf city lord in its belly. The little monk in the bag had yet to wake up. Xiao Chen did not know why. I bet he's going to suffer. They truly lived up to being supreme treasures left by the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Every one of them was so mesmerizing. It had to be said that it was a little dreamy, and he was a little ethereal. It was a treasure that no one had managed to obtain, but Zhang Xian easily obtained it with just a few words. The withered city lord's eyes lit up. What a domineering beast core! If a magical pet were to consume it, it would immediately undergo a complete transformation. He was overjoyed as he thought about how the three demon sects had spent so much effort and lost so many people. All sovereign personages would fight to the death to obtain the supreme treasures they possessed. Once, there was a middle-stage, star-venerate expert of the demonic Dao sect who behaved atrociously in the city. After 10 moves, that middle-stage, star-venerate expert died. Demonic Dao cultivators had always been arrogant and unruly. If there was even the slightest conflict, they would start fighting. However, the order in the city was rather stable. There were practically no signs of fighting. What a grand lineup. He doesn't look like a demonic sect martial artist. Could he be a righteous Dao martial artist? He's actually carrying a baby. The withered Leaf City Lord still hadn't opened his eyes. Seeing that Xiao Chen didn't say anything, he added. Xiao Chen was deep in thought. He took off the blood-colored ring in his hand and handed it to Withered Leaf City Lord. Although Withered Leaf City was called a city, it could be seen as a strong rank 6 demonic Dao sect. Life was full of ups and downs, and not everyone could withstand it. Xiao Chen remained expressionless as he stepped forward and put away the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art, the Qiongqi beast ghost pennant, and the blood-colored beast core. Originally, Xiao Chen had thought that the news would not spread very quickly after leaving Myriad Star Mountain. On the other hand, Xiao Chen remained expressionless and calm. Such boldness was indeed admirable. Xiao Chen's strength was unfathomable, even stronger than the leading elders of the 3 great demonic Dao sections. Xiao Chen remained expressionless and did not say anything. Then he decisively tossed down the Qiongqi beast ghost pennant. It could only be said that Withered Leaf City had an extremely strong city lord's residence that managed it very strictly. Withered Leaf City's city lord opened his eyes and stretched out his hand to receive the Qiongqi beast ghost pennant. Then he revealed a smile. You are indeed incredible, unlike those pedantic seniors who lost their lives for wealth, only regretting it when death approaches. Seeing Xiao Chen's attitude, the other customers in the hall all showed expressions of anticipation for a good show. After the matter was over, that cultivator's sect did not dare to say anything more. Before that cultivator could react, the demon blood vulture opened its jaws and swallowed him whole. However, Withered Leaf City's city lord changed the topic and continued. However, activating the Transrealm Transportation Formation is not something that can be done overnight. If you want to activate it now, it will be somewhat difficult. The cost of repairing it after the matter is too high. This old man would like to ask young Master Xiao for a supreme treasure to offset the cost of repairing it. However, the method of operation was somewhat special. One could directly teleport to a Starry Heaven relay station. Then, using a small Starry Heaven relay station as a springboard, one could continuously teleport to the Central Great Realm. By phone. At this moment, when Xiao Chen walked on the street, he found it surprisingly bustling. However, the people walking here were all demonic Dao cultivators. Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment. After some thought, he took out the remaining 6 sword monarch grass from his storage ring. Treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. The people from the City Lord's mansion would probably arrive soon. However, there was one thing that left a deep impression on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen said indifferently, not saying anything more. Xiao Chen remained expressionless. He casually waved his hand and handed over the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art, the cultivation technique that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King cultivated. There were also those people who had been following Xiao Chun in secret since he entered the city. He did not know what they were planning. Withered Leaf City's city lord rejoiced at obtaining another treasure. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he found that he could not think of any good excuse. Withered Leaf City's city lord said indifferently with his eyes closed when he saw Xiao Chun, not exchanging any pleasantries at all. This was Xiao Chun's first time in the Ash-Gray Sea, so he did not have any enemies or grudges. Unexpectedly, he was still one step too late. Withered Leaf City's city lord said directly after arriving before Xiao Chun. Hence, the majestic group followed behind Xiao Chun and Bai Feng, heading for the city lord's residence in a spectacular manner. White-robed King Xiao Chun, come with me. Even the items sold in the shops were all sorts of tools and materials that demonic Dao cultivators used to cultivate or food containing a demonic nature. How should Xiao Chun deal with this? This was a difficult problem. Goodbye. With ease, Xiao Chun's strength would soar. Breaking through to Holy Venerate and advancing to Sovereign Personage was just around the corner. Just as Xiao Chun was thinking about this, a person entered the inn. It was the city gate commander, Bai Feng, whom Xiao Chun had met earlier. Bai Feng's eyes were wide open as he looked at Xiao Chun, dying with a remaining grievance. Bai Feng had watched for a long time, but did not gain any benefits at all. He felt somewhat upset. At such a young age, Bai Feng already won the trust of Withered Leaf City's city lord. Furthermore, his cultivation was unfathomable. The six-sword monarch grass flashed with light and entered Bai Feng's body. A murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chun's heart. However, his expression did not change, and he did not say anything. It was like Bai Feng did not want others to know what happened in the room, even the city lord's residence's people. Withered Leaf City, how shrewd. Although this place was quite far away from the 10,000-star mountain, and he wouldn't meet people from the three demon sects, what he had hoped for in his life was easily realized in a single day. However, he had purposely left a restriction in this room, isolating all information from the outside world. Bai Feng was initially unhappy, but he revealed a trace of joy when he sensed the sword intent contained in the Imperial Sword Herb. Here, along the way, he attracted the attention of everyone, and they discussed and pointed at him. The Withered Leaf City Lord's eyelids twitched as he received the ring. He could sense that the demonic nature contained within the ring was extremely shocking. The Withered Leaf City Lord, who was flipping through the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art, was completely immersed in it. Who is this? How dare he speak to Commander Bai like this? But so what? He ran to Withered Leaf City like an idiot and was spat out all the same. The City Lord of Withered Leaf City took the demon cloud heaven-swallowing art, and his hands trembled slightly. His eyes, which had been closed all this time, also opened wide. Without saying anything, Xiao Chun handed over the mysterious beast core in his storage ring. Aside from the rank 7 demonic Dao sects, only 10 cities in the entire Ash-Gray Sea had transrealm transportation formations that led to the central Great Realm. Eat your fill before you leave. Xiao Chun vaguely felt like he could continuously devour the demonic nature in the surroundings to strengthen himself. Xiao Chun and Bai Feng left the room. However, who could have imagined that Bai Feng would show a good attitude, smiling as he sat across from Xiao Chun? To think that I took the initiative to enter this wolf's den. Indeed, if I had such a supreme treasure, I would be in Xiao Chun's position. Thinking of this, Bai Feng could not help feeling happy. He looked at Xiao Chun with a gloating expression. The Withered Leaf City Lord was a swift and decisive person. It did not matter. Xiao Chun had already survived the tribulation of the Black Lotus sect venerate. He was not afraid of this tribulation. Any of the treasures that Xiao Chun handed over was a supreme treasure. After sensing for a while, Xiao Chun discovered that the Qiangqi Beast Ghost Pendant already had Xiao Chun's spiritual mark. It is probably not enough. The white-robed Xiao Chun slaughtered the true inheritors of the 3 great demonic Dao sects before the 3 holy venerates, Bai Feng said casually, revealing all the information about Xiao Chun, expressing his purpose for coming here. Xiao Chun said indifferently, revealing a mocking smile on his face. Then, he took out a medallion and handed it to Xiao Chun. Take my medallion and go to the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation in the residence. You can activate it and leave immediately. This old man will keep his word. I will take one of your supreme treasures and guarantee your safe departure. Aside from this, if you want to go to the Central Great Realm, you can go to the Central Great Realm. Or, if you do not agree, I will kill you and search for it myself. However, the world was vast. Sleeping came first and eating second. The withered leaf city lord received the scarlet beast core and placed it beside the Cheongchi beast ghost pennant. Then, he said indifferently, right now, all the great demonic Dao sects in the Ash Gray Sea are searching for news of you. Who knows how many people want to kill you? If I let you go, I will inevitably be criticized. After you leave, there is no need to care about anything. However, I will have to endure a lot of pressure. After casually choosing an inn in the city, Xiao Chun found out that the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation opened in the middle of every month. Here, Xiao Chun casually ate and drank a table full of food and wine as he muttered to himself about his fortuitous encounter. Withered Leaf City was one of them. How troublesome. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. After thinking about it, he could only assume that his experiences at Myriad Star Mountain had spread. Xiao Chun saw that more than 100 star venerate experts had already gathered at the inn's main entrance. Their clothes were uniform, and their eyes gleamed with killing chi. These were the elites of the army. This was how fate played with people. No matter how overwhelming one's luck was, if one was not careful, the situation could turn around in an instant. It had to be said that Xiao Chun was very astute and thoughtful. Then, he casually set it aside and continued. I believe that you are here for the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation. This Cheongchi Beast Ghost Pennant can spare your life. However, if you want to use the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation, you will have to give me a supreme treasure. This old man will get straight to the point. I cannot take the inheritance of the faux god flame. However, you have to give me one of the 8 supreme treasures that you obtained on the stone pillar with the divine flame. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for you to leave Withered Leaf City. The transportation to the Central Great Realm was not like the transportation between other Great Realms. Only extremely ancient transportation formations could allow direct transportation. 1 hour later, under Bai Feng's lead, Xiao Chun met with Withered Leaf City City Lord. Xiao Chun had just received the medallion when Bai Feng, who was at the side, turned anxious. It looked like Xiao Chun was about to leave. Bai Feng, who was fiddling with the sword monarch grass, showed a startled expression. Just as he was about to say something, Xiao Chun stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. Withered Leaf City's city lord's heart was already set on the supreme treasure that Xiao Chun gave him. He did not even raise his head as he said, "Take care. I won't send you off." This was a peak early stage holy venerate. It was opened only once a month, and it required an astronomical price of spirit stones. Bai Feng's gaze swept through the hall before landing on Xiao Chun. Then, he walked over with a smile. Xiao Chun did not know much about Withered Leaf City. This was all he knew. Immediately, he put on his hand and immediately felt an overwhelming demonic aura spreading throughout his body. Bai Feng's eyelids twitched as he watched from aside. He could not hide the greed in his eyes. The white-robed bladesman carrying the infant instantly became a mysterious person in Withered Leaf City. Chapter 1842. There was only one transboundary teleportation formation in the entire Soaring Dragon County, and it was located in a palace in the central plaza of Soaring Dragon City. The Transrealm Teleportation Formation here was not owned by the Soaring Dragon Marquis. The cross-border dimensional portal was a strategic resource. All the cross-border dimensional portals in Dynasty were controlled by the Imperial family. The Yin Emperor Palace controlled, protected, and maintained them. At this moment, on the Dao platform in the Soaring Dragon City's Inter-Realm Teleportation Formation, countless turbulence surged everywhere. The Daoist gate formed by the circular light screen was extremely unstable. It was on the verge of collapse, as if it would shatter at any moment. Looks like there's a problem. The platform on the other side is in trouble. The few elders of the Waywood formation discussed in low voices, but did not panic. This kind of matter was not strange at all. It was not strange at all. The Transrealm Teleportation Array was a teleportation array that could cross countless great realms and directly teleport one to the central great realm. They were all ancient Tao platforms that were extremely unstable. They needed to be maintained frequently and carefully looked after. Even so, there were still a few failures every 10 years. I wonder which unlucky bastard encountered a malfunction in the Tao platform. How unlucky! A Saint Venerable would have a 30% chance of surviving. If it is a sovereign personage, there's an 80% chance. An old man asked, "What if it's a Star Lord?" "He's definitely going to die," the old man leading the group said with absolute certainty. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a white-robed man with a weak expression walked out from the broken Taoist door. He was carrying a baby on his back. Star-Lord, it really is Star-Lord. The eyes of the old men surrounding the platform were wide open. Each and every one of them was filled with disbelief. Xiaochen wiped off the blood on his lips. Then, he looked around and fixed his gaze on the leading old man. "Might I ask, Senior, if this is the Yinwu Dynasty's Soaring Dragon Marquis?" "Exactly." The red-robed old man was stunned for a moment before he nodded. Xiaochen breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Ignoring the confused gazes of these old men, he walked straight out. After Xiaochen left the palace, the group of old men collected their thoughts and began to discuss among themselves. It really is a Star Venerate. He managed to come out. This is too incredible. How did he survive the spatial reversal? That is something that even holy venerates do not dare to face. The most frightening thing is that he actually successfully arrived at the Soaring Dragon County and was not transported to any other place. The leader of the group entered deep thought. Then, he said, "We need to investigate this person. Immediately use the royal family's darknet to find out everything about him." Xiaochen walked out of the palace and looked at the sky, sighing. It wasn't easy to escape from death. In retrospect, it was truly thrilling. However, things were different now. They had arrived at the Soaring Dragon Marquis, the central great realm. That was birds flying in the vast sky and fish leaping in the vast sea. Is this the central great world? Xiaochen looked around. Apart from being more prosperous, he didn't feel anything different. The only difference was that there were more experts in the city. Star venerates like Xiaochen, who could move about the Grave Island Sea without fear, were not common on the streets. But from time to time, he would run into one or two. Let's find a place to rest. After spending time with the little monk, his luck hadn't been good, and he kept getting injured. Xiaochen would not believe that the little monk's body of misfortune did not affect him at all. After casually finding an inn in the Soaring Dragon Marquis, Xiaochen locked himself in and started to recuperate. This time, Xiaochen needed to return his body to its peak to recover from all his injuries. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed. Xiaochen opened his eyes, and many stars flickered in them. A certain shackle in his body had been broken. His spirit, qi, and energy had improved by another level. The number of stars in his soul pool had doubled. I broke through. Xiaochen's cultivation, which had been stuck at early stage Star Venerate, broke through to middle stage Star Venerate without any bottlenecks. It was not strange for him to break through unintentionally. Xiaochen had been stuck at peak Major Primal Core Realm for too long. His foundation was incredibly firm. The moment he broke through, he reached peak early stage Star Venerate. After that, he experienced several calamities. Taking advantage of the situation to break through was reasonable. After reaching middle stage Star Venerate, advancing to late stage Star Venerate was somewhat difficult. Xiaochen walked out of the cultivation room and arrived at the guest room. The little monk on the bed still had his eyes tightly shut. The little monk showed no signs of waking up. Xiaochen could tell that his bloodline was undergoing some kind of rebirth. It was hard to say when the little monk would wake up. Perhaps he would wake up in the next moment. Perhaps he would not wake up for 8 to 10 years. Anything was possible. It's just a small problem. Xiaochen smiled bitterly and pinched the little monk's cheek. Then, he placed the little monk in his backpack and left the guest room. It was time to go. I had to make good use of the time to send the little monk back to the hidden spirit temple. Carrying the little monk on his back, Xiao Chun left the room. Then, he found the innkeeper and paid for the room before leaving. Xiao Chun glanced around and showed a slightly stunned expression. Then, his gaze landed on a handsome bladesman. However, Xiao Chun did not remember this person. What a familiar aura. This person has the dragon race bloodline and is also a bladesman. It's him. It's that Jiang He who stole the dragon race's supreme treasure and the smiling daughter pavilion's fairy basket in the soaring dragon great realm. It was a small world. What a coincidence. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun ran into the other party here. Xiao Chun walked over with large strides and suddenly appeared. Then he sat down across from Jiang He and placed his saber on the table. Then he picked up a wine cup and poured wine for himself. Friend, I never treat strangers to wine, Jiang He said casually. When he inadvertently raised his head and saw Xiao Chun's appearance, he was stunned for a while. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, Brother Jiang He, we meet again. After Jiang He recovered with much difficulty, his trademark mischievous smile reappeared. Come. It has been 2 years since we last met. Let me see our white-robed bladesman. What improvement did you make? Wow, how scary. Your cultivation actually reached middle stage, star venerate. You really chased after me with all your might. Hey, you even have a son now. Jiang He turned around and stood behind Xiao Chun. When he saw the baby-like little monk, he immediately felt joyful. Come. Let me carry you. Jiang He carried the little monk out and sat down again. Then he exclaimed in surprise, He does not look like you, little brother Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and said, Whatever you say. Slowly, Jiang He noticed something strange. His expression turned increasingly strange. This child is a little strange. How can he have such terrifying sins at such a young age? Xiao Chun looked around and put down his wine cup. This is not the place to talk. Let's go somewhere else. Jiang He nodded. Let's go to the courtyard I rented. All right. After a while, the two arrived at Jiang He's courtyard. Xiao Chun gave a simple explanation of the little monk's origins. Damn, this is the little demonic monk's silver saber? I'll return it to you. After learning about the little monk's origins, Jiang He was startled. He quickly placed the little monk on Xiao Chun's back. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. It looked like the little demonic monk's silver saber was indeed famous. To think that even Jiang He feared him. He is not just famous. There are too many things about him. In the Yanwu dynasty, people might not know who the crown prince is. However, everyone knows about the little demonic monk's silver saber. Jiang He still felt some regret. He kept muttering to himself like a god of misfortune already haunted him. That's enough about me. Let's talk about you. Why did you come to the soaring dragon marquise? You even used a disguise. Are you here to steal again? Xiao Chun was rather calm. He was already used to the little monk's existence. He did not care much about the so-called misfortune. When Jiang He heard that, he sighed. The matter of stealing the fairy basket was exposed. Now, the soaring dragon marquise and the smiling daughter pavilion are chasing me. That's impossible, right? Xiao Chun felt incredibly shocked. After that, he went to the smiling daughter pavilion, but the other party had no clue. Jiang He frowned helplessly and said, It's the heavenly book scholar. The smiling daughter pavilion spent a lot of money to hire the heavenly book scholar to perform a divination in the heavenly mystery tower. Originally, I had already erased the heavenly mysteries of that time. However, I ran into the heavenly book scholar, who calculated all lives. I cannot do anything about it, and I was discovered. So, Jiang He showed a smile on his face. He nearly caused me to die a few times. Of course, I have to get back at him. I heard that the night cloud fan in the heavenly book scholar's hand was his most prized possession, so I stole it for him. I showed him how great it is to scheme against me. Could the heavenly book scholar be in the soaring dragon marquise? Of course. Otherwise, why would I come all the way here? How about it? Do you want to meet this person with me? Jiang He urged as he looked at Xiao Chun's face, a hidden smile on his face. Xiao Chun wondered what Jiang He was thinking. Chapter 1843. These old bones are really unpalatable. The demon blood vulture said with some dissatisfaction as it spat out a storage ring. A holy venerate, withered Leaf City's city lord, was gone just like that. The demon blood vulture swallowed him whole, not even leaving scraps. He was truly pitiful. This pitiful person definitely had something hateful about him. He was so greedy, his desires inflated. Such an outcome could be said to be his own doing and could not be spared. If the demon blood vulture only extorted a Qiongqi beast ghost pennant and then sent Xiaochen away, this would be a fair deal. The Qiongqi beast ghost pennant was a superior grade soul tool carefully selected by the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Its value was very high, and the demon blood vulture profited greatly. Upon seeing the medallion, the guards looked at Xiaochen, and their expressions changed. This was a rare VIP medallion. Without an extraordinary background, one would not be able to obtain it. "Young master, this way, please." One of the guards respectfully led Xiaochen to the Transrealm Transportation Formation in the City Lord's residence. After killing Withered Leaf City's City Lord and by phone, Xiaochen showed a calm expression, not showing any openings. Instead, he even got the Withered Leaf City's City Lord's guard to respectfully lead him to the Transrealm Transportation Formation. It had to be said that this kind of psychological quality was not something an ordinary person could achieve. If an ordinary person killed a holy venerate, it would be impossible for it to not cause a commotion. The moment Xiaochen stepped out of the City Lord's residence, he would be discovered. The result would be death. The City Lord's residence had many experts, far more than ordinary people imagined. The guard led Xiaochen to a place in the City Lord's residence that was heavily guarded with many checkpoints. As this was not the time for the Transrealm Transportation Formation to open yet, there was no one here aside from the City Lord's residence experts. "Senior Ma, someone is carrying the City Lord's VIP medallion and is going to use the Transrealm Transportation Formation," the guard called out when he stopped at a checkpoint. "Medallion." A cold voice came from behind the checkpoint, sounding simple and forceful. Xiaochen took out the medallion and got the guard to bring it over. Soon, he was invited over. After passing the checkpoint, a huge Dao platform appeared before Xiaochen. It was made of ancient divine materials and gave off a faint glow. Flickering superior Great Spirit jades filled the gaps of the Dao platform. The entire platform had a circumference of 1,000 meters, and its surface was carved with mysterious runes that formed a complicated formation. There were many experts near the Dao platform. The scariest ones were the 8 gray-clad old men guarding the surroundings. Without exception, they were all peak late-stage star venerates, existences comparable to holy venerates. A heavy aura floated in the air. Standing in front of this transboundary teleportation array, it made people feel an extremely uncomfortable pressure. The gray-robed man addressed as Senior Ma stood up. He was a holy venerate expert. He walked toward Xiaochen and said, "The token is real. However, you are just an insignificant star venerate. Why did the City Lord give you the VIP token?" Xiaochen's eyes burned like torches as he stared straight at Xiaochen. The might of a holy venerate spread out indistinctly. The pressure it gave off was extremely strong. Xiaochen did not feel pressured at all. He retorted indifferently, "Why don't you go and ask the City Lord yourself?" Senior Ma snorted coldly and tossed the token to Xiaochen. "Humph, don't give me that. In our eyes, the City Lord is just a representative. Quickly tell us where you want to go. We will send you there directly." Senior Ma had only asked casually, not truly suspecting Xiaochen. When he saw Xiaochen's unyielding attitude, he dropped the matter. Xiaochen thought for a while before replying, "The Yanwu dynasty. The Yanwu dynasty is boundlessly vast. Aside from the dynasty's capital, there are 118 provinces. Each province is as large as half a great realm. Which province or county are you going to?" Senior Ma asked somewhat impatiently. Xiaochen did not know which province to go to. If he went directly to the Hidden Spirit Temple, that was unlikely. A demonic Dao city definitely did not have a transboundary transportation formation that led directly to a large Buddhist sect. The two of them were sworn enemies. Soaring Dragon Province, Soaring Dragon County. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun mentioned the only address he knew of in the Yanwu dynasty, the Soaring Dragon Marquis's conferred land. Xiao Chun recalled that Lan Luo's father, the Soaring Dragon Marquis, was the master of that province. No matter what, he would be completely safe after going to the Yanwu Great Realm. He could go anywhere he wanted. At that time, when the little monk woke up, Xiao Chun would not have to worry about him anymore. Xiao Chun wanted to go directly to the Divine Dragon Empire. However, given the little monk's situation, he could only send him back first. After all, it would be much more convenient to go to the Divine Dragon Empire after arriving in the Central Great Realm than to the Divine Dragon Empire from the Ash Gray Sea. Send him over, Senior Ma said expressionlessly. Old Ma said expressionlessly. The 8 old men started forming hand seals together, and the magic arrays on the Tao platform activated one after another. A mysterious pillar of light soared into the clouds. After a long time, sweat continuously dripped down the 8 old men's foreheads. A circular door of light appeared in the center of the Tao platform. The light screen looked like smooth water, glowing like a mirror. Xiao Chun knew that he could reach his destination after passing through the door of light. Xiao Chun pushed off with his feet and gently drifted into the door of light. Just as Xiao Chun entered the door of light, someone suddenly rushed over with a flustered expression. We can't let him leave. The city lord's life medallion shattered. Senior Ma's expression immediately changed. He turned around and said, Quick, stop the trans-realm transportation formation. It's too late. The 8 old men had weak expressions as they spoke with great difficulty. Damn it, Senior Ma roared, and his holy venerate will surged out and crashed into the door of light. Tiny cracks immediately appeared in the water curtain-like door of light. Boom! Senior Ma was not done yet. His aura soared as he threw a palm strike. The palm strike shattered the door of light, turning it into countless figures of light. Pusii. The 8 old men, maintaining the formations, all vomited a mouthful of blood. They immediately suffered a huge backlash and fainted on the Tao platform. Speak. What's going on? Senior Ma shouted coldly, making the person who came to report tremble. The city lord and commander by mysteriously invited this person in today, and even laid a restriction. When he came out, he brought the city lord's distinguished guest medallion. At that time, the city lord's life medallion shattered, but we did not immediately suspect him. After all, he is just a star venerate. Furthermore, Commander Bai was there. The person who came trembled in fear, speaking in a trembling voice. Doubt flashed in Senior Ma's eyes. Even if it were him, he could not imagine that the withered Leaf City city lord would die at Xiao Chen's hands. Even now, Senior Ma did not think that the murderer was Xiao Chun. However, there had to be some connection to this matter. It had to be related to Xiao Chun. Senior Ma was not satisfied with just letting Xiao Chun leave. However, the door of light shattered. Even if this fellow appeared in the Yanwu dynasty, he would not be able to escape death. However, the city lord's death would become a mystery. Chapter 1845. The Book of Lives, the Heavenly Book Scholar. Xiao Chun thought to himself, as the saying goes, the mysteries of heaven cannot be revealed. Is he really that divine? Speaking of which, the dragon-seeking art that Xiao Chun once cultivated and the divination Tao both belong to the profound Tao. Xiao Chun believed in divination of the mysteries of heaven. Xiao Chun, who had reached the peak of the Kunlun realm, had already touched upon the Kunlun heavenly Tao. From there, he could see some of the mysteries of heaven and see the future, such as his fight with Chu Chaoyan. However, even if he knew, many things could not be avoided. This was how fate worked. Xiao Chun did not believe in fate. However, sometimes fate cannot be avoided. How is it? Have you thought it through? Jiang, he looked at Xiao Chun, revealing a look of desire in his eyes. He really hoped that Xiao Chun would go with him. Let's go then. Xiao Chun thought. The little monk has mentioned this person several times. There is no harm in meeting him. Let's go. It looked like Jiang, he was already impatient to leave. The Heavenly Mystery Tower was a famous building in Soaring Dragon City. After leaving the inn, one could see the towering tower in the distance when they looked up. The tower's tip pierced the clouds, and a resplendent pearl was embedded at the top. The pearl gave off electric light in all directions, adding to its mysteriousness. Xiao Chun casually waved, and the cycle war chariot appeared. Then, it turned into a black chariot and quickly carried the two to their destination. While the chariot looked very close, when they actually walked, they had to cross several streets. The chariot traveled for 1 hour before finally arriving near the Heavenly Mystery Tower. Even with the cycle war chariot speed, they still had to travel for another hour. However, they still had not left this area. This showed how vast Soaring Dragon City was, somewhat inconceivably large. When the two got off the chariot, they discovered that the Heavenly Mystery Tower's doors were tightly shut. However, a large group of people gathered in front of the tower. These were probably all people who wanted to meet the Heavenly Book Scholar. Jiang He rubbed his chin and said, "This is unfortunate. The Heavenly Mystery Tower is actually closed. Is there any other way in?" Jiang He looked around as if he did not want to take the usual route. Xiao Chan stopped him and said, "There seems to be something in front of the door. These people should be looking at it. Is that so? Go over and take a look. Make way, make way." Jiang He squeezed in without saying a word, and those who were pushed away were furious. Still, as the saying goes, one does not slap a smiling face. Hence, Jiang He smiled apologetically, and hence led Xiao Chun to the front of the crowd. "It's a notice." There was a notice pasted on the door. It was very simple and clear. "Honored guests are here today. The Heavenly Book Scholar will not see outsiders. The Heavenly Mystery Tower will open at dusk." Xiao Chun looked up at the sky. It was not noon yet. If they waited until dusk, they would have to wait for more than half a day. What distinguished guest! Even if you do not want to meet the Heavenly Book Scholar, you can meet the other fortune tellers. Why do you have to close your doors? This is really strange. Perhaps it really is an esteemed guest who has arrived and does not want others to know his identity. There is no lack of such major characters in Soaring Dragon City. Could it be someone from the Marquis's residence? When they saw the notice, the people from all over started talking all at once. If it was a distinguished guest, there was naturally no one in Soaring Dragon City who had a more distinguished status than the people in the Marquis's mansion. However, that was hard to say. There were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the Yinwu dynasty. Who knew who it was, coming from afar to seek an audience with the Heavenly Book Scholar? There had been such examples in the past. "Come out first." Jiang He led Xiao Qin out and arrived at a desolate place. Then, he stared at the Heavenly Mystery Tower and entered deep thought. Xiao Chun observed Jiang He's expression and said, "You can't be thinking of sneaking in, right?" Jiang He retorted boldly, "Of course. In my plan, I have already taken into account such a situation. When an esteemed guest arrives, it is the time to focus on divination. To me, this is a heaven-sent opportunity." Xiao Chun shook his head, not thinking much of it. Just by looking at this Heavenly Mystery Tower, one would feel that it was not simple. Aside from the doors, there were no other entrances. The walls of the tower were tightly sealed, not leaving any gaps or even windows. It was basically impossible to sneak in without anyone noticing. Furthermore, it was currently daytime. There were many people nearby, making it even more difficult. "How are you going to enter?" "Of course, by walking in openly." Jiang He smiled mysteriously. Then, he took out a talisman and handed it to Xiao Chun. "I found this in an ancient grave. I do not know which epoch it is from, but there are only 3 of them. They can temporarily immaterialize your body for 15 minutes. That should be enough for us to enter." After receiving the talisman, Xiao Chun felt slightly shocked. "Your talisman is no less valuable than the folding fan in his hand. Is it worth it?" "That folding fan is the Heavenly Book Scholar's lifeblood. To me, the talisman is just a tool that I can casually give away. There is no comparison between the two." Jiang He stuck the talisman on his body. Then, Xiao Chun immediately discovered that Jiang He vanished from before his eyes. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun used his soul energy to activate the talisman and stuck it on his body as well. He thought to himself, using such a precious item like this is truly a waste. Only someone like Jiang He, who did not care about anything, could be so calm. "Let's go." Although Xiao Chun could not see the other party, He could hear Jiang He's voice projection. He pressed forward courageously, passing through the crowd and going through the door. The immaterialized two easily passed through the door riddled with restrictions, not causing any commotion. Let's be faster. The Heavenly Book Scholar has been performing divination on the 8th floor. The talisman only lasted for 15 minutes. They had to hurry. Otherwise, it would be problematic if they were exposed midway. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two moved quickly, passing through many restrictions and moving under the watchful eyes of many experts. His movements were unimpeded, and he was advancing at a much faster pace than he had expected. This saved them a lot of time and brought them to the 8th floor. It's in the west. Go straight, turn left, turn right, we arrived. It looked like Jiang He was very familiar with the situation here. In less than 15 minutes, Xiao Chun and Jiang He arrived at the room where the Heavenly Book Scholar performed divination. Two plain wooden doors stood ajar at the end of the path. Strange. Aren't we going to meet an honored guest? Why is there no one guarding the room? Why is there no sound coming from inside? Xiao Chun felt curious. His immaterialized body passed through the wooden doors and arrived at the Heavenly Book Scholar's room. The furnishings in the room gave off an ancient charm, looking very elegant. There was a white piece of paper spread out on the desk, and a maidservant was grinding it. Beside her was a white-robed scholar, who was fanning himself with his eyes closed. There was no one on the opposite chair. Xiao Chun wondered if the honored guest had already left or if the honored guest had never been here. Sit, the white-clad scholar suddenly said, revealing a smile on his delicate and pale face as he raised his head to look at Xiao Chun. You can see me? This startled Xiao Chun when he heard that. There was still a long way to go before the time limit was up. Why can I see you? The white-clad scholar closed the folding fan in his hand and revealed a playful expression. Ghostly shadow bandit, where are you trying to run? Whoosh, whoosh. 10 odd experts suddenly appeared in the originally empty room, blocking Xiao Chen's path. Humph. You did not expect such a day to come, right? Jiang He? The Heavenly Book Scholar foresaw that you would walk right into our trap today. Hand over my smiling daughter pavilion's fairy basket, and my Sun Moon pavilion's holy sky treasure mirror, and my Jiang clan's clan head's jade underworld sword. That is the only sole tool of my Jiang clan. The 10 odd people all felt indignant at this injustice, their rage unquenchable. The murderous intent in their eyes nearly spewed out as flames. Damn it, I got tricked. From the start to the end, there were no honored guests. It was just the Heavenly Book Scholar setting up the trap for Jiang He, having predicted that he would come today. However, the one who tricked Xiao Chun was Jiang He. The Heavenly Book Scholar had tampered with the talisman he gave to Xiao Chun. Before the time limit was up, the effects vanished. Xiao Chun said calmly, I am not Jiang He. I am Xiao Chun. Huh. Who does not know that Xiao Chun is Jiang He and Jiang He is Xiao Chun? Ghostly shadow bandit, when you stole my clan's jade underworld sword, didn't you use Xiao Chen's name? One of the old men holding a sword looked coldly at Xiao Chun, showing a mocking expression. With the Heavenly Book Scholar here today, no matter how flawless your disguise is, you can forget about quibbling. Hurry up and hand over the treasures you stole. I can sense that my smiling daughter pavilion's fairy basket is indeed in his hands. Just at this moment, a pretty woman in her prime looked at Xiao Chun while holding the fairy basket. She could no longer hold back her murderous intent. Good. This is great. There is no way for me to explain myself. White is black. Xiao Chun turned around and looked at the Heavenly Book Scholar. Then he said, since you are known as the Book of Accounts, knowing everything, why don't you make a divination? Am I Jiang He? Right now, Xiao Chun could only rely on the Heavenly Book Scholar. He hoped that the other party was reliable. From the start to the end, the white-clad scholar did not say anything. However, some doubt appeared in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Chun. You still need to make a divination? If you're not the ghostly shadow bandit, how are you going to explain the fairy basket in your hand? The fairy basket of my smiling daughter pavilion's branch is just a replica. The feeling from the original in my hand cannot be fake. That pretty woman in her prime spoke in an incredibly forceful manner, looking like she wanted to take down Xiao Chun on the spot. When the others heard this, their killing chi intensified. They all looked at Xiao Chun with extremely hostile gazes. Everyone, there is no need to be in such a rush. Once he enters the heavenly mystery tower, he will be like a turtle in a jar. He will not be able to escape. The heavenly book scholar said slowly, "Whether he is or not, I will know once I make a divination." Right after the heavenly book scholar spoke, stars flickered in his eyes. He held the fan in his right hand and performed divination with his left. As the heavenly book scholar executed his divination, the white paper on the table slowly floated up. Xiao Qin's expression changed slightly. He felt like he could no longer hide any secrets before this pair of eyes. A mysterious energy invisibly encased Xiao Qin's body. Stars flickered in the heavenly book scholar's eyes, looking like the vast and boundless starry heavens. Stars were continuously destroyed before being reborn. It was like the supreme principles of the universe were all in the heavenly book scholar's eyes. "It's really him," someone suddenly exclaimed. The white paper, floating in the air, slowly revealed a portrait of a person. It was the portrait of Jiang He when Xiao Chun first met him. This stunned Xiao Chun. "How can this be? How can I not know who I am? That's not right." Suddenly, the heavenly book scholar's expression changed slightly. Someone had secretly tampered with the aura of the person before him. However, the heavenly book scholar was horrified to discover a horrifying existence in this person's fate. It was unfathomable and unfathomable. The heavenly book scholar wanted to stop, but it was already too late. Pussy-eye. The heavenly book scholar vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted. "Young master." The maidservant at the side showed an anxious expression. The portrait floating in the air burned and turned into ashes. "Take him down. He wants to attack the heavenly book scholar." The situation instantly worsened. 10 odd holy venerates launched themselves at Xiao Chun at the same time. Chapter 1846. Even the ledger keeper of the common people can't find my innocence. Xiao Chun felt somewhat speechless. Then he turned his head to look at the 10 holy venerates surrounding him. What exactly did this Jiang he steal? To think that he provoked a group of holy venerates into being so unreasonable. For one to become a holy venerate, one's mental state and intelligence were clearly high. However, rage clearly got to Jiang He's head now, wanting to kill Xiao Chun first. Jiang He definitely could not defeat 10 holy venerates. He could only defeat them with his wits, not force. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he landed behind the unconscious heavenly book scholar. Then he knocked out the anxious, pretty maidservant with a palm strike. Then he carried the heavenly book scholar's body and used it as a shield. Shameless! The group of holy venerates immediately held back for fear of harming the heavenly book scholar. Ghostly Shadow Bandit, quickly release the heavenly book scholar, and we can still let you die a quick death. Otherwise, it will be hard for you to die. The old man whose clan's sole tool was stolen by Jiang, he cursed endlessly, feeling incredibly frustrated. Xiao Chun sensed for a while. Right now, the entire heavenly mystery tower was startled. The experts in the tower were rushing over. In fact, there were even a few extremely terrifying auras that were rapidly rushing over. This place was not suitable for them to linger. If they did, they would definitely die. Boom! Xiao Chun could not be bothered with this group of people who kept shouting at him, but did not dare to step forward. Xiao Chun turned around and punched the wall. He activated 30% of his blue dragon bloodline and infused it with 20 cauldron force. A dragon roar immediately rang out, and the force of his punch blasted a hole in the wall. Whoosh! Nearly the instant Xiao Chun punched, Xiao Chun carried the little monk and the heavenly book scholar on his back and rushed out of the hole. After him, the holy venerates behind were stunned for a moment, feeling somewhat shocked. The force of Xiao Chen's punch actually blasted a hole in the heavenly mystery tower's wall. This was simply incredible. After startling to their senses, the holy venerates quickly moved and gave chase. "Stay behind." A mysterious expert leaped out of the top floor of the Heavenly Mystery Tower and chased after Shao Chun. A will burst out from the center of his brows, which surged forward with the heavenly might. What a fellow! The person who came was a peak late-stage, holy venerate expert. Shao Chun did not dare to clash head-on. He unfurled his blue dragon divine wings, and his speed suddenly soared, allowing him to dodge this holy venerate will in advance. He circulated the heavenly hard art, and the heavenly eye on his forehead opened. Shao Chun took out the Soul Slayer bow. In the blink of an eye, he condensed arrows with his heart flame and shot out 10-odd arrows. Electric light flickered on the blue dragon divine wings. With a gentle flap, thunder and lightning roared endlessly. He pushed Shao Chun's Thunder Great Dao to its limits. With his nimble body, swift speed, and the heart's fire arrow. Using his own strength, Shao Chun blocked the many experts behind him, widening the distance between him and the other party. Who is that person? To think that he kidnapped the Heavenly Book Scholar. Aren't you meeting an important guest? Why did someone kidnap the Heavenly Book Scholar? What's going on? The Heavenly Book Scholar calculated all lives. How could he be kidnapped? Could it be that there is someone that he cannot figure out? This sudden scene immediately caused an uproar among the cultivators below the pagoda. After pulling away, before Shao Chun could catch his breath, he felt many terrifying wills soar up from various directions in soaring Dragon City. These wills headed in the direction of the Heavenly Mystery Tower. The number of hidden experts in the city was truly terrifying. Shao Chun quickly put on the Death God mask and activated the secret technique on the mask clone. Activating the secret technique on the mask doppelganger, the two doppelgangers landed on the ground. Then, Shao Chun executed the secret technique again. The void mask took advantage of the instant his body immaterialized to quickly hide his true body. He used the mask to create a fake body to attract the pursuers. At this moment, no one noticed that a figure suddenly appeared at the top of the Heavenly Mystery Tower. This figure smiled faintly as he looked at the huge pearl crystal embedded in the top of the Heavenly Mystery Tower. He, this subdivine crystal is mine. This person was Jiang He. While everyone was distracted by Shao Chun, he appeared silently. Jiang He looked at the Heavenly Mystery Tower experts and the holy venerates being chased by the other factions. Then, he said, "Brother Shao Chun, sorry. I'll explain to you later." Right after Jiang He spoke, he quickly removed the subdivine crystal at lightning speed. The instant the subdivine crystal was removed, the skies suddenly turned dark. The expressions of the experts chasing Shao Chun's fake body changed drastically. When they looked back, they were startled. The subdivine crystal that had stood in the Heavenly Mystery Tower for more than 1,000 years was actually taken away. The crowd burst into another commotion. To think that someone dared to steal something from the Heavenly Mystery Tower. Was he not afraid of death? After stealing the Heavenly Mystery Tower's subdivine crystal, even if one ran to the ends of the world, one would still be found. One could offend many factions and experts in the Yenwu dynasty. However, everyone acknowledged that the Heavenly Mystery Tower and the Yin Emperor Palace were two super factions that could not be offended. Damn it, that's a fake body. When the crowd finally caught up to Shao Chun's fake body after putting in all their effort, they all vomited blood in frustration. We let the ghostly shadow bandit escape again. It turns out that his target is that subdivine crystal. It looks like he has an accomplice. This ghostly shadow bandit is becoming increasingly arrogant. He is even targeting the Heavenly Mystery Tower. However, when did the ghostly shadow bandit obtain a pair of dragon wings? How come I have never seen them before? The chain of events was filled with mysteries and strangeness, confusing the group of people chasing after Shao Chun. The Heavenly Mystery Tower turned chaotic at this moment. The subdivine crystal, which powered the entire Heavenly Mystery Tower, had been taken away. Many of the formations malfunctioned. Some formations that needed to continuously replenish energy were destroyed on the spot. The entire tower turned pitch black. Everyone felt incredibly confused. The most important thing was that the Heavenly Book Scholar the pagoda master, was kidnapped. Without a leader, the situation became even more chaotic. The news of the heavenly book scholar being kidnapped and the ghostly shadow bandit stealing the subdivine crystal quickly spread to the various major factions in the city. Such a major matter had not happened in Soaring Dragon City for a very long time already. The Marquis's residents immediately learned of the news and reported it. Even the Soaring Dragon Marquis himself was startled. Xiao Chun, who could catch his breath for now, immediately brought the heavenly book scholar to Jiang He's hidden courtyard. Xiao Chun had a feeling that Jiang He would return. This was because this place was the safest. The formations he laid could erase the mysteries of heaven, preventing others from divining it. After looking around the courtyard, Xiao Chun thought for a while. Then, he placed the heavenly book scholar on a stool at a stone table in the courtyard. Xiao Chun placed the folding fan in his right hand on the stone table with his back to the door. Time passed quietly. Xiao Chun closed his eyes and waited quietly. When the sky turned dark, footsteps came from outside. Xiao Chun quickly opened his eyes. Jiang He, who was in a good mood, immediately felt stunned when he pushed the door open. What entered Jiang He's eyes was the heavenly book scholar's back. He exclaimed hoarsely, "That's impossible. I already laid a heaven-bewildering formation here. You cannot possibly divinate it. You lost." The heavenly book scholar, who should have continued sleeping, suddenly turned around and waved his folding fan. The door behind Jiang He suddenly closed tightly. Flowing lights spread out in the entire courtyard, and countless figures flickered. With the heavenly book scholar's fan, the heaven-bewildering formation suddenly turned into a heaven-sealing formation, directly sealing off this space. Interesting. When did you wake up? Originally, Xiao Chun had been prepared to take advantage of Jiang He's stunned state to instantly restrain him and force him to explain what had happened to give him an explanation. If there was no reasonable explanation, Xiao Chun would not hesitate to kill the other party. Who knew? Xiao Chun miscalculated, and the heavenly book scholar woke up prematurely. Damn! Jiang He was startled by Xiao Chun's sudden appearance. He was even more shocked than when the heavenly book scholar appeared. Are you not going to explain to me what's going on with this talisman? Xiao Chun asked as he looked at Jiang He, taking out the talisman that had already lost its effect. Jiang He smiled embarrassedly. This, I'll speak on his behalf. He made a bet with me. He said that he would perfectly extract the heavenly mystery tower's subdivine crystal within 1 month. If he lost, I would help him make a divination. I divined that he would come to extract it today. However, I did not see that you were a variable. I could not tell you because I would know if I did. While I could not divine what happened to you, I could divine what happened to him. However, he did not expect you to be a variable, either. Not only did you manage to escape the pursuit of so many holy venerates, but you even brought me here. The heavenly book scholar stood up and spoke leisurely. He gently fanned himself, appearing calm and collected, giving off an aura of being in control of the situation. Hence, he still lost. No one can leave my heaven-sealing formation. I have the final say in everything. Hand over the substandard god crystals and the things you stole. Pusiat. However, right after the heavenly book scholar spoke, a hole instantly appeared in the heaven-sealing formation in the sky. Xiao Chun put down the soul slayer bow, and the heart flame on his finger vanished. Then, he looked at the heavenly book scholar and said, "It does not seem as incredible as you make it out to be. A casual arrow can create a hole. Heart force? That's not right. If it were heart force, the heaven-sealing formation would have been destroyed long ago." The heavenly book scholar's expression changed. He silently circulated his divination skills, wanting to continue attacking. However, the moment the heavenly book scholar moved, he discovered a terrifying aura locking down on him. If he moved rashly, he would die in the next moment. Who has the final say now? Xiao Chun asked indifferently after he switched out the Soul Slayer bow for the God Shadow bow and aimed it at the heavenly book scholar. You. The heavenly book scholar had never felt so sullen before. After a long time, he squeezed out a word through clenched teeth. The heavenly book scholar did not miss anything. Even if a sovereign personage came, that sovereign personage would not show him any respect. Yet, The heavenly book scholar ran into Xiao Chun, who broke his heaven-sealing formation without saying a word. This was a resounding slap to the heavenly book scholar, who had just gained control of the situation. Before he could think of a solution, Xiao Chun took out a soul tool. This was truly unreasonable and extremely tyrannical. "Who has lost now?" Xiao Chun asked. The heavenly book scholar's expression changed slightly. However, when he saw the god shadow bow in Xiao Chun's hand, he said with a sullen expression, "Me." As the saying goes, if one admits a bet, one must be willing to admit defeat. "I did not force you, right?" A smile appeared on Xiao Chun's icy face. However, he did not put away the god shadow bow, continuing to lock down on the heavenly book scholar. Xiao Chun, he felt warmth in his heart. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun would still help him at this moment. "Stop wasting time. Hurry up. Since I was willing to accompany you despite knowing that you wanted to steal his folding fan, I already had the intention of helping you. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, I will naturally help you to the end." Xiao Chun did not waste any words. He quickly expressed his thoughts and urged Jiang He. "Many thanks," Jiang He said seriously. Then he walked over to the heavenly book scholar and told him about his divination. Chapter 1847. Heavenly Book Scholar, you are known as the Book of Life, able to divine everything in the world. Let me ask you something. Who will be the next Dragon Emperor? Right after Jiang He spoke, Xiao Chun's expression changed. What great ambition! Could it be that Jiang He wants to vie for the Dragon Emperor position as well? When the heavenly book scholar heard that, he revealed a mocking expression. What kind of luck is contained in the words Dragon Emperor? Who would dare to casually divine it? You're also someone who knows divination techniques. To think that you would make such a request. I overestimated you. Even if I use my lifespan to divine it, the results will be cryptic and hard to understand. Jiang He said, "Naturally, I know that. I already brought natural treasures to replenish my lifespan. Just do your best to divine it for me." After saying that, Jiang He took out a brocade box from his storage ring and opened it for the heavenly book scholar to see. Pure water, white lotus. The heavenly book scholar received the brocade box and no longer hesitated. "You are really persistent. In that case, I'll do as you wish." The heavenly book scholar gently flapped his folding fan and looked up at the starry sky. The stars in his eyes seemed to reflect on the starry heavens. Xiao Chun opened his heavenly eye and looked up. He discovered that the star chart above seemed to move mysteriously. The heavenly book scholar's eyes seemed to see through the mysteries of heaven. His soul landed on the mysterious river of fate. After a while, the heavenly book scholar gave off a terrifying aura. It was like he had the mandate of heaven on him. Even Xiao Chun and Jiang He felt a deep fear from the aura that the heavenly book scholar gave off. The god shadow bow in the heavenly book scholar's hand trembled slightly. Sensing a threat, it actually took the initiative to draw on Xiao Chun's soul energy. A pair of scarlet wings silently unfurled on the god shadow bow's sides. The god shadow bow took on a form that Xiao Chun had never seen before. The entire bow flowed with light, and the holy beast carved on it seemed to move. The heavenly book scholar is stronger than I imagined. He is not as weak as he looks. Xiao Chun thought to himself, when I fought the Black Lotus demonic ancestor in the past, the god shadow, Bao, did not show such a mysterious phenomenon. Naturally, the Black Lotus demonic ancestor was stronger than the heavenly book scholar. It could only be said that the heavenly book scholar grasped a terrifying taboo energy, but could not casually use it. Hua! The light on the heavenly book scholar's body shattered like glass, turning into countless shards that gathered in the air. What did you see? Jiang He asked somberly, knowing that the divination results were out. Tiance's complexion was pale, and he was extremely weak. He did not say anything, only holding his folding fan and casually swiping it across the stone table. As the saying went, the mysteries of heaven could not be revealed. Naturally, the heavenly book scholar would not reveal everything he saw. It was just a casual stroke, and how much Jiang He could comprehend would depend on himself. This is a saber mark that you simulated. Are you trying to say that the next Dragon Emperor will be a good saber user? Among the outstanding young talents of the dragon race, aside from the willow leaf saber, I am the next best. Jiang, he muttered to himself. Could it be that the next Dragon Emperor will be Lu Riyue? In history, the dragon race did have female emperors. With Lu Riyue's talent and elegance, she did indeed have the potential to become the Dragon Emperor. The Heavenly Book scholar remained expressionless as he said indifferently, "What I want to say is all in this stroke. There is no need for you to continue asking me." "Thank you." Zhang He did not bother saying anything else. He took out the subdivine crystal and handed it to the Heavenly Book scholar. After casually receiving the subdivine crystal, the Heavenly Book scholar looked at Xiao Chun and said, "Friend, you can put away your bow, right?" Xiao Chun smiled faintly and put the god shadow bow back into his storage ring. Then he walked over to the stone table and looked at the mark, entering deep thought. It was indeed a saber mark. Xiao Chun and Jiang, he were both peak bladesmen. They could tell what mark the Heavenly Book scholar wanted to simulate with one glance. However, this saber mark might not indicate that the next Dragon Emperor would be a bladesman. After the divination ended, the Heavenly Book scholar retrieved the subdivine crystal. Then, he stood up to leave. When the Heavenly Book scholar saw Xiao Chun, he paused for a moment before sitting down again. "I will give you a word for free. Although I cannot perform a divination for you, I can give you a word." Word reading. Brother Xiao Chun, the Heavenly Book scholar, first became famous because he read the words of the three princes of the dynasty. Jiang He explained from the side. The Heavenly Book scholar's word reading was also excellent. Or rather, it should be said that this was his specialty. The Heavenly Book scholar took out paper, ink, brush, and inkstone. Then he said, "Please." Xiao Chun picked up the brush and entered deep thought. However, he did not know what to write. After staring for a while, he dipped the brush in ink and did not stop writing. Then, he wrote a word without hesitation. "Moon." The Heavenly Book scholar looked at Xiao Chun curiously and asked, "What do you want?" "To seek peace of mind." "Haha. In that case, it looks like you will not get it. The road ahead is hard to break, and it is hard to find peace of mind." The Heavenly Book scholar smiled faintly as he fanned himself with his folding fan after looking at Xiao Chun's handwriting. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. "What do you mean? If one wants peace of mind, one has to be upright and bright, without any shadows. Without the moon, how can one's heart be at peace? Now, look at your handwriting. The writing is casual, but it is clean, decisive, and straightforward. Your eyes and expressions can lie, but your words cannot. You must have a firm and resolute character, someone who kills decisively. Now look at your final stroke. There should be a hook when you write the word moon. However, there is none. It plunges straight down like a sharp saber, neat and tidy, looking grand and majestic as it falls from the sky, looking like a sovereign descending from the nine heavens. This moon is like fire, watered by hot-bloodedness and lofty sentiments. It burns fiercely, comparable to the blazing sun. This moon is like a saber, dazzling with saber light, pressuring with pride and sharpness. Naturally, the Heavenly Book scholar would not casually give conclusion. He had his own reasoning and origins. Jiang He felt somewhat confused. No matter how you look at it, these are all merits. Why is the conclusion so different? The Heavenly Book scholar replied indifferently. That is because of what he seeks. How can a heart burning without hesitation be at peace? How can a proud and aloof saber be willing to be mediocre, unhindered by the world? If you seek riches and honor, fame, or righteousness, they're all good words. However, what you seek is peace of mind. This heart cannot be at peace. As Xiao Chun looked at the word moon on the white paper, he felt slightly stunned, not saying anything. However, Jiang He asked on Xiao Chun's behalf, "Is there a way to break it?" Naturally, there is. This moon is like fire, burning fiercely, eager to soar into the sky. It does not want to stop for even half a step. Just stay here. As long as this moon does not rise, you will be at peace. The Heavenly Book scholar seemed to have expected this question. He smiled faintly and casually spoke of a way to break it. As the white-clad scholar waved his folding fan, He looked very graceful. Xiao Chun had not expected the other party to see so much from just the word moon. As for whether it was accurate or not, that would depend on whether one believed it or not. Goodbye. The Heavenly Book Scholar closed his folding fan and performed a cupped fist salute, appearing extremely carefree. Wait a moment, Xiao Chun suddenly said softly. The Heavenly Book Scholar's expression changed slightly as he asked, "What is it?" "There's no rush. I will not take out the God Shadow Bow again. I want to ask you something. A few months ago, did you receive a young monk with delicate features and divine a fortuitous encounter for him?" "So what if I did?" "Nothing much. It's just that the little monk is not happy and wants to have a heart-to-heart talk with you." The little demonic monk's silver saber? Shock flashed in the Heavenly Book Scholar's eyes. People like him, who were proficient in divination and deducing the mysteries of heaven, were the ones he was most unwilling to meet. After walking the divination path, one would naturally have a deep belief in the heavenly Tao and fate. When a calamity came knocking, nothing good would come out of it. The Heavenly Book Scholar showed a doubtful expression as he looked around and did not see anyone. He smiled and said, "Young master, please don't joke around." Xiao Chun smiled and said, "I never joke around." Bang! Right after the Heavenly Book Scholar spoke, the little monk leaped out of the bag on Xiao Chun's back. Then his tender little fist instantly landed on the Heavenly Book Scholar's face. "I ended up like this because I listened to your nonsense. I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death." The little monk's baby-like face did its best to make an angry expression. However, no matter how hard it tried, it still looked incredibly cute when paired with that tender little face. The little monk's tiny fist striking the Heavenly Book Scholar's face looked more like an affectionate gesture. However, the Heavenly Book Scholar was in unbearable pain. He clutched his head and scurried around in a sorry state, no longer looking like an elegant scholar. Upon seeing the Heavenly Book Scholar's appearance, Xiao Chun felt somewhat pleased. What he hated the most were people who deliberately mystified others and put on airs. Xiao Chun felt upset, but it was not to the point where he would make a move to teach the Heavenly Book Scholar a lesson. The little monk, who had just woken up and received a voice projection from Xiao Chun, was the most suitable person to make a move. However, when Xiao Chun's gaze fell on the white paper on the stone table, the smile on his face slowly dimmed. Out of curiosity, Xiao Chun had not expected to end up with a divination that made his heart uneasy and his future difficult. He hoped that it was just a casual remark. Chapter 1848. Why? Why am I so unlucky? Xiao Chun nonchalantly spat out these 3 words. I don't know. The instant I raised my brush, I thought of the word moon. Perhaps I have a fate with the moon in my life. Many of the martial techniques I cultivate are related to the moon. The person I like has the moon in his name as well. However, such a person actually had the same goal as him. One contained a great horror in the heavenly mysteries, which could not be divined. The other did not need to be divined. He was horrifying in the first place. Xiao Chun's words sounded a little awkward, but his meaning was clear. Not only could they not become close friends, but they might even become mortal enemies. The little monk's tender head appeared on Xiao Chun's shoulder. He scratched his head and said in confusion, Xiao Chun was not such a person. He was very clear on his own heart. He would not hide it from Jiang, even if he did not want to. Interesting. No wonder I got along so well with you the moment I saw you. Aside from the so-called mixed blood dragon bloodline, as bladesmen, you actually have the same goal. It's just a small injury. It's not a big deal. Next time, be gentler. Jiang He, who was at the side, gaped in shock. Brother Xiao, aren't you being too calm? Xiao Chun's observation was very meticulous, and he sharply noticed something else. Seeing the little monk's angry appearance, he looked very cute. Jiang He laughed heartlessly. Big brother, are you all right? I want to be the Dragon Emperor. Pussy eye. Speaking of which, the two of you are staring at each other and doing your best to look fierce. However, there is no killing chi or will of soul infused into your auras. Is this the legendary exchange of glances? This little monk doesn't understand. Fate made fools of people. Sometimes it was really speechless when it came to the heavens. Just as Jiang He was about to speak, The three's expressions suddenly changed. The two looked away awkwardly, no longer daring to look at each other. They simply could not accept this. The contrast was too great. I'm used to it. However, Xiao Chun had no intention of stopping there. He looked straight at Jiang He and said seriously, "Let's go." He looked straight at Jiang He and said seriously, not caring about what he said at all. Perhaps. The scene suddenly changed. The infant-looking little monk made the situation somewhat awkward. Xiao Chun gently wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. His expression did not change at all as he focused on the words he wrote. He raised his head and looked at the sky. In the night sky, several powerful auras were rapidly gathering towards this place. Even so, Jiang He was still shocked. Just how much luck did it take to subdue the little monk? The little monk on Xiao Chen's back was like a cat. He patted Xiao Chen's back and stuck his head out like a curious baby. Jiang He felt stunned. Then he smiled and said, "It's not that I want to say this, but Brother Xiao, while you have the dragon race's bloodline, you are not one of the 6-color divine dragons. It's good to have such ideals, but don't take them seriously." Flowing light flickered in all directions, and a heaven-sealing formation dissipated on its own. Then, its figure flashed as it flew away. Compared to the slap that almost took his life in the underground world, it was not worth mentioning. Who was it that ascended to the throne of the Dragon Emperor in the end? The Heavenly Book Scholar showed a sullen expression as he folded up his folding fan and waved it a few times. That was not possible. If they fought for the position of Dragon Emperor, they would definitely become mortal enemies. As their gazes clashed in the air, sparks appeared. The path of kingship, the Dragon Emperor's throne. The little monk said in his childish voice, choking with emotion, "Haha, the little demonic monk Silver Saber, you finally live up to your name. Ha!" It was best to make some things clear in advance. If they were really competitors, there was no need to be secretive. The Heavenly Book Scholar, whose face was swollen, stood up in a sorry state. He looked at Xiao Chun and then at the little monk. This was truly an unrivaled combination. Strange. It looked like there was something difficult to say. Along the way, blood dripped from the tip of the saber, leaving behind a long mark. The saber mark vanished, and a saber light soared up like a flame, forming a light screen. However, when the Heavenly Book Scholar left the courtyard, he discovered that Xiao Chun, Jiang He, and the little monk completely ignored his existence. Xiao Chun answered honestly, not hiding anything. The two looked straight at each other. At this moment, the two, who were already very close, became somewhat unusual. Xiao Chun picked up the little monk's doo-doo and tied it up like a kitten's bell. The little monk cried out as his limbs flailed about. The combination of these two demonic geniuses was truly unrivaled. Never be surprised when you are with a little monk. Nothing unexpected can happen. This startled the little monk. He quickly stopped flailing about, lying quietly in the bag. Jiang He consoled. Actually, there's no need to mind it. That ledger of lives is not omniscient and omnipotent. I believe that Brother Xiao will be able to achieve what you want and find peace of mind. Go ahead and do what you want to do. There is no need to stop. Jiang He revealed a mocking smile. However, he did not know whether he was mocking himself or Xiao Chun. The moment I switched the heaven-bewildering formation to the heaven-sealing formation, it could no longer stop the Heavenly Mystery Tower's great sages from divining. If there is any trouble later, don't blame it on me. When that person turned around, the scene suddenly vanished and the light screen shattered. This made the Heavenly Book Scholar, who felt neglected for the first time, depressed. A mysterious phenomenon immediately appeared. When Xiao Chun heard that, he smiled and said, "It seems like you have an unranked bloodline as well. Get up. Stop stepping on my words." Seeing that Xiao Chun was still looking at the moon character on the paper, Jiang He asked out of curiosity, "Brother Xiao, why are you writing the moon character?" "That's not right. I'm a curious baby in the first place." Xiao Chun felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. So, he fell asleep and woke up as a baby. Then, he leaped up and landed on the stone table. The scene of two outstanding talents fighting against each other, the indescribable hatred instantly crumbled. It seemed like Jiang He's words contained something that he could not say. After beating up the heavenly book scholar for 15 minutes, the little monk's anger subsided slightly. It was not that Xiao Chun was calm enough. He was really used to it. The little monk felt depressed and frustrated. He swung his fist around, randomly hammering Xiao Chen's back. The situation turned even more awkward. Jiang He's expression changed slightly. His smile faded, and his expression turned cold, turning grave. However, just as Jiang He focused, the scene flickered. In the next moment, he saw only a person's feet walking towards the Dragon Emperor's throne. Even though the heavenly book of life had always been calm and unruffled, controlling the situation with a wave of his fan, the heavenly book of life was not able to do so. What do you think? So what if he vomited blood? However, he still could not change the fate of being tossed into the undergarment by Xiao Chun. There were very few bladesmen that could catch Xiao Chen's eye. There were even fewer that he could befriend. However, Jiang He was undoubtedly one of those few. The trouble that the heavenly book scholar mentioned had arrived. The scene on the light screen flickered. An ancient throne sat at the end of the continuous steps. Xiao Chen sat down again and looked at the saber mark that the heavenly book scholar left behind. Then, he reached out and caressed it. Jiang He said, "I'm different." Xiao Chun grunted and vomited a mouthful of blood, showing a pained expression. However, he could not do anything to these two demonic geniuses, one big and one small. He could only hide far away. Are you serious? However, Xiao Chun was certain that the final contenders were the three bladesmen. Xiao Chun countered. He did not want to see such a situation happen. However, sometimes he cannot avoid it. Three blurry figures, each radiating a powerful saber intent, held their sabers and ran up the steps with all their might. Xiao Chen's sudden question made Jiang He's eyes flicker. After some thought, he asked, "Can we not bring up this topic?" Jiang He felt slightly startled. He instantly recognized the throne and the steps. Then, he anxiously looked at the light screen. Jiang He smiled and said, "You really do not know how fortunate you are. Your physical body has been reforged, and your strength has improved further. Your future potential is even more boundless. Who knows how many older generation experts would go crazy with envy when they see you. Perhaps I'm different from you?" Xiao Chen looked calmly at Jiang He. Then, he enunciated every word clearly. "I never joke around. I really want to be the Dragon Emperor. I'm very clear about my inner thoughts and my goal. I will also put in a lot of effort to achieve it, even at the cost of my life. I don't care. I want to become bigger. I want to become bigger." The rage on the little monk's face did not diminish. As he looked at the familiar people around him, they all became giants. Xiao Chun put away the white paper, and the saber mark that the heavenly book scholar left appeared on the stone table. Then, he looked at Jiang He and asked, "You want to be the Dragon Emperor?" "That's right. That's right. Why?" Jiang Shan smiled embarrassedly. "Brother Xiao, stop joking." Chapter 1849. The tune was still as gentle as before, as clear as water, as gentle and pleasant as before, as intoxicating as before. There was actually someone who wasn't afraid of death today and had offended all of these powers. That's it then. What are they doing? To think that they took the initiative to land on the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's warship. Ordinary people would not dare to erase the might of the warship. Visible ripples spread out from the warship, looking like ripples on water, causing space to tremble. Many people with a keen sense of smell sensed an unusual aura. None of the factions behind them were weaker than the Jiang clan. His words were filled with decisiveness, domineeringness, and confidence. With such a background, many experts followed in secret, wanting to see what was going on. What happened? To think that the Jiang clan actually sent out the Purple Thunder warship. The Jiang clan only has 3 of these warships. Practically all these factions had their important treasures stolen. Furthermore, Jiang Chun has been roaming free, embarrassing the various factions long ago. Now that we caught him, we will not let him escape again. With the appearance of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, many of the cultivators in the city who were watching could no longer hold back and soared into the air. Who is the ghostly shadow bandit? Could it be that the ghostly shadow bandit has always been two people? What countermeasures do you have? All sorts of startled cries rang out endlessly from below. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat at the audacity of the two in the air. Many people could already imagine the sound waves tearing the two into shreds, their blood filling the night sky. The rage in Jiang Chen's voice made everyone shudder in fear. Jiang He looked at the warship flying over from the west and said softly, "The Smiling Daughter Pavilion has the deepest accumulations among these factions. However, this is not the imperial capital, after all. A warship sent out by a county city cannot be that strong." Jiang He was startled at first. Then he realized that the only way was to steal the warship. However, the murderous aura contained within was like raging waves that shook the heavens. It's the Jiang clan's Purple Thunder warship. The deep sound of the war drums startled all the cultivators in Soaring Dragon City. It would be very difficult for a person to escape from a warship. However, if one could use the other party's warship, the situation would be different. However, there was no panic or hesitation in his eyes. The little monk was wearing a red didou, exposing his two tender buttocks. However, he was not afraid. This lineup is truly grand. It seems that the various clans truly hate the ghostly shadow bandit to the bone. Yes, first leader. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. To the west of Soaring Dragon City, a fortress ship bathed in a jade light, surrounded by clouds and looking like the stars and the moon, leisurely approached. The night was as dark as ink, and the bright moon hung in the sky. People couldn't help but open their eyes to look, wanting to see her beautiful face. No one knew why the Jiang clan was so enraged that they actually dispatched a purple thunder battleship. In the night sky, in the north, a huge battleship burning with purple light was rapidly flying toward this place through the clouds. Although the Jiang clan is not one of the 8 great clans of our dynasty, it is definitely one of the top 3 great clans in the Soaring Dragon County. No wonder. Other than him, there's no one else who would dare to offend so many powers. Today, he had made a mistake. What was even more horrifying was that they even beat the war drums. This was something that had not happened in the past few centuries. Damn, it really is the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's warship. It was as if what he said was just a trivial matter. These warships were all as fast as 7-star pirate ships. They were terrifyingly fast. An ancient Jiang character was written on the warship's bow. War drums rumbled on the warship, shaking the surroundings and sounding deafening. Be obedient and don't cause trouble. However, the expressions of those two did not change, not showing any change in their expressions. Are they sending themselves to death? Inside the courtyard, Xiao Chun looked at the warships flying over from all directions and entered deep thought. It looks like tonight is going to be a tough night. Don't underestimate the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's strength. In terms of accumulations, even the Jiang clan cannot compare to them. Zither strings, flute, pipa, chime bells, gouging, all sorts of musical instruments rang out at the same time. Ding, ding, dong, dong. The thunderous war drums seemed like they would knock down the lunar palace in the sky. The best part was yet to come. Another 4 or 5 warships appeared in the night sky. It has been many years since I saw the Jiang clan send out the Purple Thunder warship. It was like the two figures fell from the bright moon to the mundane world. Before the surging attacks, they were as insignificant as a lone boat in the vast sea. Humph! 2 sonic booms rang out in the courtyard. Xiao Chun and Jiang He flew into the sky at the same time, traveling 10 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Normally, if one offended one of these factions, one would not be able to escape death. 2 resplendent saber lights burst out of the two's hands at the same time. Xiao Chun picked up the little monk and tossed him into his backpack, thinking of a countermeasure. Jiang He entered deep thought. It seemed like he had underestimated Xiao Chun. This person was far more terrifying than he imagined. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "I was the one who brought the heavenly book scholar here. If we're talking about trouble, it should be me who implicated you." He could not bear to watch. Xiao Qin turned around and looked at Hope. His eyes were like clear water, calm and unperturbed. It was like a startled swan, and everywhere it passed, it left behind a mist of light. In the night sky, he looked like a jade ribbon falling from the sky, drifting in the tranquil night. What exactly happened? To think that a place of pleasure like the Smiling Daughter Pavilion would send out its warship. In the past, Xiao Chun had the heaven-bewildering formation, which could erase the heavenly mysteries, so he did not have to worry about being surrounded and attacked. Xiao Chun could vaguely see several young women on the brightly lit warship. They played all sorts of exquisite musical instruments. Their swaying figures reflected hazy jade-green figures in the warship's lights. The problem now was not something that could be resolved by tearing down one warship. Upon hearing this roar, everyone immediately understood why they were here. Buzz! All the cultivators who were paying attention to this scene were completely shocked. This was really frightening. The infant stood on the stone table and looked up at the sky, revealing lofty sentiments on his face. I have to go and take a look. The Jiang clan's purple thunder warship was like a resplendent pearl, its burning light rivaling the moon. It's the ghostly shadow bandit. Of these warships, which one is the weakest? Xiao Chen asked. Jiang, he was the one who provoked this enemy. It should not be this weak. Anyone with a good, I could tell that the killing intent and offensive power mixed in the sound waves could instantly kill an early-stage holy venerate. Cultivators might be more agile than warships and have greater explosive speed. However, competing with warships in endurance was just seeking death. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion's warship, standing in the clouds, Xiao Chun looked down at the surroundings. The crystalline jade warship looked like an immortal boat. However, it was actually extremely fast. However, in the next moment, the sound of two treasured sabers being drawn was even more intoxicating than the beautiful music of countless musical instruments. This cleared up many people's doubts. A cold light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he said, "Snatch the warship." Xiao Chun thought back to the Heavenly Mystery Tower's divine crystal and mysterious kidnapping of the Heavenly Book Scholar. Big brothers, don't be afraid. I'll tear down a warship and open a path for you. Suddenly, a ferocious roar came from the Jiang clan's purple thunder warship, echoing in the night sky. Two people? Ghostly shadow bandit. You will definitely die today. Bang! Even from 500 kilometers away, Xiao Chun could feel the strong fighting spirit spreading out from that ancient warship. Jiang Yi said somewhat helplessly, "Sorry, I implicated you. I did not expect the matter to blow up so much." Regardless of whether it was the handsome, white-clothed young man who gave off a cold and arrogant aura, or the gray-clothed young man who had a trace of cynical smile on the corners of his mouth, neither of them retreated at all. The people who rushed over to watch the commotion looked up. Under the full moon, the two figures looked like they came out of a painting. A cold snort came from the Jade Light Pavilion's warship. A pretty woman on the warship said coldly, "You are seeking death. Just injure them. None of these two people are allowed to die." The warships of the various factions had already locked onto this place and sealed off all the paths. Come. Let's go over and take a look," Jiang Yi asked. The Heavenly Mystery Tower, the Sun-Moon Pavilion, the Thundercloud Sect, and the Jade Water Mountain Manor. They are all the top factions of our soaring Dragon Marquis. What happened? The Smiling Daughter Pavilion is a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, with many experts. If there were no experts holding down the place, it would have been overturned long ago. The gentleness was heartbreakingly beautiful. Xiao Chun could not help getting intoxicated. He only slowly opened his eyes when the song ended. What was even more horrifying was that these warships all headed in the same direction. A melodious, clear, and pleasing voice came from the brightly lit warship, sounding like the rumbling war drums. The night was no longer there, only this light illuminating the surroundings. This is just a surprise. A place of romance like the Smiling Daughter Pavilion rarely gets angry. I really wonder who could be so startling as to anger the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Since these people made up their minds, they no longer hesitated. Not to mention whether the little monk could tear down the warship or not. Even if he could, the other warships would quickly seal the gap. There was simply no way to run. It would be difficult to escape from under the noses of others. Chapter 1850. Two strands of saber light swept out. In an instant, the ferocious, surging sound wave attacks that tore through the flood did not lose any momentum. The two infused their wills of soul and saber, great Tao energy into their saber strikes. Hence, the instant they drew their sabers, the might was terrifyingly strong. The two strands of saber light were like two blazing suns competing in the night sky, lighting up this dark world. Kill. After breaking the sound wave attacks of 100 musical instruments on the fortress ship with one strike, the two's auras flourished as a rainbow as they quickly descended towards the fortress ship. The two's thinking was very simple. The music Tao attacks were not strong in terms of sound alone. If he couldn't interrupt the other party's rhythm with a single strike, then he would lose. If they could not break the other party's rhythm with one strike, they would be in big trouble. Even if the two had incredible means, they would be helpless. In fact, they might even sink deep into it, unable to extricate themselves and unable to escape. Without needing to communicate, the two knew what to do. There was only one choice, end the battle quickly and go all out. The pretty woman in the fortress ship was the headmistress of Soaring Dragon City's Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Her stage name was once Qiuxue. Now, people addressed her as Headmistress Shui. At this moment, the two strands of saber light already tore through the sound waves and crashed into the fortress ship. Boom! The saber light clashed intensely with the fortress ship's shield. Amid loud rumbling, the entire fortress ship shook. Many musical instruments fell to the ground. The graceful women also felt dizzy and panicked. Ding! At the crucial moment, Headmistress Shui sat on the ship's roof and quickly played her fingers. In one breath, Headmistress Shui played hundreds of melodious tunes at a dazzling speed. The flustered woman in the fortress ship quickly stabilized her emotions. Then, she played the musical instrument in her hand according to Headmistress Shui's tunes. A song of intoxicating beauty. Where can one find a bosom friend? A song of cold autumn waters. Who says that spring surpasses the autumn wind? Fallen leaves fill the sky with hundreds of flowers. A song of heartbreak. Flowers scatter and fill the sky. Who will pity the beauty of the red fades? A song of heartbreak. How can one recall the past from the beginning? Cutting flowers and laughing, the shadow of the lantern grows thin. Now the red conch grows sad. Can one remember the bright moon and beautiful clothes? As hundreds of musical instruments rang out again, headliner Shui used her heavenly voice to sing an extremely sorrowful song. It's the death of beauty. This is one of Fairy Blue Lotus's legendary divine melodies. Headliner Shui is truly fierce to be able to remain calm in the face of danger. Not only did they stop the ghostly shadow fiend duo's momentum, but they also launched a beautiful counterattack. Truly amazing. This song is really nice to listen to. Headliner Shui is truly worthy of being the imperial capital's courtesan belle of the past. Sincere and skillful, worthy of admiration. As long as I can drag this out, it doesn't matter whether or not the two fiends can break this song. If the warships from other places surround them, the ghostly shadow fiends will die for sure. The ghostly shadow bandit mysteriously turned into two people. The cultivators below had no choice but to change the way they addressed him. Of course, it wasn't a good name. Ghostly shadow fiend duo. We can't continue like this. If we do it again, the melody will become even more impassioned, and we will definitely die. The moment headliner Shui's zither rang out, she started playing the death of a beauty. Xiao Qin's and Jiang He's attacks immediately stopped. They could not break through and board the fortress ship. On the contrary, he had suffered quite a bit of injury. The sound waves injured both the mind and the body. Their internal organs suffered formless damage from the sound waves containing soul energy. This went without saying for their souls. Their clothes were dyed red with blood in an instant. Their bodies were covered in scars left behind by the sound wave. This showed the sharpness of the sound waves and the density of their attacks. They were extremely horrifying. Headliner Shue's fingers danced continuously on the fortress ship's high platform, changing unpredictably as she led the tune of the entire ship. Together with the formations in the fortress ship, she brought out the might of the death of a beauty to its limits. Right now, Headliner Shue not only wanted to stop the two, but also wanted to end the ghostly shadow bandit and retrieve the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's lost fairy basket. While it might just be an imitation, if a competitor obtained it and refined it into a similar treasure, it would be a huge hidden danger. That would be a huge hidden danger to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Just as the tune changed again, Xiao Chun and Jiang He exchanged looks, each having a plan in their hearts. Xiao Chun instantly executed the dragon tone art. The formless dragon might in his body gathered in his chest, forming a huge whirlpool. At this moment, Xiao Chun activated 30% of his blue dragon bloodline, increasing the might of the whirlpool of dragon might. The winds and clouds above suddenly changed. A strong wind blew, and the formless dragon Qi formed a gigantic dragon head. The instant Xiao Chun roared, Jiang He opened his mouth and let out a terrifying dragon roar. On the other side, Jiang He roared at nearly the same time as Xiao Chun. However, Jiang He used a different kind of dragon tone secret technique. Compared to Xiao Chen's resounding dragon roar, Jiang He's was sharper and had a smaller range. However, it was more focused. Boom! The two heaven dragon roars merged. Jiang He's dragon roar pierced the fortress ship's shield, and Xiao Chen's sonorous dragon roar followed closely behind, sweeping through the entire fortress ship. Bang! 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 Immediately, the strings of the instruments on the fortress ship broke one by one, and the flutes exploded. The musicians all vomited a mouthful of blood, suffering a huge backlash. Xiao Chun and Jiang He took this opportunity to land on the deck. Whoosh! Cold lights flickered endlessly. The musicians on the ship did not just sit there and wait for death. They drew cold sword from their instruments and quickly stabbed at Xiao Chun and Jiang He. The two faced their enemies on their own. As Xiao Chun circulated his primal chaos veritable essence energy, the Taiji force field appeared, working together with the Thunder Dragon 9 transformations. Xiao Chen's figure flickered. None of the people who came to block him could last a single move. After the musicians lost their instruments, their combat prowess would definitely plummet. Clearly, they were far inferior to Xiao Chun in close combat. On the other side, Jiang He's figure became even more fleeting. As his figure flickered, he left behind many mysterious and unfathomable black shadows. He was so fast that no one could discover his true body. So, this was how he got the nickname Ghostly Shadow. Not only that, but his saber light became even more tyrannical. A tyrannical aura flowed on his saber, showing no mercy. The musicians that Jiang He injured were all severely injured, instantly losing their combat prowess. After about 15 minutes, the two stood together again. Now, only Headliner Shue remained among the musicians on the ship, standing high up. As Headliner Shue looked at the many severely injured musicians on the ship, she trembled in anger. She had not expected such a situation to occur. Not only did she fail to capture the ghostly Shadow Fiend duo, but the girls on her side were also severely injured. Fortunately, Xiao Chun and Jiang He were not bloodthirsty people. Otherwise, none of them would have survived. However, such a miserable situation still startled Headliner Shue. She said sullenly, "All of you have to die." After saying that, Headliner Shue took out the fairy basket, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion soul tool. Crack! However, Xiao Chun had long since prepared for this. He knocked an arrow and let go before Headliner Shue could. The arrow that flew out of the god shadow bow moved at lightning speed, pinning this holy venerate Headliner Shue to the ship. The fairy basket in Headliner Shue's hand fell to the ground, no longer having a chance to execute it. Xiao Chun only sought speed in this arrow and did not infuse much soul energy into it. Otherwise, this Headliner Shue would not just be like this. She would have died on the spot. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived at the watchtower on the tall platform. Then he pulled out the arrow. Blood immediately spurted out. Headliner Shue's tender skin drained of all color. She appeared haggard, severely injured both in her physical body and soul. Xiaochen raised his foot and kicked the fairy basket up. Then, he held it in his hand and returned it to Headliner Shui. Startled cries rang out continuously on the ship. Jiang He infused some energy into the many young girls and tossed them off the ship. The girls that he tossed off would not be in any danger of dying, falling to their deaths. Although the ghostly shadow bandit had stolen countless treasures, he did not have the hobby of killing people for fun. He was just somewhat frivolous and heartless. Ha ha! Girls are falling from the sky. Catch them! The ghostly shadow bandit laughed as he tossed the girls off the ship, eliciting startled cries from below. Damn! Girls really fell. They're the musicians of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. They are all great beauties. Quick! Quick! Pick one up and take her back as your wife. Ha ha ha! What's the rush? They are all musicians of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Do you really dare to force yourself on them? What do you know? Don't you know what it means to be a hero saving a damsel in distress? Damn! Don't block me. Ghostly Shadow Fiend Duo. Quick! Quick! Toss a few more down. Such actions stirred up a huge commotion among the thousands of cultivators below. Thousands of people soared into the air in the night, waiting for the beauties to be tossed off the ship. Such a scene was rare to see even in 1,000 years. You are all shameless, despicable hooligans. Headliner Shui hugged the fairy basket as she pointed at the two. Tears leaked out of her poorly beautiful face as her entire body trembled as she cursed angrily. However, before Headliner Shui finished, she let out a startled cry. Someone had tossed her down as well. Stop playing around. I'll cover the rear. You go to the control room. Xiao Chan said softly from the watchtower. Then, he continued, drawing his bow, and looked at the warship that was still some distance away. Hee, got it. Jiang He clapped his hands and tossed the last two beauties down. Then, he rushed to the control room. Chapter 1851. As Xiao Chun held the God Shadow bow from the crow's nest, he could see every warship within hundreds of kilometers clearly. Ever since Xiao Chun obtained the God Shadow bow, he had never brought out even a tenth of its might. Even he did not know how great the potential of this bow was. The earlier arrow only drew the bow slightly. Before the bowstring was drawn, it severely injured a holy venerate on the spot. After advancing to middle stage star venerate, Xiao Chen's soul energy had increased significantly. That earlier arrow had not drained much of his soul energy. Xiao Chen felt some anticipation, so he infused the rest of his soul energy into the bow. He wondered how much might it could bring out. Could it bring out its second form, spreading its divine wings, like when it faced the heavenly book scholar? The fortress ship had already started moving. Under Jiang He's control, it quickly headed out of the city. With this fortress ship, Jiang He no longer had to fear the pursuit of the warships behind. He could compete with them in terms of endurance. Damn it, we absolutely cannot let them get away. After them, the Jiang clan's Purple Thunder warship took the lead and gave chase. War drums shook the sky, and electric lights shot out, illuminating the surroundings in a purple haze. A formation above the warship continuously absorbed the surrounding lightning-attributed energy. The lightning-attributed energy gathered into a resplendent ball of lightning, containing horrifying energy and startling might. The ball of lightning could shoot out at any moment. However, as the fortress ship Xiaochan was on belonged to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, the Jiang clan had some misgivings. If they destroyed the other party's fortress ship, the Jiang clan would not know what to do after this, so they hesitated. Before the very last moment, it was best not to release it. After all, there was still a chance to catch up. You then? While the Jiang clan's people hesitated, Xiao Chun did not. He drew the bowstring, and a divine figure seemed to flash in the sky. The moment Xiao Chun let go, that ball of lightning instantly exploded. The speed of the arrow surpassed human thought. It was as if the moment Xiao Chun let go, the huge and horrifying ball of lightning was struck by the arrow. The energy contained in the God Shadow bow's arrow detonated the ball of lightning. In an instant, the Jiang clan's warship appeared in the air. The warship turned into a resplendent firework, continuously giving off fiery light. Fireworks filled the sky, filling the night sky. Only the damaged main body of the Purple Thunder warship remained, on the verge of collapse. The Jiang clan cultivators on it had fled long ago. Joy and sorrow separated. The Jiang clan's people, who came in ferociously, obtained a result that no one expected. Stop! 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 He has a soul tool in his hand. The other pursuing warships were frightened out of their wits. They were all stunned by the inconceivable scene of the Jiang clan's warship. Just a moment ago, the Purple Thunder warship was still in peak condition. How did it explode? How exactly did he break through the defense? What did he use? How did he detonate the thunderballs? It was truly frightening. The most frightening thing was that the Jiang family did not retaliate at all. Several holy venerates on the warship actually did not discover how the other party attacked and did not make a move to stop them. Tonight was destined to make everyone go crazy. The cultivators in Soaring Dragon City would not be able to forget this for many years to come. Of Chun of the Ghost of the Ling. First, they threw out the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's beauties, causing chaos everywhere. Even now, it was still not over. Then, they shot out an arrow and detonated the Purple Thunder warship. Everyone could not recover from the shock. Brother Xiao, things are not good. The Marquis' residence's people are here as well. Jiang, he said somewhat anxiously as he controlled the situation. With such a huge commotion, it would be hard for the city guards not to show up. However, given the current situation, it would be difficult for the city guards to control the situation. Actually, the city guards had been observing in secret from the very start. The city lord's residence was optimistic about the various factions of the Soaring Dragon Marquis surrounding the ghostly Shadow Bandit. They did not mind the two sides fighting. To the Soaring Dragon Marquis's lord, weakening some of the clans and sects in the city would not only be a huge benefit, but it would also be a happy outcome. This would further strengthen the Marquis' residence's control. That was what it meant when the Marquis' residence grew stronger. However, now that the situation was completely out of control, they had to show themselves to stabilize the chaos. Abandoned ship. Xiaochen looked around and discovered the city lord's residence's warships in every direction of the city gates. He was somewhat surprised that the city lord's residence would participate as well. Such a fight between factions did not affect the interests of the city lord's residence. Normally, the smart people would choose to watch from the sidelines. Xiao Chun and Jiang, he immediately decided to abandon the warship. They chose the most chaotic place on the ground as a foothold. The cultivators below seemed to have gone crazy, fighting in a chaotic manner. They all asked where the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's musicians that the ghostly Shadow Fiend duo had left behind were. Jiang, he felt somewhat rueful and surprised. He just did not want to kill those musicians. Who would have thought that it would create such a chaotic situation? Quick, quick, quick. Everyone, quickly give chase. Ku Yejian snatched away a beautiful musician. Don't let him escape. There is someone over there as well. Why can't I catch him? Everyone quickly look. That's Headliner Shui. She got tossed down as well. Headliner Shui, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. No one can hurt you. You bunch of beasts. Don't go and hurt Headliner Shui. When the culprits, Xiao Chun and Jiang he landed, they showed somewhat ashamed expressions. Then, the two changed into large cloaks and left in a hurry. They simply did not know what would happen to them after they got caught. Just thinking about what would happen to them if they got caught made them tremble in fear. At this moment, the two only wanted to take advantage of the chaos to leave the city quietly. Huh, how interesting. How unfortunate. This little monk cannot break his lust abstinence. Otherwise, I would have tossed one or two pretty big sisters down as well. A small head poked out of the large cloak behind Xiao Chun as he spoke in a childish voice. Jiang he giggled and said, "You are known as the little demonic monk Silver Saber. Why have you not broken your lust abstinence yet? Don't mention this title. If you mention it again, I'll fall out with you." The little monk's baby-like face immediately turned incredibly embarrassed, turning red. Ha ha ha. Don't mention it, then. Xiao Chun could not help smiling. The little demonic monk's silver saber was destined to be a pain in the little monk's life. A title ruining a life. At this moment, Xiao Chun and Jiang he moved through the chaotic crowd, appearing somewhat relaxed. Trying to find the two, who were deliberately hiding, was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Speaking of which, Jiang he's casual action created the conditions for the two to escape from a different angle. 1 hour later, Xiao Chun and Jiang he were already far away from the chaos. As the two walked on the empty street, the originally bustling street had long since emptied out due to the commotion caused by Xiao Chun and Jiang He. The street, which could fit 10-odd horse carriages side by side, appeared exceptionally cold and empty. Under the moonlight, Xiao Chen's and Jiang He's shadows stretched out on the empty street. The bright moon hung high in the cold, windy night. The two just walked like that, not saying a word. After the commotion, they returned to reality. After this parting, the two might be fighting each other the next time they met. Perhaps this would be the last time the two worked together. The two's hearts felt somewhat heavy. Fate was merciless, and fate made fools of people. Who could have imagined that the two had the goal of becoming the Dragon Emperor? Both of them bore a heavy burden that they could not easily show to others. As the wind blew, the fallen leaves on the street danced in the wind. Xiao Chun suddenly stopped walking. As he looked at the drifting fallen leaves, he entered deep thought. Sometimes, it felt like a person's fate was like drifting fallen leaves. When a gust of wind blew from somewhere, one's body would involuntarily dance in the wind. At this moment, Jiang he also stopped walking. Fallen leaves should have returned to the dust. However, the merciless cold wind forced one's body to dance in the wind. The two were not sentimental people. Naturally, they could not stop because of the falling leaves dancing in the wind. At the end of his line of sight, there were rows of martial artists wearing the same style of armor, densely packed at the end of the road. These were a group of battle-hardened warriors with strong discipline. They also exuded a horrifying killing chi. The wind blew because of this. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the armor trembled. The city guard in front took the initiative to open a path, and a man and a woman walked out. When the two approached, they discovered that they were the Heavenly Book Scholar and Lan Luo. Chapter 1852. When Xiao Chun and Jiang he saw Lan Luo and Tian Su appear together, it was not difficult for them to understand. Why did the two of them end up here the moment they appeared? This is really a big battle. We've just left the tiger's den, and we're already surrounded by a pack of wolves. Jiang he pursed his lips and smiled helplessly. The saber in his hand disappeared, replaced by a treasured saber that emanated a frightening aura. The black scabbard was engraved with dragon race motifs, looking mysterious and ancient. A soul tool. Jiang he also had his own soul tool. Or rather, it was clearly a soul tool related to the dragon race. The supreme treasure he stole from the dragon clan was this saber. However, now is not the time to think about this. Xiao Chun waved his hand to stop him from attacking further. Why, do you know him? Jiang he said doubtfully. After taking a closer look, he realized that there was indeed something wrong with the way the princess was looking at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun nodded. Sort of. Jiang he's grave face immediately revealed his signature smile. You're quite something. You even have a backer in the Marquis's residence. If I had known earlier, I would have just gone to the Marquis's mansion directly. There was no need to go through all this trouble. Xiao Chun swapped out the mysterious dragon ray saber in his hand, and the two chatted in soft voices. On the other side, the Heavenly Book Scholar appeared somewhat helpless. The Cluster Lord had forcefully dragged him to her side. While everyone's attention was on the ghostly Shadow Fiend duo, Lan Luo took the initiative to lead the city guards to block the Heavenly Book Scholar. Helpless, he had no choice but to divine Xiao Chen's and Lan Luo's positions. Princess, it's best not to offend these two. Let them go. In any case, there is no direct benefit to the Marquis's mansion. There is no need for a life and death struggle. Although the Heavenly Book Scholar had the bad habits of a Confucian scholar, he was not a sinister and vicious person. Xiao Chun and Jiang he's lives had nothing to do with him, but he did not want them to die because of him either. Who would have imagined that Lan Luo would ignore him? Instead, she headed straight for Xiao Chun. His footsteps were hurried, and he did not look like he was going to attack Xiao Chun and Jiang He at all. The Heavenly Book Scholar felt stunned. Then, he suddenly understood something. Earlier, when he read Xiao Chen's character, he said that Xiao Chun would feel at ease if he stayed here. So, this was the reason. Xiao Chun, you're already here. Aren't you going to ask if I'm here? Lan Luo said softly as she looked at Xiao Chun with some hidden bitterness. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and didn't know what to say. The little monk came out from under the cloak and immediately blushed. What a beautiful sister! When Lan Luo saw the little monk, her expression changed slightly. Then, she said in understanding, so, that is the case. No wonder you are not willing to meet me. Xiao Chun, what kind of person do you take me, Lan Luo, for? Even if we're just ordinary friends, there's no need to be so rude. You don't even have to greet me. Xiao Chun looked a little embarrassed. He really didn't know how to explain. Ha ha, you've misunderstood, Your Highness. This person is the little devil monk Silver Saber. He mistakenly ate a heavenly treasure and obtained a heaven-sent opportunity to reconstruct his body. The Heavenly Book Scholar walked over with a smile, helping Xiao Chun out of trouble. You still dare to mention it? Right after the Heavenly Book Scholar spoke, the little monk flew into a rage. He immediately leaped out of the cloak and wanted to beat up the Heavenly Book Scholar again. However, Xiao Chun clearly would not let the little monk continue messing around under such circumstances. Xiao Chun grabbed the little monk's little hand in the air and put him back. Now that the misunderstanding was resolved, it was Lan Luo's turn to be at a loss. Sorry, Xiao Chun smiled and said, it's fine. Is there any way? Cluster Lord, is there any way to send my friend out of the city? Now that the matter had returned to proper business, Lan Luo's expression recovered. She said softly, it's fine to send him out of the city. However, he has to hand over the treasures he stole in the city. This is what my father instructed me to do. I can't disobey him. Hee, no problem. Jiang He smiled carefreely, not bothering with Lan Luo at all. Then, he handed over all the treasures he stole in the city. In reality, a small part of the reason Jiang He stole the treasures of the various major factions was due to fortuitous encounters. The bigger reason was his interest and habit. After Lan Luo stated her conditions, Jiang He did not hesitate to do so. In any case, after avoiding this wave, if he really needed it in the future, he could just steal it back. Many thanks for Cluster Lord's kind intentions. Brother Xiao, we will meet again in the future. Jiang He showed a smile on his face as he turned and left, not lingering at all. Now that he turned around, the next time they met, he would be a friend and not an enemy. Lan Luo knew this very well, but Jiang He forced himself to remain expressionless as he drifted away in the night. Jiang He slowly went further away. His cold and lonely figure disappeared into the even lonelier and colder night. Just like that, he vanished. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and sighed in his heart. He felt somewhat rueful, his emotions complicated. At this moment, Xiao Chun could not leave for now. Lan Luo had set up such a large entourage. Hence, he could not pretend that he had never been here. He felt apologetic. The Heavenly Book Scholar performed a cupped fist salute and said, there should not be anything else for me to do now. I will take my leave first, lest the Heavenly Mystery Tower's people worry. Xiao Chun, although my words are not pleasant to hear, they are most likely correct. Why don't you think about it carefully? Goodbye. At some point in time, the elites of the city guards had vanished from the empty street. Now, only Xiao Chun and Lan Luo remained under the bright moon. That's not right. The little monk should be included as well. The two chatted casually as they walked along the street. Then, Xiao Chun gave a simple explanation of why he came to the Soaring Dragon Marquise. Back then, Xiao Chun had come to Withered Leaf City mainly because he did not want to cause any trouble and waste time. He could only tell her the only place he knew in the Yinwood dynasty. Since coming here, he had encountered endless trouble, so he did not want to disturb Lan Luo. He only wanted to send the little monk back as soon as possible. After Lan Luo heard that, she felt relieved. However, she also felt somewhat disappointed. In that case, you're going to the Divine Dragon Empire in the end? Xiao Chun nodded. If not for this little fellow, I might have already gone there. Why? Actually, you could have stayed in the Yenwu dynasty. With your talent and aptitude, the 8 noble clans and rank 7 sects would have been willing to accept you. The dynasty is vast. This is the stage for the outstanding talents of the great Thousand Realms, the powerful demonic geniuses. You can definitely make a name for yourself and not live in vain. Lan Luo felt confused. Why was Shao Chun so insistent on going to the Divine Dragon Empire? Clearly, there was still a gap between an empire and a dynasty. Could it be that Shao Chun feared the competition with the 8 noble clans and the outstanding talents of the royal clans in the dynasty? That was impossible. Given her understanding of Shao Chun, that was absolutely not the reason. After thinking about it, Lan Luo could only say that the Divine Dragon Empire was an extremely important place for Shao Chun. Perhaps it was a person or some place he was worried about. Lan Luo's words stirred up a slight ripple in Shao Chun's heart, making him feel excited. Indeed, the 4 dynasties were the dreams of all the outstanding talents of the great Thousand Realms. Only in these places could one reach the peak of cultivation, truly witness the most glorious era of the martial epic. After several eras of development, the martial epic was now in its golden age. As for the 4 dynasties, they held the most luck in the central Great Realm, attracting the outstanding talents of the various realms. All the proud people want to come and give it a try. As a cultivator, Shao Chun was naturally no exception. He wanted to see the true, outstanding talents and demonic geniuses of this age. However, now is not the time. I will come, but not now. I have to go to the Divine Dragon Empire. Shao Chun said seriously. It is not convenient to explain the reason now. However, many thanks for Cluster Lord's kind intentions. Lan Luo smiled generously and said, There is no need to thank me between us. Don't treat me as a friend. There is no need to stand on ceremony. No matter what you decide, if you need help, I will definitely help you. Under the cool exterior, there was a trace of affection that could not be concealed. Shao Chun smiled bitterly and did not reply. However, in his heart, he added, If Lan Luo runs into any trouble, I will definitely help her without hesitation. The two casually chatted about the past and their experiences as they walked to the city lord's residence. Just as the two were about to enter, Lan Luo turned around and said with a smile, We got too engrossed in the conversation and nearly forgot about proper business. Before Shao Chun could ask, Lan Luo continued, My father would like to meet you. The Soaring Dragon Marquis wants to meet me? This is somewhat surprising. The Yenwu dynasty had 108 provinces. The opposite sex was conferred Marquis, and the family was conferred kingship. Marquis was already the highest title in the dynasty, aside from the dynasty's king. The Soaring Dragon Marquis was considered a major character in the entire Yenwu dynasty. This was especially so for the Soaring Dragon Marquis, an important land at the dynasty's borders. The Soaring Dragon Marquis's high status was even more obvious. Shao Chun did not know why such a major character wanted to meet him. After thinking about it, he concluded that it could only be because of the Cluster Lord. Chapter 1853. What's wrong? You don't want to see my father? Lan Luo asked, purposely showing a stern expression, clearly dissatisfied. Shao Chun replied softly, No. When do we meet? Tomorrow, then. It is already so late, and you must be tired. All right. Under Lan Luo's arrangements, Shao Chun obtained a rather unique and quiet courtyard in the Marquis's residence. This made sense. This suited Shao Chun's preferences. This night was indeed tiring. More accurately, he had not rested since he entered the Heavenly Mystery Tower and got chased until now. Shao Chun placed the little monk aside and lay on the bed. Then, he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. However, Shao Chun did not feel sleepy. As he lay on the bed, leaves fell outside the window, rustling like it was raining. Those were the leaves of the ancient tree in the courtyard. The night wind had blown them off. Falling leaves filled the sky like rain. Why can't I sleep? With something on my mind, I naturally could not sleep. Shao Chun turned to the side and opened his eyes. Moonlight shone on the ground outside the window. Shao Chun was no longer in the mood to sleep. He remained expressionless as his thoughts wandered. Xiao Chan was still thinking about what the heavenly book scholar said before he left. Although my words are unpleasant to hear, most of them are correct. Meng Qi sighed. The results of the heavenly book scholar's reading of Xiao Chen's character were not very good. However, it was as he said. If it were not accurate, there would not be so many people lining up to ask him to read them. However, based on the heavenly book scholar's reading of the little monk, regardless of the process, the little monk did obtain a great fortuitous encounter. Is my heart destined to be restless? The path of the Dragon Emperor was destined to be difficult. Xiao Chun did not care. What he cared about was whether he could meet Lu Ruyue. The white dragon holy daughter was a peerless beauty. Even the dragon god crown prince was captivated by her. In the dead of night, if one did not feel sleepy, one would inevitably let one's imagination run wild and feel frustrated. Jiang He's words also appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. For some reason, they disrupted Xiao Chen's thoughts. Whoosh! Unable to sleep, Xiao Chen got up and put on his clothes. Then, he picked up his saber and casually walked out. Big brother Xiao, what are you doing? The little monk asked in a daze as he opened his eyes. Practice your saber. Go to sleep. The moonlight shone on the courtyard like water, adding a hazy veil to the scenery in the courtyard. Xiao Chan drew his tyrant's saber and swung it casually. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. He was a little anxious, a little violent, and also a little resentful and unwilling. However, the more it was so, the more exquisite and gentle the saber light he swung out became. Have a tiger in your heart, sniff the rose. Xiao Chun controlled his mental state very well, not letting his saber technique lose its finesse and order. Even if it is difficult to find peace in my heart, I just want to have a clear conscience. Hua! As the saber light swept out, Xiao Chun gently flicked it up. The perfectly straight tyrant saber condensed the moonlight in the garden into one beam and soared into the clouds. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and soared into the air. His white hair and robes fluttered in the wind. As he danced, boundless moonlight emanated from Xiao Chen's body. For a time, the moonlight in the courtyard was like flying snow, but also like flower petals dancing in the wind. The garden was filled with fallen flowers, like a beautiful painting. Xiao Chun hovered in the air, using his saber as a brush. His body was in the painting, but his heart was outside. If it is difficult to find peace in my heart, then who can understand me? Who can understand my many years of lonely persistence? Who can understand the heavy burden of reviving the blue dragon that I have to shoulder? Who can understand my determination to seek the moon? The moon was like hundreds of flowers dancing in the wind, filling the sky with falling flowers. No one appreciates this beautiful painting. No one in the painting understands me. Crack! A crisp cracking sound rang out. The painting shattered, light and shadow scattered, and the moonlight scattered. It was like a withered willow. No one pitied it. No one loved it. If it is difficult to find peace in my heart, and I cannot find someone who understands me, what is the point of having a clear conscience? The night deepened, and the chill intensified. Who pitied me for wearing thin clothes and facing the moon alone? Accompanied by the withered willow and the overflowing saber light, there was an indescribable sorrow. However, this sorrow did not turn into rage or hatred. One could be sad, one could be worried, but one cannot be angry or hateful. Furthermore, one used the saber to create a dream, dreaming of fine wine and beautiful women. Beautiful women drank with me. Beautiful women laughed with me. There was no sorrow or worry. When the flowers fell in the dream, someone admired them with me. If one did not understand the beauty of dreams, how could one use the saber as a dream? A dream's a dream? Under the mottled moonlight, an illusory scene appeared in the courtyard. There was someone drunk, someone laughing, someone dancing in the sky with the moon. One could not tell if this was real or fake, a dream or reality. If one could not find peace in this heart, then let one enter a dream and sleep forever, never opening one's eyes for 10,000 years. However, one had to wake up from a dream. The moment one opened one's eyes, It was not the beautiful dream disappearing, but the entire world slipping away from one's hands. A boundless disappointment filled one's heart. Could one continue to tightly grasp the saber in one's hand? Buzz! Suddenly, a boundless saber hum rang out in the courtyard. The saber in Xiao Chen's hand burned with a purple flame. When the purple flame scattered, the pitch-black saber turned a dreamy purple. Like this was the true color of the tyrant saber. Xiao Chen tightly grasped the saber and swung it casually. The night that filled the courtyard scattered, and the purple saber light spread out like water. Xiao Chen's expression suddenly changed. Under the purple saber light, a black-clad man on the wall was forced out. "Who is it?" Whoosh! Xiao Chen thrust his saber, and the purple light that filled the courtyard gathered into one beam and shot out. That person cried out in shock. His figure flashed, but the saber light still pierced through his shoulder. That person gave Xiao Chen a strange look. Then, his figure flashed a few times as he quickly left. The night turned hazy, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It was like that person had never appeared. Only the lingering purple saber light in the air proved everything that happened earlier. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and frowned slightly. However, he did not give chase. This person could appear silently, only appearing unexpectedly after Xiao Chen activated the true form of the tyrant saber. This proved that this person was far stronger than Xiao Chen. However, he did not make a move. Clearly, he did not have any malicious intent. The Marquis's residence was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There were at least 10 people with such strength. If Xiao Chen gave chase and caused trouble, it would not be good. Now that Xiao Chen stopped thinking, he naturally could not continue brandishing his saber. Xiao Chen went to the stone table in the courtyard and gently placed the tyrant saber on it. Then he took out the 1,000-year flame and drank by himself. After brandishing his saber, Xiao Chen's restless emotions calmed down. After a few cups of fine wine, moonlight unknowingly enveloped him, and he fell asleep in a daze. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes again, piercing sunlight shone in, and his neck stiffened uncomfortably. This time, he found himself resting his chin on his hand as he slept for the entire night. "Young Master Xiao, sorry for the disturbance. The Marquis has prepared a family banquet and would like to invite young Master Xiao over. The Cluster Lord specially instructed me to entertain you." A slender and pretty maidservant stood outside the courtyard doors, speaking in a charming voice. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and replied, "Wait for a while. I'll go over after I wash up." After tidying up, Xiao Chen carried the little monk on his back and went to attend the family banquet under the maidservant's lead. Generally speaking, the grander family banquets were usually held in the evening. Since there was a family banquet in the morning, it meant that not many people would be invited. Aside from the Marquis's residence's heirs, there might be only Xiao Chen and the little monk. The Marquis's residence was very large, with winding corridors, fake mountains, and flowing rivers. It was like a maze, crisscrossing each other. Without anyone to lead the way, one might really get lost in the maze, wandering around. On one of the corridors, Xiao Chen discovered a group of people marching in front. Their destination seemed to be the same as Xiao Chen's. However, Xiao Chen could tell that many of them were just attendants and guards. The true master was the youth in embroidered clothes leading the group. That youth was very handsome and easygoing. Xiao Chen could see a smile on his face. When this youth spoke to the maidservant leading the way, he did not put on an overbearing air at all, making that maidservant feel embarrassed. Aside from this, that youth also exuded a pressing air of nobility. However, his easygoing air covered up this air of nobility, making others feel close to him. Xiao Chen stopped and entered deep thought. There is nothing to mind about this person. Xiao Chen stopped because he discovered a relatively pure dynasty's luck on the other party's body. The 4 dynasties occupied the main dragon veins of the central Great Realm. All those with dynasty bloodlines could receive protection from the dragon veins. The purer one's bloodline was, the greater the dynasty's luck one received. With the protection of the luck of the Yanwu dynasty's vast territory, One's luck would be much stronger than that of ordinary people. Aside from that, the nobles conferred titles by the dynasty would also receive the protection of the luck of the dragon veins. For example, the soaring dragon marquis was conferred the title of marquis, second only to the imperial prince. After all, kings with different surnames were extremely rare in any dynasty. Normally, marquis was the highest rank. The soaring dragon marquis also had this luck. However, whether one could discover it or not was another matter. That is Monarch. He was also invited to the clan banquet this time. I heard that he came specially for the young miss, wanting to invite her to join the rank 7 divine sword pavilion. The maidservant leading the way stopped and smiled when she saw Xiao Chen's gaze. The maidservant seemed to understand this monarch very well. With just a casual question, she revealed a lot of information. Based on the maidservant's eyes, it seemed like she was very fond of this monarch. Rank 7 sex already stood at the peak of this world. Even in the entire Great Thousand Realms, the number of rank 7 sex could be counted on one hand. Even in the vast Yanwu dynasty, there were probably only a few. The competition was exceptionally intense. Even the royal family would not receive any special treatment. For Monarch Yu to be so confident in inviting Lan Luo to join the Divine Sword Pavilion, his strength should not be weak. Without overthinking, Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "Continue leading the way, then." Chapter 1854. After some delay, Xiao Chun arrived at the Marquis's residence's main hall about 7 minutes later. Many people gathered in the main hall. Aside from the soaring dragon Marquis's children, there were also many Long clan disciples, all of whom were from the Long clan. It was clear that the Long clan was flourishing and had many people. This made sense. As a marquis, it would be strange if the clan was not flourishing. Monarch Yu's attendants and guards were scattered outside the main hall, standing together with the Marquis's residence's guards. Monarch Yu showed grave expressions, not letting down his guard just because he was in the Marquis's residence. The family banquet in the main hall had not started yet. Monarch Yu was the son of a duke, possessing the royal clan's bloodline and a noble status. However, he was easygoing and polite. His bearing and boldness were praiseworthy. Currently, Monarch Yu was chatting with a youth. That youth looked somewhat similar to Lan Luo and was also older. He should be Lan Luo's older brother. The Long clan disciples surrounded the two, chatting happily. However, Monarch Yu dominated the spotlight. Most people's gazes landed on him. This was especially so for the many women. Their eyes gleamed with admiration, not hiding it at all. "Young Master Xiao, we have arrived." The maidservant leading the way bowed obediently. Before the maidservant left, she gave Monarch Yu a bashful look before taking her leave. The little monk lay on Xiao Chen's shoulder, looking around curiously. He looked very cute. One adult and one child entered the main hall. This immediately attracted countless gazes. Many people showed curious expressions. Aside from Monarch Yu, why was there an outsider at the Long clan's family banquet? "You are." The youth chatting with Monarch Yu asked from afar without standing up. Whoosh! Many gazes immediately focused on Xiao Chun. The bustling hall turned quiet. "Big brother, he is Xiao Chun, the person I told you about. Father specially invited him here." Without waiting for Xiao Chun to reply, Lan Luo stood up and made the introductions, leading Xiao Chun over. "To think that you dare to enter the Dragon Marquis's residence. Long clan guards, take him down." A familiar figure appeared among the Long clan disciples. This person could not hide his murderous intent as he pointed at Xiao Chun. "Longbow." Xiao Chun recalled that this person was the young marquis who had sent someone to assassinate him in the soaring dragon great world. He seemed to be Lan Luo's 7th brother. Xiao Chun remembered that he had clearly killed him. However, it was not strange. At that time, he had left in a hurry and did not finish him off. With the resources of the princess's residence and the presence of some experts, it was not surprising that they were able to save him. Swish, swish, swish. A group of guards appeared outside the door and surrounded Xiao Chun without any explanation. However, Xiao Chun did not make a move. He only looked at the youth beside Monarch Yu. Clearly, Lan Luo's eldest brother was the one with more prestige here. Let's go. There's nothing here. Lan Luo's first brother waved his hand and dismissed the guard. Then, he said indifferently, "Seventh brother, young Master Xiao is an honored guest that Imperial Fathers specially invited. Watch your words. Otherwise, I don't mind kicking you out." Longbow's expression was quite sullen. His enemy was right in front of him, but he was his father's honored guest. He couldn't even take down Xiao Chun in his own home. Don't be arrogant. Sooner or later, I will teach you a lesson. Longbow waved his hand and withdrew with a resentful expression. Xiao Chun said indifferently, "I don't mind killing you again." Whoosh! Right after Xiao Chun spoke, a huge commotion immediately broke out, shocking the Long clan disciples. Then, the shock turned into enmity. For Xiao Chun to say such words in front of the Long clan in the Marquis's residence was somewhat mocking. Even Lan Luo's eldest brother felt somewhat embarrassed, stunned for a moment. "It looks like I am not very welcome. Goodbye." Xiao Chun had always been a decisive person. When he saw the expressions of the others, he was not willing to remain here. Had he known that this Longbow would be here, he would have rejected him from the start. However, it was clear that someone was not willing to let Xiao Chun leave. "Young Master Xiao, please wait. Since you received the Marquis's residence's invitation, you will be too disrespectful to the Marquis if you leave now. The Marquis's residence rarely invites outsiders to its banquets. Young Master Xiao, please think about it," Monarch said slowly as he held a cup of tea. Immediately, the many Long clan disciples burst into an uproar. It turned out that this person was protected by the Marquis's residence. He was truly too arrogant and unreasonable. Monarch's simple words instantly isolated Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun thought for a while. If he left the banquet, it would indeed be disrespectful to the Marquis whom he had not met yet. This put Lan Luo in a difficult position. Then, Xiao Chun turned around and found a corner to sit beside Lan Luo again. When Lan Luo saw Xiao Chun sit down, she heaved a clear sigh of relief. "Xiao Chun, it has been hard on you," Lan Luo sent a voice projection. She had good intentions, but she had not expected things to turn out like this. "It's fine. I did not handle it well. There is indeed no need to get angry in existence like Longbow." Xiao Chun already felt much more at ease. Everyone is here." At this moment, a middle-aged man with white hair at the temples walked in. He was wearing armor and strode in. "Father, third uncle, Lord Marquis." Everyone at the table stood up and greeted this person. Needless to say, this person was the overlord of the Soaring Dragon Marquis, the Soaring Dragon Marquis. However, the Soaring Dragon Marquis looked ordinary, only exuding the might of a general. There was nothing special about him, which was rather strange. I've been busy with military matters and rarely eat with everyone. Today, there are 2 honored guests coming to the banquet. Come, let me offer a toast to the 2 of you. The Soaring Dragon Marquis was rather straightforward. After indicating for everyone to sit down, he stood up and offered a toast to Xiao Chun and Monarch. Xiao Chun and Monarch did not dare to be slow. They stood up at the same time and drained the wine in their cups in one go. "Thank you, Lord Marquis, for your hospitality." The 2 took their seats and put down their wine cups. The banquet officially began. Delicacies that were not sumptuous but had great value were served up. At the table, the Soaring Dragon Marquis did not pay any attention to Xiao Chun and Monarch. As they chatted, they only talked about family matters and other minor matters. "Your father does not put on any airs," Xiao Chun said to Lan Luo, who was beside him. However, Lan Luo replied somewhat helplessly, "In my impression, he has always been like this. He is neither warm nor cold to everything. You will never be able to see the true thoughts in your heart. I can't see through them either." For example, the Soaring Dragon Marquis had clearly called Xiao Chun over on purpose. However, he did not say anything to Xiao Chun during the banquet. This disappointed Lan Luo, as well as a faint sense of disappointment. "I heard that Monarch wants to invite you to join the Divine Sword Pavilion." Xiao Chun missed this topic and changed the topic. A bright light flashed in Lan Luo's eyes. "What's wrong? Are you interested? Let's go together. The Divine Sword Pavilion is one of the few rank 7 sects in the Yenwu dynasty. Many of their disciples are powerful demonic geniuses who can rank on the martial monarch ranking. Xiaoqin smiled and said, I'm a bladesman. How can I go to the Divine Sword Pavilion? That's true. I nearly forgot about that. Lan Luo frowned, appearing somewhat vexed. In that case, I won't go either. On the other side, Monarch Yu looked at Lan Luo, who was conversing intimately with Xiaoqin. A hard-to-detect cold light flashed in his eyes. Soon, someone suddenly stood up and offered a toast to Xiaoqin. Young Master Xiao, you came from afar. Long Yin offers you a toast. Since someone offered him a toast, he naturally had to return the favor. After a cup of wine, Long Yun asked, Young Master Xiao received second uncle's invitation at the same time as Monarch Yu. I believe you also come from a prestigious clan, right? Xiaoqin replied indifferently, No, I'm just a loose cultivator. This is my first time in the Central Great Realm. These words caused another uproar. It was actually a rogue cultivator without a sect or sect. Furthermore, he had only just arrived in the Central Great Realm. In their eyes, such a person was simply a country bumpkin. When the others thought of themselves, they couldn't believe that they were sitting and eating with someone of such status. Their expressions couldn't help but turn a little weird. Monarch Yu revealed a surprised expression. Unexpectedly, one of the ghostly shadow fiend duo, who caused a commotion last night, has just arrived in the Central Great Realm. The ghostly shadow fiend duo. Monarch Yu's casual words successfully caused the expressions of these Long Clan disciples to change again. This fellow did not speak much, but his words were filled with thorns, trying to isolate them. When the Long Clan disciples thought about it, they found it somewhat funny. The so-called monarch's breadth of mind and boldness were only SOSO. Chapter 1855. The seemingly ordinary family banquet was actually surging. Monarch Yu succeeded in setting the tempo. This made everyone in the Long family view Xiaoqin with hostility and coldness. Xiaoqin found it a little strange, but he didn't think too much about it. In the banquet, when Lan Luo's big brother saw the situation develop to this point, he shook his head and did not say anything. Long Yin, while I'm not around, have you neglected the cultivation of the Long family disciples? When the family banquet was about to end, the soaring dragon marquis looked at Lan Luo's eldest brother and asked in a serious tone, My Long family has been famous for our bravery since the founding of the dynasty. We have never dared to forget the teachings of our ancestors. Father, you can check at any time. The disciples of the Long family have never slacked off, nor do they dare to slack off. Long Yin answered calmly and confidently. Draco nodded his head in satisfaction. A person's innate talent and comprehension are different from birth. Comprehension cannot be forced. I will never force it. My Long family can have trash bodies, but we cannot have lazy people. The soaring dragon marquis's gaze shifted to Long Yin as he continued. After the family banquet, I will conduct an inspection at the drill grounds. Anyone who passes my eyes will be rewarded. On the contrary, I will not punish you. I will only punish you, Long Yin. Long Yin gladly accepted the order, not caring about these somewhat demanding conditions. The Long family disciples heard the soaring dragon marquis's words. Their faces were filled with excitement and anticipation. Everyone had a competitive heart. Coupled with the fact that he would receive a reward from his father, it was hard for him not to be excited. Monarch Yu and Xiaoqin, come along as well. The soaring dragon marquis invited as he looked at Xiaoqin and Monarch Yu. His tone was relaxed and seemed easygoing, but there was a hint of irrefutability in it. My pleasure. My father has always told me that the soaring dragon marquis has a strict upbringing. After standing in the north for so many years, I definitely have to take a good look. Monarch Yu smiled faintly and dealt with the situation easily. Xiaoqin thought for a while. He was prepared to leave after the family banquet. The soaring dragon marquis's invitation put him in a difficult position. Xiaoqin, Luo, told me about your matter. I contacted the Hidden Spirit Temple's abbot last night. They will send people to bring little monk Yin Chen back. At the same time, they will convey my thanks to you. The Hidden Spirit Temple owes you a favor. The soaring dragon marquis seemed to have guessed what Xiaochen was thinking. Huh. These words immediately shocked the disciples of the Long family, and they revealed expressions of extreme disbelief. Monarch Yu's words had already caused their impression of Xiaochen to plummet. They now felt that he was just a country bumpkin who had just arrived in the Central Great Realm. He didn't belong to any sect, so there was no need to treat him too well. There were too many people like this. In the entire Great Thousand Realms, everyone took pride in being in the Central Great Realm. This was the center of the martial epic. The four dynasties and the many empires dominated the direction of the entire martial epic. As the descendants of the Yinwu dynasty's soaring dragon marquis, they were very proud. There was no need to criticize them. After all, they had the capital to do so in the first place. After leaving the Central Great Realm, no matter where they went, they would receive the highest treatment. However, the soaring dragon marquis's casual words made them flabbergasted. The abbot of the Buddhist sect's hidden spirit temple, who did not care about worldly matters, actually said that the hidden spirit temple owed Xiaochen a favor. Not to mention how strong the abbot was, the hidden spirit temple itself was an existence that surpassed rank 7 sections. Its history was even longer than that of a dynasty. To think that such a holy land owed Xiaochen a favor. How could they not be shocked? At the same time, they felt dissatisfied in their hearts. How could such a person make the hidden spirit temple owe him a favor? Everyone here was a proud person. When they suddenly heard these words, they could not help feeling competitive. Even Monarch Yu's calm expression changed slightly. As he looked at Xiaochen, his expression turned strange. Master is coming? Hee, this is really great. The little monk had been looking at the good wine and dishes on the table, but could not eat them, only salivating. When the little monk heard this, he felt pleasantly surprised and excited. Under such circumstances, Xiaochen could not refuse, so he could only agree. The family banquet came to an end. The group arrived at the Marquis's residence's drill ground. The drill ground required an extremely vast area. It was normally used for the army to gather soldiers, so it was a military location. It would be more accurate to describe the drill ground of the Marquis's residence as a drill ground. However, the Soaring Dragon Marquis guarded this area. The Soaring Dragon Marquis was not only a marquis, but also a general appointed by the royal clan, guarding the borders. Everyone in the Long clan was used to calling this drill ground a drill ground because of the Soaring Dragon Marquis's character. During this time, Long Yin purposely slowed down his pace, walking together with Xiaochen. Xiaochen, do you know why my father specially invited you to the family banquet? Xiaochen had long noticed that something was strange. If Xiaochen wanted to meet him, it would have been better if they met in private. There was no need to meet at the family banquet. However, Xiaochen did not care, so he did not ask. Now that Long Yin was willing to answer, it was naturally for the best. Brother Long, please enlighten me. Long Yin's gaze fell on Monarch Yu. At this moment, Monarch Yu was saying something to Lan Luo. Monarch Yu's expression looked very sincere. However, Lan Luo did not respond warmly. Monarch Yu, that's right, it is Monarch Yu. He is the son of a duke, a relative of the royal clan, and holds a noble status. His comprehension ability is even more incredible. He has an amiable character and a good reputation. After that, there is no after that. Long Yin smiled faintly and did not say anything more, leaving directly. This made Xiaochen feel even more suspicious, causing him to frown slightly. Big brother, this fellow must be doing this on purpose, leaving things halfway. Is there anything more annoying than this? The little monk said, feeling aggrieved. Xiaochen said softly, do whatever you want. I'll deal with it when it comes. I won't be staying here for long. After sending you off, I'll leave immediately. Xiaochen was very open about many things now, not caring about them. When Xiaochen arrived at the drill ground, the Long clan disciples eagerly searched for suitable weapons and started practicing. Long Yin accompanied his father, watching the performance of the Long clan disciples below from the tall platform. The Long clan disciples were indeed extraordinary. Xiaochen looked around. The weakest was an early-stage star venerate. Many of them were even late-stage star venerates. As for that Long Yin, Xiao Chun guessed that he had already broken through the shackles of a star venerate due to his older age. After becoming a holy venerate, he would be an outstanding talent among the outstanding talents of the Long clan. While in the drill ground, Xiao Chun surprisingly discovered a shooting range. Several Long clan disciples were drawing their bows and shooting arrows. The setup of this shooting range was very complicated. There were formations on the ground, either increasing gravity or creating a weightless environment, testing the strength of the archers. In the depths, one could easily simulate all sorts of harsh environments. The starry heavens, a forbidden sea, a land of lava, and a 5,000-kilometer-long glacier. Excellent archery. He reached the 10th ring again. Incredible. Third brother truly lives up to being the top archer of our Long clan disciples. His archery skills are becoming increasingly exquisite. Even under 20-fold gravity and 10 kilometers away, he can still firmly hit the 10th ring. The Long clan disciples surrounded a youth, praising him. Just at this moment, Monarch Yu and his subordinates walked over. The group immediately egged on Monarch Yu to shoot an arrow as well. The royal bloodline requires one to be proficient in the 6 arts from a young age. Monarch Yu's archery skills must be extraordinary. Right, Monarch Yu. Let us broaden our horizons, Long Hua said. Long Hua, Lon Luo's third brother, also said in admiration. Monarch Yu said softly, "My skills are insignificant. How could I dare to embarrass myself? Feng Tian, show the Long clan disciples what you are capable of." Yes. A subordinate walked out from behind Monarch Yu and took a bow from Long Hua. Then he stood still and casually shot an arrow. A piercing sound soared into the clouds, kicking up strong winds that swept through the entire drill ground, attracting everyone's attention. Boom! With this arrow, the target, which was made of divine material, was directly shattered. The tail of the arrow continued to buzz as it landed 10 kilometers away. The second target also hit the 10th ring. This small display of skill immediately shocked everyone, shocking everyone. "Sorry, I damaged your Long clan's target." Feng Tian appeared somewhat arrogant as he returned the bow to the somewhat distracted Long Hua. As he held the bow, he felt somewhat disappointed and frustrated. Earlier, Monarch Yu said that Feng Tian's skills were insignificant. How could he dare to embarrass himself? However, a random subordinate easily defeated Feng Tian. Wasn't Feng Tian saying that Feng Tian's skills were insignificant, yet he dared to embarrass himself? The other Long clan disciples could not empathize with Monarch Yu. They only felt even more admiration for him. For a follower to have such archery skills, it was truly amazing. Monarch Yu smiled faintly and headed to the other areas of the drill ground. The group of Long clan disciples quickly followed. Long Hua was the only one left in the empty shooting range with a bitter expression on his face. Just as Long Hua felt somewhat depressed and wanted to leave, he discovered that another person had appeared at the shooting range at some point in time. Xiao Chen held the Long clan's special goose dragon bow and drew the bowstring, testing it out. Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen was not an expert archer. He had not learned it properly, either. His skills were all unorthodox. This was Xiao Chen's first time at a proper shooting range, so he was not used to it. When Long Hua saw Xiao Chen's skills, he smiled. With one look, it was clear that Xiao Chen was a novice. Indeed, when Xiao Chen shot his first arrow, the gravity pulled it down midway, causing it to wobble and fall to the ground. To think that you dare to embarrass yourself with such skills. Long Hua mocked and turned to leave. However, just as Long Hua was about to leave, he heard a dang sound. This was the sound of an arrow hitting the bull's eye. Long Hua was very familiar with this sound. Long Hua immediately turned around and discovered that Xiao Chen's second arrow had hit the bull's eye. The little monk stood at the side, clapping and cheering. Dang! 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 After familiarizing himself with the Long clan's special goose dragon bow, Xiao Chen hit the bull's eye with every arrow. The first arrow stuck to the tail of the second arrow, piercing through it before hitting the bull's eye. All 10 arrows hit the bull's eye smoothly and smoothly. When Long Hua saw this scene, he said with a sullen expression, "Disgusting. Your archery skills are clearly excellent, yet you pretend to be a novice before me, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, making fun of me. You are indeed narrow-minded and extremely shameless. Ha! Little benefactor, you are really stupid. The person who defeated you was the one who hid his strength. What does that have to do with my big brother? This is just my big brother's first time at the shooting range and has not used your Long Clan standard bow." The little monk said with disdain. "What do you mean?" Long Hua asked, feeling confused. Chapter 1856. Facing Long Hua's confusion, the little monk smiled and said, "You are indeed stupid. Look, who are the two people by his side now?" Long Hua looked at Monarch Yu doubtfully and saw that the two people by Monarch Yu's side had changed. The place where the Long Clan disciples practiced their spear techniques was where Monarch Yu came. With Monarch Yu's arrival, that place immediately became the most bustling place in the drill ground. Not only did the Long Clan disciples gather there, but even the guards of the Marquis's residence went over to join in the excitement. Another busybody encouraged Monarch Yu to show off his skills. Monarch Yu said a few humble words, but still did not make a move, letting his follower show off his skills. That follower did not look shocking. However, his spear techniques were amazing. Even the best spear technique among the Long Clan disciples did not last more than 10 moves against that follower. Many of the Marquis's residence's guards were itching to challenge him. However, they could only show off that follower's exquisite spear techniques. Long Hua exclaimed in shock, "What incredible spear techniques! Monarch Yu simply could not figure out what was going on. Given his intelligence, it was indeed somewhat shocking for him to figure this out." The little monk's baby-like face showed disdain as he said, "Can't you tell? This monarch has many capable people under him. That person who competed with you earlier is someone with excellent archery skills, much stronger than you. He must have prepared this. Otherwise, do you think that just anyone's archery skills are that scary?" "Why?" Long Hua asked, feeling confused. Monarch Yu found an expert archer to trample on him for no reason. Initially, Long Hua did not believe it. However, when he saw Monarch Yu casually walking around the drill ground, he inadvertently displayed a strong follower. The little monk frowned and looked up at Xiao Chun, who was beside him. Then he asked in a daze, "Big brother, why?" Dang! Xiao Chun hit the bull's eye again. He felt that this drill ground was rather useful. If he were to cultivate here for a month, his mediocre archery skills should be able to improve by leaps and bounds. If he found a good teacher from the Marquis's residence to teach him, he might even become an expert archer. "Little brat, it turns out that you don't know either," Long Hua muttered. Long Hua mumbled to himself as he came to Xiao Chen's side and asked, "Why exactly?" Xiao Chen placed the goose dragon bow on the table at the side and glanced at Monarch Yu. There was a hubbub of voices on the other side, and it was extremely lively. Cheers could be heard from time to time. "Anticipation, I guess." "What?" Xiao Chen explained. "There are thousands of people on the drill ground, including the Marquis Mansion's family warriors and the disciples of the opposite sex. When everyone wanted to see Monarch Yu's strength, he did not make a move. It's better to let your followers attack, to shock the crowd, and lure them away. The more you want him to make a move, the more he refuses to make a move. He's only letting his follower provoke everyone's interest. What do you expect in your heart now?" Long Hua replied without even thinking, "Naturally, I want to see Monarch Yu's own strength. Even his followers are so powerful. As the master, he must be even stronger." "That's right. Right now, he's trying to create this kind of anticipation and provoke your expectations to the extreme. Actually, do you have some other kind of anticipation in your heart? Since your follower is so powerful, you might not be as powerful. You want to see him make a fool of himself." Xiao Chun remained expressionless, not showing any fluctuations. However, he seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Long Hua said somewhat embarrassedly, "Indeed, a little. I lost so miserably. Naturally, I feel somewhat unconvinced." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "Don't think that way. Otherwise, when he makes a move later, you will feel even more despair. This is the effect that he wants. When everyone's emotions are at their peak, he will pretend to make a move reluctantly. When he makes a move, he will shock everyone and make the others' respect for him reach new heights. It might even make them despair of being undefeatable, feeling respect in their defeat. That's impossible. Long Hua felt somewhat incredulous. Xiao Qian's words had a huge impact on him. His pure heart could not accept this. This was simply too complicated. Right now, Long Hua felt somewhat dizzy. The little monk, who was not even taller than Xiao Qian's calf, rubbed his chin and nodded to himself. Big Brother is really smart. He immediately figured out the crux of the problem. This Monarch Yu is also incredible. I could try using this move in the future. Long Hua's expression did not fade. He still did not believe it, or perhaps he was unwilling to believe it. He said, just to stand out, he wants to trample on all of us first. Why not? In the same era of the martial epic, only the most resplendent star will be remembered by the later generations. The other stars can only adorn the night sky, making it even more resplendent and dazzling, making people feel even more respect and admiration. This is how the path of the martial epic is. Isn't it the same in reality? Xiao Qian said indifferently, right now, you are just unlucky to be in the same drill ground as him. However, will there really be people who think that way and then do it? Long Hua thought about it carefully. If that was really the case, this person was too shrewd and scheming. Even after being purposely used as a stepping stone, he was still willing to worship the other party. A general success is built on 10,000 bones. This has been the case since ancient times. While this sentence seems very far away from us, in reality, it is happening all the time. To achieve one's goal, a few tricks and a few stepping stones are nothing. Every day, every hour, every moment, there are people who become stepping stones for others. Dang! Xiao Qian drew back the bowstring, and the arrow struck the bulbous eye again. Then, he revealed a faint smile on his face. I can increase the gravity now. With my veritable essence energy, I can control the gravity by 20 times. If it were the Soul Slayer bow, Xiao Qian would have no problem reaching the level of the archery expert under Monarch Yu. When Long Hua heard what Xiao Qian said, he felt his hair stand on end. Is this world really that scary? However, what is his purpose? Why is Monarch Yu doing this? Long Hua could not help asking. He already doubted Xiao Qian's words, so he could not help asking. Xiao Qian looked at the tall platform. The Marquis, Long Yin, and the upper echelon of the Marquis's residence could not help looking at Monarch Yu. It cannot be helped. Nearly all the thousands of people in the drill ground gathered where Monarch Yu was. Monarch Yu looked very handsome and valiant. He held a noble status, but he was neither arrogant nor proud. Just as subordinates could make people applaud and praise him endlessly. If the people in the drill ground did not pay attention to him, who would they pay attention to? Could it be those lonely, lost, or disappointed stepping stones in the corners? Compared to the cheerful Monarch Yu, who had a gloomy expression and was dispirited and full of negative energy, who would they pay attention to? The answer went without saying. Xiao Qian thought about the excited Long clan disciples at the family banquet. At this moment, the outstanding talents among them were all like Long Hua, dispirited and dissatisfied. It was not that they were not outstanding enough. It was just that they ran into the even more outstanding Monarch Yu. This was originally a drill prepared for them. With Monarch Yu's means, the main character changed, becoming Xiao Qian himself. This allowed the soaring dragon Marquis and the upper echelon of the Marquis's residence to focus their gazes on him. They had somewhat forgotten the original purpose of this drill. After Long Hua heard what Xiao Qian said, he could not say that he understood everything. However, he understood Xiao Qian's words. However, Long Hua still felt dubious in his heart. He felt that what Xiao Qian said was too shocking, somewhat unrealistic. Brother Xiao, your archery skills are pretty good. Suddenly, Monarch Yu, who was in the crowd in the distance, seemed to have discovered Xiao Qian by accident. Following Monarch Yu's gaze, the gazes of the drill ground immediately shifted to Xiao Qian. As Monarch Yu spoke, he walked over naturally, and the others quickly followed. Monarch Yu, show us your skills. It was unknown who shouted that, but the cultivators following Monarch Yu instantly erupted. Right. Monarch you possess the royal clan's bloodline. You are definitely skilled in the 6 arts, and your archery skills must be extraordinary. Show us your skills. Let's see how exquisite the royal clan's archery skills are. Show us your skills, then. After watching Monarch U's subordinates make a move several times, these people were already anticipating Monarch U to truly show off his strength. Monarch U thought for a long time. Then, he said with some difficulty, "Archery is indeed not my specialty. If I make a fool of myself, please forgive me." Good. The crowd was excited. Monarch U was finally going to make a move. The many Long Clan disciples and generals all felt excited. "Brother Shao, if you don't mind using the bow in your hand, right?" Monarch U asked softly, showing a humble attitude. Shao Chen showed a calm expression as he casually handed the goose dragon bow to the other party. Then, he slowly pushed it away. Only Long Hua's heart was surging with waves. He was incomparably shocked, completely stupefied, unable to say a single word. It really was as Shao Chen said. This was the exact same script. It looked like there were no openings. Under the crowd's instigation, Monarch U appeared somewhat helpless and unwillingly made a move. "I'm not trying to show off on purpose. You all forced me to. This what kind of cultivation realm is this? This is simply inconceivable." However, Shao Chun had seen through everything long ago. Long Hua felt curious. If Monarch U knew that Shao Chun already knew everything he did, what kind of expression would he have? Chapter 1857. Monarch U received the bow and arrow from Shao Chun. Then he said indifferently, "Increase the gravity to 40-fold. Hua." His casual words immediately caused everyone to exclaim in shock and suck in a cold breath. Long Hua was slightly surprised. He had practiced archery for many years and naturally knew the difference between 40 times gravity and 20 times gravity. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was far more than just double. 20 times the gravity was already exaggerated enough, and it was the strict requirement of the Marquis's residence. The other clans and powers generally only had 10 times the gravity for their basic training. If Long Hua's archery skills were placed anywhere else, he would receive unanimous praise. However, Monarch U's actions were truly terrifying, especially for such an expert. Archers who knew the difference between 20 times gravity and 40 times gravity would be even more shocked. Even some of the generals who followed the soaring dragon Marquis on the high platform felt slightly startled. They said softly, "Lord Marquis, if Monarch, you can hit the 10th ring with this arrow, his archery skills will rank within the top 10 in our army. Most importantly, he is still so young. It is indeed terrifying. You are a relative of the emperor and enjoy a hereditary title of nobility. To be able to not be arrogant or rash, and to be able to settle down and cultivate, that's the rarest thing." Monarch U's performance won praise from the Marquis's residence's upper echelon. Lan Luo, who sat beside Long Yin on the high platform, looked over with some dissatisfaction. Shao Chun felt that this Monarch U seemed to be purposely making life difficult for Shao Chun. When he saw Shao Chun shooting arrows, he purposely wanted to outdo him. "Luo, what do you think of Monarch U?" The soaring dragon Marquis did not reply to his subordinate. Instead, he turned his head and spoke to Lan Luo, a doting look in his eyes. After a moment of silence, Lan Luo replied simply, "There is nothing to say about his strength and talent. What does father think?" The soaring dragon Marquis smiled faintly, but did not say much. "Just keep watching. The show has just begun." Long Yin pondered over his father's words in his heart. He was somewhat unable to grasp and did not quite understand. Monarch U drew his bow on the drill ground, holding his breath and focusing. "Let go." The arrow was invisible, and under 40 times the gravity, it hit the bullseye that was 10,000 meters away. Wong, the tail of the arrow, trembled. Monarch U successfully made his debut, stunning the entire place. Under 40-fold gravity, late-stage, star venerate experts would find it hard to bring out their advantage in speed. Even holy venerates would inevitably be affected, unable to bring out their full strength. However, even so, Monarch Yu used the ordinary goose dragon bow to firmly hit the bullseye 10 kilometers away. Monarch Yu handed the bow to Xiao Chun. Then he smiled softly and said, "Brother Xiao Chun, are you interested in competing? For Brother Xiao to obtain the Hidden Spirit Temple's favor, you must have something extraordinary about you." "Yes, one round, one round." At this moment, Monarch Yu had just received cheers from everyone. Many Long clan disciples immediately seconded his suggestion. During the family banquet, the Long clan disciples had already been hostile to Xiao Chun. Now, Monarch Yu was willing to stand up for them. Being able to improve further and see Monarch Yu's strength was indeed a good thing. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Long Bo seized the opportunity to mock Xiao Chun wantonly. "Xiao, xiao, xiao." Instantly, countless gazes in the drill ground landed on Xiao Chun. Some of these gazes were filled with disdain, some with mockery, and some with cold smiles. This made one feel unbearably lonely. Monarch Yu had already succeeded in isolating Xiao Chun in the Marquis's residence. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun's mental fortitude was far beyond what this group of people could imagine. He said indifferently, "It is not impossible to compete with me. How much do you have to bet?" "Bet?" Monarch Yu rejoiced in his heart. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes as he said, "If I lose, I will agree to any one of your requests." "Deal." Xiao Chun had his own plans. After thinking for a while, he chose to agree. Seeing Xiao Chun agree, Monarch Yu could not help laughing maniacally in his heart. "I finally got this opportunity to make you agree. What do you want to compete in? Just say it. As long as you can win in any one of them, it will be considered my loss. However, if you lose, you have to agree to one of my requests." Monarch Yu exuded strong confidence as he exuded the might of a ruler. The formless dragon luck covering Monarch Yu's head spread out together with this dragon might. The tyrannical might of a ruler immediately turned ancient, distant, and noble. It was like an epic, shocking everyone. It was like in that instant, everyone felt like they were not facing Monarch Yu alone, but an insignificant corner of the ancient dynasty. The aura that Monarch Yu gave off was incredibly horrifying. The sudden appearance of the dynasties might force the people near Monarch Yu to move back, not daring to look at him directly. The might of the dynasty. In the end, Monarch Yu is the son of a duke, possessing the royal clan's bloodline. When he gets serious, he looks completely different. Many people felt extremely shocked in their hearts. Now, they looked at Monarch Yu with some respect. As Xiao Chun observed in secret, he deeply felt the vastness and ancientness of a dynasty. This Monarch Yu had used less than a 10,000th of it, and he already had such a terrifying deterrence. The accumulations of a dynasty were indeed horrifying. At the same time, Xiao Chun thought to himself, "This Monarch Yu is overly serious. Could it be that everything he did was to trample on me before everyone? In what way did I provoke the other party to be so wary?" With this thought, Xiao Chun's expression turned grave, and he could not help getting serious. If this Monarch Yu wanted to use Xiao Chun as a stepping stone for himself like the others, then he would have found the wrong person. In that case, he would have found the wrong person. Xiao Chun's expression turned slightly cold as he said indifferently, "I think that Monarch Yu's archery skills are pretty good. Let's compete in archery. Let's see whose archery skills are better." This person really overestimates himself. Monarch Yu showed off a little earlier. Even under 40-fold gravity, he could still easily hit the bullseye. Clearly, he was holding back, yet he took the initiative to compete with Monarch Yu. Did a donkey kick him in the head? He is really stupid. Ha! All sorts of disdainful voices could be heard. Many of the Long family's disciples and the Marquis Mansion's guards looked at Xiao Chun. They all felt that there was something wrong with Xiao Chun's mind. Xiao Chun had already casually mentioned Monarch Yu's strong suit. "Competing with me in archery?" Monarch Yu was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, "As you wish." Men, increase the gravity tenfold. Boom! In a shooting range, the gravity reached a frightening 50 times, and the space around them began to distort. Under such circumstances, it would undoubtedly be even more difficult to hit the bullseye. What was even more difficult was that the slightly distorted space. If the arrow wanted to pass through it, it would have to hit the bullseye. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven. What a great monarch you! If he can still hit the bullseye under 50-fold gravity, his talent in archery is truly terrifying. Monarch Yu's actions startled everyone. Under 50-fold gravity, even a holy venerate would find it hard to escape easily. If he could hit the bullseye in this situation. In other words, Monarch Yu possessed the strength to kill a holy venerate. Monarch Yu held up the goose dragon bow and shouted. Then, he drew the bowstring, and the dynasty's might soared continuously. Boom! The dynasty's might eventually turned into a golden dragon chi and soared into the sky. In an instant, all the clouds in the sky were swept away. The clouds no longer existed, and a sky full of stars suddenly appeared in this bright and clear world. When one looked up, one could see a sky full of stars. Using the dynasty's might to support himself, Monarch Yu cleared away the clouds in the sky. This resulted in a mysterious phenomenon of flipping day and night. Countless stars flickered in the clear sky. The sky full of stars looked exceptionally bright from the central great realm. What is the center? I am the center of the universe. The great thousand realms originate from me. The boundless astral regions all revolve around me. At this moment, Monarch Yu on the drill ground gave off a light that said, I am the only one in the vast sea of people. Everyone regards me as the center. Whoosh! Monarch Yu suddenly let go, and the stars in the sky gave off a bright light. Boundless starlight descended and drifted down. The arrow that Monarch Yu shot out was like a rainbow piercing the sun, turning into a resplendent beam of light. The arrow swept everything in its path, undefeatable. The twisted space did not affect it at all. Boom! In the next instant, a deafening sound rang out. The target made of precious divine materials was shattered. The target made of precious divine materials shattered without any suspense. The entire drill ground trembled slightly under the aftermath of this arrow. Many of the weaker cultivators were horrified by the remnant might. Monarch Yu's entire body shone with resplendent light, looking like a sovereign. His long hair fluttered, and starlight surrounded him. Monarch Yu smiled coldly and tossed the goose dragon bow rudely at Xiao Chun. Then, he said coldly, How are you going to compete with me in archery? I want to see how you can defeat me. Whoosh! Xiao Chun caught the bow. The force contained in it shook the surroundings and kicked up a strong wind. Everyone felt Monarch Yu's rage and disdain. At this moment, Monarch Yu's aura reached its peak since he entered the Marquis's residence. Clearly, it was Monarch Yu who was being rude. However, everyone felt that Xiao Chun should not have provoked him. Monarch Yu's archery skills were already very strong. Yet, he purposely challenged this. He was simply seeking death. How can I defeat you? Xiao Chun smiled coldly in his heart. Naturally, he already had a plan on how to win. Chapter 1858. Since Xiao Chun was the one who suggested archery, he naturally had absolute confidence in defeating his opponent. The light from Monarch Yu's body slowly faded, and the clouds in the sky slowly gathered. The scene of the blazing sun shining together with the stars disappeared. Everyone stared at Xiao Chun, who had retrieved the goose dragon bow. They wanted to see how capable he was to defeat Monarch Yu. Of course, aside from Lan Luo and the soaring dragon Marquis, no one else in the drill ground felt that Xiao Chun could win. Even Long Yin, who thought highly of Xiao Chun, shook his head in his heart. Xiao Chun was of the royal bloodline, the son of a grand duke. The moment he made a move, he would receive the protection of the dragon's luck. Furthermore, he could enjoy the resources of the royal clan. Monarch Yu's conditions and starting line were truly enviable. Even though Long Yin was the eldest son of the soaring dragon Marquis, he could only be envious and could not compare. More importantly, the arrow that Monarch Yu shot was indeed startling, inspiring lingering fear in everyone. Even a regular holy venerate would not dare to take this arrow lightly. Long Yin, who knew why Monarch Yu wanted to trample on Xiao Chun, could not help worrying for him. What's wrong? Do you not dare to? Or are you too ashamed to make a move? Joy flashed in Long Bow's heart. When he thought about how Xiao Chun would embarrass himself in front of everyone, he could not help mocking him. Haha, if you really can't do it, just admit defeat. Losing to Monarch Yu is not embarrassing. After all, he is a relative of the royal clan. A country bumpkin like you cannot compare to him. That's right. To think that he really dares to compete with Monarch Yu. If it were me, I would just admit defeat. Given Monarch Yu's demeanor, he would not make things difficult for him. Just admit defeat. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. Suddenly, cheers rang out in the drill ground. Most of the Long clan disciples had already been subdued by Monarch Yu's demeanor. Now that they saw Monarch Yu's stunning display, they already felt great admiration for him. Furthermore, Monarch Yu left a good impression on everyone. Nearly everyone stood on Monarch Yu's side, smiling as they told Xiao Chun to admit defeat. The voices of people surrendering rose and fell like waves in the sea. If it was an ordinary person, under such intentional isolation, a flaw would have appeared in their mental state a long time ago, and it would be difficult for them to maintain their calm. However, Xiao Chun was very intelligent. Furthermore, he had seen through Monarch Yu's tricks long ago. In the end, the person he would trample on would be himself. Naturally, there was no change in his expression. He said softly, "If there is really an undefeatable enemy, it is not a big deal to admit defeat and admit one's inadequacies." When Monarch Yu heard that, he smiled faintly. Then, he said in a gentlemanly manner, "Brother Xiao is rather tactful. Since you already admit defeat, then the bet is voided. Just do something small for me. Are you deaf or are you out of your mind? My big brother is laughing at you for overestimating yourself. It's far from enough to make him admit defeat. You can't even tell this? You really have a low IQ. What kind of bullsh** T royal prince are you?" Hee hee. The little monk, who was lying on Xiao Chen's shoulder, rolled his eyes and said with disdain. Monarch Yu's harsh words, coupled with the little monk's mischievous face, angered him somewhat. This was especially so when Monarch Yu said hee hee at the end. He nearly lost control of his demeanor. Just as Monarch Yu was about to say something, he suddenly heard a crisp sound. An arrow silently pierced through the distorted space and struck the bullseye 10 kilometers away. Compared to Monarch Yu's arrow, which had a huge momentum and vast monarch might, the one that could reverse day and night, the arrow shook the world. Xiao Chen's arrow appeared rather ordinary. He drew the bowstring, released it, and the arrow flew out, hitting the bullseye. It was like the distorted space in front of him and the 50-fold gravity were just decorations. How can this be? The group of Long clan disciples was stunned. Someone shouted in disbelief. The gravity field is definitely not turned on. I want to give it a try. Right? You must give it a try. No one could accept such a result. They all made a move, drawing their bows and shooting arrows. In the end, the arrows that they shot either landed in the distorted space or went off to some other place. Not to mention hitting the bullseye, none of them could hit the target. The cruel truth stunned the group of Long clan disciples. Their faces revealed even more incredulous expressions. How could an outsider be so much stronger than them? This was simply unacceptable. They could accept and understand that Monarch Yu was stronger than them. Monarch Yu was a relative of the royal family, the son of a duke, blessed by the luck of the dragon. It was natural for Monarch Yu to be stronger than them. However, what did Xiao Chen have? He had nothing. Compared to them, he was completely worthless. However, this worthless person managed to hit the bullseye, something that they could not even touch. It's useless. It's useless. Monarch Yu's arrow shook the world, shaking the surroundings and reversing day and night. How can your arrow compare to it? So you still lost. That's right. That's right. You still lost. Your arrow is far from comparable to Monarch Yu's. That's right. Monarch Yu's arrow was so startling. How can you compare to it? The Long clan disciples who felt somewhat unbalanced all spoke up, bringing up Monarch Yu to suppress Xiao Chun. They refused to admit that Xiao Chen's archery skills were better than Monarch Yu's. Only the expressions of the Marquis's residence's upper echelon on the tall platform changed slightly. The might of Xiao Qian's arrow was indeed not comparable to Monarch Yu's arrow. In fact, it was a far cry from it. Monarch Yu's arrow had used the dynasty's might. It could already threaten a holy venerate, even severely injuring one. However, experts had their own judgment. In terms of practicality, Xiao Qian's arrow far surpassed Monarch Yu's. Xiao Qian's arrow was astonishingly fast, no different from how he normally shot. As for Monarch Yu's arrow, while it looked startling, in reality, it was storing up power. Although it could threaten a holy venerate, it was impossible for a holy venerate to get hit in a real fight. Unless a holy venerate was held back, it was practically impossible for a holy venerate to get hit. If it were Xiao Qian, the scene that appeared in their minds was Xiao Qian using his movement technique to flash in the air, continuously shooting arrows. On the other hand, the sky full of arrows was more likely to injure a holy venerate. If such an archery team could be created in the army, they would be able to eliminate the threat at the borders. They could be said to be unrivaled. Lord Marquis, the generals behind, all felt incredibly excited, calling out involuntarily. Naturally, the soaring dragon Marquis knew what they meant. He waved his hand indifferently to stop them from speaking. While the experts knew the ropes, the Long Clan disciples and the Marquis's residence's generals were not convinced. In any case, Xiao Qian's arrow was ordinary and not comparable to Monarch Yu's. You lost. You can't do it. You're just trash. A bunch of fools. Why are you shouting so loudly? If you're that capable, then go ahead and try. If that monarch or whatever is not convinced, he can come up and try as well. See if he could be like my big brother, calm and unruffled. The little monk was a straightforward person. He focused on defending Xiao Qian, loudly rebuking those people. I'm not convinced. I'm not going up. What can you do to me, little brat? Since no one could do it earlier, naturally, no one could do it now. They would not really go up. However, relying on their numbers, they were not convinced and started mocking the little monk. Dang! What answered them was Xiao Qian's second arrow. Xiao Qian circulated the heavenly heart art, and the heart flame at his fingertip merged with the arrow. This arrow pierced through the tail of the previous arrow and struck the bull's eye again. Boom! However, because Xiao Qian increased the heart flame, the might of this arrow was significantly higher than the previous one. The loud noise was deafening, instantly suppressing the noise of the Long family disciples. Boom! The third arrow flew out. This time, Xiao Qian increased the heart flame by another 10%. When the arrow struck the bull's eye, the resulting tremor was even more terrifying. It was like a clap of thunder resounding in all directions, shaking the entire drill ground intensely. What was even more terrifying was that Xiao Qian's control of the heart flame had reached a very ingenious level. Xiao Qian did not shatter the target. Instead, he sent the energy of the heart flame through the target. The fourth arrow, the fifth arrow, the sixth arrow, the energy of the heart flame that Xiao Qian sent out increased in intensity each time. The resulting sound waves were increasingly terrifying. When the seventh arrow flew out, the terrifying sound waves spread out. Even the buildings in the Marquis's residence shook intensely. Many of the beams were directly blown away. As for the Long Clan disciples on the drill ground, although they did their best to block, they still could not endure it. The shock waves caused them to vomit blood and roll around endlessly. They covered their ears and wailed in pain. After the seventh arrow flew out, no one dared to say that they were not convinced anymore. Only horror appeared on their faces as they looked at Xiao Qian. They felt angry but did not dare to say anything. They were both afraid and fearful. At this moment, it was already clear whose archery skills were superior. What if someone was not convinced? Xiao Qian used the simplest and most direct method to respond to those who were not convinced, who still dared to say that they were not convinced. Monarch Yu, who had been silent all this while, appeared ashen. Then he said, "Bring my white feather bow." "Yes, young master." Soon, a subordinate brought a treasure bow that was as smooth as white jade and placed it in Monarch Yu's hand. A peak-inherited Dao tool. For a moment, the faces of the Long family disciples changed. Although the bet did not stipulate what bow to use. Although there were no rules on what bow to use in the bet, Monarch Yu's actions were clearly inappropriate, even somewhat shameless. However, due to Monarch Yu's status, no one said anything. With the peak inherited Dao tool, the white feather bow in hand, Monarch Yu drew the bowstring and fired an arrow at the sky. Boom! In the distant sky, a ferocious beast flying in the clouds instantly exploded, turning into a clump of blood mist. That clump of blood mist looked exceptionally eye-catching in the clear sky. Whoosh! 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 Monarch Yu's figure turned illusory as he fired 6 arrows in a row. Each arrow killed a late-stage, star-venerate ferocious beast from a great distance. Taking the lives of ferocious beasts from 5,000 kilometers away, such a terrifying scene deeply shocked everyone. Whoosh! Monarch Yu fired his startling 7th arrow, and the phenomenon of flipping day and night appeared again. Starlight shone from his body, and the might of the dynasty spread out. The arrow shot out like a rainbow, piercing through the sun. A miserable shriek rang out in the air. Bang! After a while, an arrow struck a ferocious beast with an extremely terrifying aura, infinitely close to that of a holy venerate, and it landed on the drill ground. That severely injured ferocious beast could not move at all. However, its ferocious aura scared the Long Clan disciples far away. While Shao Chun fired 7 arrows, Monarch Yu did the same. Furthermore, he shot at the extremely fast, ferocious beasts in the sky. No, it was not an immovable target. Clearly, he wanted to defeat Shao Chun. After firing 7 arrows, Monarch Yu appeared somewhat fatigued. He looked at Shao Chun and said, "This white feather bow is a reward that I obtained with my military merits. I obtained it with my own abilities. Naturally, it is also a part of my strength. If you have any treasures, you can use them as well. Don't say that I, Monarch Yu, am bullying you." Monarch Yu's words sounded righteous, flabbergasting everyone. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a shameless person bullying Shao Chun in such a dignified manner. He did not have an illustrious clan or a strong sect. Monarch Yu smiled coldly and said, "I am the son of Duke Yun, a relative of the royal family. You are far from being comparable to me. Let's see how you are going to defeat me. I only need 1 arrow to defeat you." When the clouds spread out and the mysterious phenomenon of flipping day and night vanished, Shao Chun snorted coldly. He activated his blue dragon bloodline and released his divine eyes. His dragon might soared into the clouds. Without relying on the dynasty's might, he used his own dragon might to recreate the flipping day and night mysterious phenomenon. That pair of divine eyes swept through the surroundings, looking unparalleled. No one dared to look directly at them. Amid the crowd's startled cries, Shao Chun took out the god Shadow Bow and infused all his soul energy into it. Then, he drew the bowstring and shot an arrow at the sky. Whoosh! The arrow shot out, and the bowstring trembled slightly. Cracks immediately appeared on the drill ground, spreading out like a spiderweb. However, no one paid attention to this. Everyone focused on that startling arrow. That arrow flew increasingly farther until it vanished from everyone's sight. Then, a loud sound startled the entire soaring dragon city. A resplendent and dazzling light, even more dazzling than the sun, burst forth in the starry heavens above the city. A star exploded in the air. The resplendent light disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, countless star fragments turned into meteors filling the sky and quickly fell to the ground. With this peak arrow, Shao Chun exploded a star. The remnant, might of the god Shadow Bow, knocked everyone to the ground in the drill ground. Only Shao Chun remained standing proudly. His dragon might was unparalleled, dominating the world. The moment this arrow shot out, there was no need to say who won or lost. You are just an insignificant duke's son, yet you dare to compete with Shao Chun in terms of status and bloodline? Shao Chun had an unparalleled rank 8 blue dragon bloodline. Even the princes of the dynasty might not be strong enough before Shao Chun if they were not related. No matter what Monarch Yu's purpose was, he had chosen the wrong target to use Shao Chun as a stepping stone. Chapter 1859. Meteors fell from the sky. Xiao Chun held the god's shadow bow in his hand, shocking the surroundings. This arrow directly blew up a star the size of a city. In the starry heavens, even a powerful holy venerate could achieve such a feat with their full power. He had only destroyed a city with a single sword strike, but the problem was that he was not in the starry sky, but in a city. Even at such a high altitude, he was still able to shoot down a formation with one arrow. This was a little exaggerated and shocking. This was especially so for Xiao Chun, who was also a star venerate. Above the Marquis's mansion, the upper echelons who had seen much of the world were all moved, feeling slightly shocked. The only one who could remain calm was the soaring dragon Marquis. Up on the drill ground, Monarch watched all this in a daze. Suddenly, his expression twisted. He glared at Xiao Chun and said, "You bitch. No wonder you wanted to compete in archery with me at the start. It turns out that you have a soul tool. What a good, lowly commoner, to actually dare scheme against this king." Xiao Chun held his bow and said indifferently, "You can think whatever you want. However, you lost. You lost. Monarch, you can't be this shameless. Previously, everyone was using the same bow and arrow, and your archery skills were obviously at a disadvantage." Long Hua, who had seen everything that had happened, couldn't help but angrily explain everything to Xiao Chun. The other disciples of the Long family had the same thoughts as him, but there was still a grudge in their hearts. He was too embarrassed to speak up for Xiao Chun. Even now, they still wanted to argue about who would win. Actually, it was already pointless. Even a fool could tell that Monarch had lost. Whether he was willing to admit it or not, he had lost. Furthermore, he had lost miserably. In terms of face, he had lost everything in this battle. The aloof, dazzling Monarch had fallen to the mundane world. Although his strength still surprised them, it was not enough for them to worship or respect him. He was just a mortal, and he was even somewhat shameless. First, he broke the rules and took out an inherited Tao artifact. Now, he refused to admit defeat. He even cursed with a face full of unwillingness, losing all of his poise. Monarch had turned into a stranger that they did not recognize. Scram, this king didn't lose. This king is best at sword techniques. Defeat the sword in my hand first. Monarch snorted coldly. In that instant, he drew his sword. The sword was like the wind, whistling out. Longhua's expression changed slightly as he quickly dodged. Monarch's sword intent nearly injured him. Xiao Chun gently pushed off with his feet and put away the god's shadow bow. Then he moved back. Monarch's sword intent was exceptionally strong. It contained an unimaginably tyrannical monarch's might. The surging sword intent was like a tsunami of flames surging over. This king will not lose. Monarch showed a sullen expression as he leaped into the air and thrust his sword. On the tip of the sword, a scorching radiance burst out, as glaring as the sun. This was the famous heavenly flame sword technique of the Yinwu dynasty's royal court. The royal bloodline of the Yinwu dynasty's royal family had a strong affinity for fire-attributed energy. Aside from a few exceptions, most people would choose to cultivate fire-attributed cultivation techniques. With the addition of their bloodline, they could achieve twice the results with half the effort and cultivate much faster than ordinary people. Their comprehension and usage of fire-attributed cultivation techniques would also be much stronger. Monarch's sword strike brought out the explosive power of the fire-attributed energy to the fullest. The instant the tip of the sword lit up, the sword intent filling the air spread out like sparks. Sword intent filled the air before Xiao Chun, bursting forth. There was no way to dodge at all. The two had already exhausted their soul energy. They could only use veritable essence energy, martial techniques, and their own techniques to fight. This was the first time Monarch faced such a strong fire-attributed sword technique. Xiao Chun felt slightly startled. He could not find a suitable way to deal with it. Holding the tyrant's saber, Xiao Chun retreated as he fought. Once Monarch erupted, he showed no signs of stopping. The flames in the surroundings rumbled endlessly. The drill ground, which was protected by an array formation, was blasted into terrifying pits one after another. Heavenly Flame Sword, 9 dragons soaring. Monarch Yu roared ferociously, and all his veritable essence energy surged. Then, 9 lifelike flaming dragons filled with Monarch's might appeared in the surroundings, continuously circling him. This move, when a Marquis residence's upper echelons saw this move, they were mildly startled. They felt that things had spiraled out of control. The moment the 9 terrifying flaming dragons appeared, the entire drill ground started burning under the horrifying heat. No moisture remained in the air, making it incredibly dry. What a terrifying temperature! At the same time, the moisture in Xiao Qin's body evaporated rapidly. Before this move was executed, it already felt like it could kill. Xiao Qin did not dare to be careless. He circulated the ice feather divine incantation, and his entire body became like ice. Thin ice feathers drifted in the surroundings, looking like heavy snowflakes. The temperature in the surroundings dropped a little. Monarch Yu, who executed 9 dragons soaring, had already soared into the sky in front. Monarch Yu looked dazzling in the sky. The flames blazed, looking like the blazing sun. Monarch Yu and the true blazing sun in the sky complemented each other, competing for glory. Monarch Yu angrily pointed his sword at Xiao Qin. The surrounding sky suddenly turned dark, leaving only the sun shining brightly. This light shrouded everyone's senses, preventing them from distinguishing the sun in the sky. Was it the true blazing sun or Monarch Yu with 9 dragons around him? This was somewhat inconceivable. Whoosh! As Monarch Yu pointed his sword, a dragon-like sword light flew out of the sun, burning up all the light. As the sword light shot toward Xiao Qin, it contained Monarch Yu's peak sword intent, the dynasty's might, and a terrifying fire-attributed energy. The addition of Monarch Yu's cultivation technique allowed that fire-attributed energy to rival the might of the fire Great Tao energy. How fast? The sword light was scarily fast. In nearly a flash, it arrived beside Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin executed the Thunder Dragon art to its limits. Electric light flickered as he dodged. Boom! Who knew? This sword strike was just the beginning. There were a total of 9 sword strikes, each one faster than the one before. The final sword strike nearly forced out Xiao Qin's blue dragon divine wings. With such power, it still didn't contain any soul power. If it contained soul energy, the might of these 9 sword strikes would undergo a qualitative change. After the 9 sword strikes, the entire drill ground no longer existed, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The ground split apart, and countless huge rocks flew into the sky. They were so dense that they covered the sky. Xiao Qin died. When Monarch Yu saw that Xiao Qin managed to dodge his move, he became enraged. Monarch Yu's star venerate will swept out from his forehead with a vast dynasty's might. Indistinct ancient war drums and the singing of epic poems appeared in the surroundings. That was the boundless accumulations of an ancient dynasty. Monarch Yu's star venerate will stirred up some of it. This was the protection of the dynasty's luck for the royal clan disciples in its territory. If Monarch Yu's royal clan bloodline was pure enough, he might be able to truly uncover the tip of the iceberg of the ancient accumulations of this dynasty. Boom! Monarch Yu's star venerate will contained an ancient might that looked solid. Everywhere the star venerate will passed, the huge rocks in the way instantly turned to ashes and vanished. Not to be outdone, Xiao Qin flashed with a dragon seal in his soul pool. The will of soul containing the divine might of the blue dragon clashed fearlessly. Bang! 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 The 2 wills of soul clashed intensely, producing intense explosions. The entire Marquis' residence shook intensely, spreading to the city. The buildings that were not protected by formations like the Marquis' residence crumbled. The 2's auras surged in the air. The shock waves caused countless rocks to explode. This no longer looks like a fight between star venerates. What a terrifying aura. This is simply a fight between 2 holy venerates. However, there is no holy venerate will. This Xiao Qin is really incredible. To think that he did not lose to Monarch Yu in a clash of wills in the Yinwu dynasty's territory. His dragon might is really unfathomable. What exactly is it? However, up until now, Xiao Chun has been passively defending. If he does not counterattack, Monarch Yu might wear him down to death. The many hidden experts in the Marquis's residence all flew out. They carefully watched the two fighting intensely in the air. Surging sword intent and saber intent clashed everywhere on the drill ground. The two's figures flashed so fast that they did not even leave after images. Dang, dang, dang. The saber and sword clashed. Every time they clashed, a loud, melodious sound rang out, stirring up fluctuations in the clouds in the sky. The sky changed color, winds blew, and clouds churned. In the dynasty's territory, those of the same generation would have an innate disadvantage when fighting with the royal clan's bloodline. Not only did Xiao Chun endure this disadvantage, but he also made up for the disadvantage of his cultivation being one grade lower than Monarch Yu's. After all, Monarch Yu possessed outstanding talent, a demonic genius who could challenge those of higher cultivation realms. Monarch Yu was not an ordinary Star Venerate expert. Along the way, Monarch Yu had used all sorts of resources to stabilize his cultivation. His accumulations were deep, far beyond what ordinary people could compare to. Along the way, the royal clan's bloodline lacked everything except resources. However, they were shocked to discover that this sexless, loose cultivator seemed to possess deep accumulations. His accumulation seemed even stronger than Monarch Yu's. At first, when facing Monarch Yu, Xiao Chun still found it hard to hold out. Now, he became increasingly calm and unruffled. I will not lose. I absolutely will not lose to a mixed-blood dragon like you. Monarch Yu glared furiously, appearing crazy as his long hair fluttered about. The more Monarch Yu fell into a disadvantageous position, the crazier he became. He sent out many sword moves without any regard for his life. Xiao Chun did not want to fight to the death with such a person. It was not worth it. Let's see how crazy Monarch Yu can be. Xiao Chun silently executed the Mahaya abstinence violation first move, dreamlike mundane world, which he comprehended from breaking the mundane. As Monarch Yu retreated, he swung his saber. When the strange purple saber and the swaying saber light entered Monarch Yu's eyes, they turned into illusions, creating a dream. I am a relative of the royal clan. I absolutely will not lose. Monarch Yu turned increasingly irritable. It seemed like he wanted to risk his life, executing a risky move that would injure both sides. Xiao Chun snorted coldly and made the first move. Using dreams as a saber, Xiao Chun withdrew the saber light in the air and turned it into a beautiful purple saber light. Then, he instantly broke through Monarch Yu's sword move. Ka, ka, ka. Crisp sounds rang out, sounding like treasure swords breaking. The beautiful purple saber light looked both real and fake, like a dream or illusion. When it appeared before Monarch Yu's eyes, it activated the dream that Xiao Chun left in his heart. Monarch Yu showed a confused look, standing there in a daze. However, the purple saber light did not show any intention of stopping. It pierced through Monarch Yu's exquisite armor. Furthermore, there was a defensive technique that an expert left in Monarch Yu's body. The saber light pierced through Monarch Yu's chest. It was like a solid spear hung Monarch Yu in the air, preventing him from moving. Chapter 1860. Monarch Yu showed a pained expression. That strand of saber chi pierced his chest, making him feel incredible pain. However, Monarch Yu could not move at all, feeling extremely sullen. You are seeking death. How dare you injure Monarch Yu? Kill him. Seeing Monarch Yu in such a miserable state, many of his guard became enraged and charged at Xiao Chun. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures soared into the air. These people were Star Venerate elites with extraordinary strength. When Xiao Chun drew the God Shadow Bow, he already drained his soul energy. Then, he fought a huge battle with Monarch Yu. Xiao Chun exhausted a lot of his strength. He could only bring out about 50% of his strength. Clearly, he found it hard to deal with so many enemies. You bunch of trash. How dare you bully me with numbers? No way. Just as Cluster Lord Lon Luo cried out and was about to get her big brother and father to make a move, a figure came out of Xiao Chen's back. It was the little demonic monk's silver saber, Yin Shun. He pointed at the air and sent out the heavenly heart finger. The heavenly heart finger that the little monk created by merging the heavenly heart art with a Buddhist sect cultivation technique was extremely mighty. When the little monk pointed, he knocked back the group of people at the very front. After those people fell to the ground, they suffered severe injuries and vomited blood, fainting from the pain. The few people at the very front were in even worse states. Not even their corpses remained after this finger strike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was not over yet. The little monk's figure flashed, and he punched with his dainty fist. Aside from holy venerates, everyone could block one punch from the little monk. Soon, only the few holy venerates that came with Monarch you could block the little monk on the shattered drill ground. However, the little monk had already undergone a rebirth, his physical body reconstructed. Furthermore, he had obtained the heavenly heart art that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind. His comprehension ability was even more monstrous than Xiao Chen's. The heavenly heart finger that the little monk comprehended was boundlessly strong. Back then, it was not that Xiao Chen had not thought of merging the heavenly heart art with his sharp spirit finger. However, after trying, he discovered that it was not that easy. There were simply too many difficulties involved. He could only settle for the next best thing, merging the heavenly heart art with his archery skills. Furthermore, with the God Shadow Bow, Xiao Chen managed to carve out another path. Monarch used 2 holy venerates, led a few late-stage star venerates to fight the little monk. The little monk had the advantage of a physical body, making him incredibly nimble. The little monks of Xiao above. This was especially so for the Long family disciples who had looked down on the little monk when they were arguing with him and looked down on him for being a brat. He felt a slight chill run down his back. With this kind of strength, if a punch landed on his body, thinking about it, the consequences were truly terrifying. Even a holy venerate was not a match for Xiao Chen. If it were them, they would probably explode with one punch. Xiao of Monarch! Xiao! Monarch howled in the air. Several of his subordinates went over, trying to neutralize that purple saber light. Ming Yun, say, of Chun of Ming King. The strand of extremely devilish violet color blade light seemed material, yet carried a dreamlike, ethereal feeling, causing them to feel a loss for how to deal with it. Nothing he had learned in his life could explain how such a saber technique was formed. Young master, wait a moment. Wait a moment. The might of this saber light is slowly weakening. A few old men surrounded Monarch. Sweat trickled down their foreheads, appearing incredibly anxious. I can't wait anymore. Monarch roared ferociously. Then he grasped that strand of saber chi with both hands and used all his strength to pull it out. Every time he pulled out an inch, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. It looked like only this saber light stabbed into Monarch's chest. In reality, Xiao Chun had used creating dreams with the saber earlier. Unknowingly, the saber light had already penetrated deep into his sea of consciousness. The saber lights that had entered deep into the sea of consciousness and body were formless and invisible. At this moment, they were about to be pulled out. However, there were tens of thousands of them, and they were like hooks. The pain and damage caused by them were extremely terrifying. The wailing monarch revealed a decisive expression as he clenched his teeth and forcefully pulled out this saber light. Xiao Chun, I want you dead. Monarch's hair was disheveled, and he appeared to be in a sorry state. His eyes were sunken, and he no longer had his earlier grace. Monarch roared ferociously, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. An invisible might and pressure encased the entire drill ground. The boundless figure of a dynasty appeared indistinctly in the sky, appearing illusory and real. The terrifying might of the dynasty spread out from above, causing everyone present to feel a great pressure. Their legs turned soft, and they could not stand stably. It's over. This monarchy was going all out. He wants to use his bloodline to forcefully shake up the dynasty's accumulations. He wants to use the Supreme Dynasty's might to crush Shao Chun. He is trying to perish together with Shao Chun. He can only truly move the dynasty's accumulations if he is a king or has an oral order from Yanhuang. As a monarch, he is still far from sufficient. Quickly leave. Quickly leave. Monarch Yu is crazy. The expressions of the Long clan disciples and the Marquis's residence's guards all changed drastically as they fled. Whoosh. However, just as that terrifying dynasty's accumulations were about to materialize into many ancient cities, a sovereign will appeared on the tall platform. The moment this sovereign will appeared, everyone within 5,000 kilometers felt an urge to kneel and worship it. Boom! The terrifying dynasty's accumulations in the sky crumbled in one strike from this sovereign will. Men, treat Monarch Yu's injuries. The soaring dragon Marquis, who had remained silent on the tall platform, spoke for the first time after dispelling Monarch Yu's crazy attack with a wave of his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many experts immediately rushed out of the Marquis's residence. They restrained Monarch Yu without saying anything and brought him away. All of you disperse. This practice ends here. The soaring dragon Marquis stood up. Without even looking at Shao Chun, he led the Marquis's residence's upper echelon away. On the other hand, after Long Yin stood up, he gave Shao Chun a deep look. Today, Long Yin was truly shocked by this white-robed bladesman's elegance. Perhaps even the princes would not be as impressive. That's not right. Perhaps the prince's cultivations are higher than Shao Chen's. However, the number of princes who could compare to Shao Chen's elegance and tyranny could be counted on one's fingers, as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. When Long Yin saw Shao Chun look over, he quickly turned around and left with his father. Whoosh! Lan Luo did not have any worries. She gently drifted over and landed beside Shao Chun. Lan Luo frowned and asked, "Are you all right? I don't know what got into this Monarch Yu, but he targeted you like that. I really misjudged this person. Earlier, I was still considering whether to join the Divine Sword Pavilion together with him." Shao Chun looked to the front and replied indifferently, "Fortunately, the little monk helped me block these people. Your father also stopped Monarch Yu from risking his life. I'm fine." After Monarch Yu was brought away, his guards were no longer in the mood to fight. However, they could not leave just because they wanted to now. The little monk wanted to teach this group of people a lesson, so he did not let them leave. "Little ancestor, we were wrong. Let us go. Stop hitting them. You little child, why are you so unreasonable?" The two holy venerates held on bitterly. However, the late-stage star venerate old men were beaten into submission. When the little monk's tender little fist struck his body, he felt so much pain that he wished he were dead. His old bones felt like they would fall apart. "You're allowed to bully my big brother with numbers, but I'm not allowed to bully you? Is there still any law or justice? I will not stop until I beat you up." The little monk spoke righteously, but he had a mischievous smile on his baby face. Actually, the little monk's hands were simply itching. He had held back for so long and had not made a move. This time, he could not stop himself. Such a scene flabbergasted the Long clan disciples. This was indeed a bona fide little ancestor. Anyone who saw it would have a headache. This father-son combination of Shao Chun and the little monk was somewhat unrivaled. Each was scarier than the other. Who could imagine that the harmless-looking, incredibly cute little monk was actually even more violent than Shao Chun? To think that they were even more violent than Shao Chun, inspiring fear in others. When Lan Luo saw this somewhat strange situation, she also felt shocked. However, when she thought of something, she suddenly showed worry on her face. "Oh no, you offended Monarch Yu. The Dukian behind him will definitely not take this lying down. If he turns you into a wanted criminal of the dynasty, it will be problematic." However, Shao Chun did not care. He said softly, "This is what your father wants to see." Lan Luo's expression changed drastically. Her chest heaved up and down in shock. Chapter 1861. What? Clearly, Lan Luo's shocked expression was not feigned. It looked like she did not know many things. Actually, Xiao Chun did not know either. However, he could guess it. From the start until now, the soaring dragon Marquis had a firm grasp of the situation. As long as he wanted to, he could stop the bet between Xiao Chun and Monarch Yu at any time. However, he did not, silently agreeing to the bet. Even when Xiao Chun pierced Monarch Yu with his saber, the soaring dragon Marquis did not stop it. He allowed Xiao Chun to defeat Monarch Yu in front of everyone, causing Monarch Yu to lose face and end up in a sorry state. In the end, when Monarch Yu went somewhat crazy and wanted to execute a killing move that would end in mutual destruction, the soaring dragon Marquis easily stopped him. Such a scene verified some of Xiao Chen's guesses. However, it did not matter. Xiao Chen did not care about all this. Now, he was more open-minded about many things. In the eyes of ordinary people, the soaring dragon Marquis held high authority and horrifying strength. In Xiao Chen's heart, he treated the soaring dragon Marquis as an equal. He did not feel that there was a need to be cautious or cautious. All he needed was to maintain respect for the strong. Xiao Chun, are you saying that my father purposely framed you so that you would suffer Monarch Yu's rage? Lan Luo asked quickly when Xiao Chun remained silent. Perhaps. However, it was not intentional. He was just going with the flow. Most of the reason is that Monarch Yu sought death himself. Otherwise, I would not have opposed him after noticing that something was off. Xiao Chun consoled, don't dwell on this. Your father is in the dynasty. Most of the time, he cannot directly offend the royal clan. He is in a high position and has many implications for the interests of the entire dynasty. He cannot express his stance casually. If an outsider appeared at this moment and could share his burden, that would naturally be for the best. Furthermore, I do not mind doing him a favor at little cost. After all, he is your father. Xiao Chen placed more emphasis on the word you, expressing Xiao Chen's opinion on this matter. As you are Lan Luo, I do not care even if your father is in the wrong. Xiao Chen's meaning was not obvious, but Lan Luo could still make it out. Thank you. Feeling warmth in her heart, Lan Luo expressed her thanks and quickly took her leave. She had some doubts in her heart that she wanted to clarify. After Monarch Yu left, Xiao Chun glanced at the little monk, who was still trembling with Monarch Yu's subordinates. Then, he said softly, "You've played enough. Let's go." Roger that. The little monk giggled and used the heavenly heart finger to sweep away the 4 late-stage, star-venerate old men. He leaped into the air and landed in the bag on Xiao Chen's back. The remaining people immediately felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, and they felt much more relaxed. Only the 2 holy venerates looked at Xiao Chen with some displeasure in their eyes. He didn't want to let Xiao Chen go so easily. With Monarch Yu in such a miserable state, these attendants and guards would definitely be held responsible. None of them could escape punishment. Xiao Chen glanced at them indifferently. Then, he ignored these people and left. Marquis's estate, within the study of the soaring dragon Marquis. Father, this Xiao Chun is really incredible, even though he is just a star venerate. Although he is still a star venerate, I can tell that his potential is even greater than those princes. He is completely worthy of 8th sister. Inside the room, Long Yin continued excitedly to the soaring dragon Marquis. Furthermore, 8th sister truly likes him. I think he really can do it. At this moment, the soaring dragon Marquis was reading a book. After he put it down, he said, "Never mind. When the Hidden Spirit Temple's people arrive, we'll let him leave. It is best not to get involved in this mess." Long Yin exclaimed in surprise, "Father, isn't this the plan you thought of? Let Monarch Yu, who brought the marriage certificate, fight with Xiao Chun, lose, and take the initiative to leave. Now that we have achieved our goal, why do we not agree to 8th sister and Xiao Chun being together?" Xiao Chun guessed right. From the very start, the soaring dragon Marquis had everything under his control. Monarch Yu had brought the marriage certificate of his father, Duke Yun, to propose to the soaring dragon Marquis. Duke Yun was a person with authority in the dynasty. He was very close to the 8th prince's bloodline. When the throne changed, the emperor had to abdicate every 100 years unless there were special circumstances. Then, The most outstanding prince would be chosen to inherit the throne. That was to say, the emperor of the Yinwu dynasty could only hold the throne for 100 years. Then, the emperor would have to abdicate and let his descendants enjoy the resources and the luck of the dynasty, as well as the supreme imperial authority. This was for the sake of providing the dynasty with fresh blood, ensuring that the dynasty maintained its vitality. This was to maintain its combat prowess in the competition with the surrounding empires and dynasties. Otherwise, the dynasty would become rigid, and its luck would decline. The nation's luck could fall at any moment. Once the ancient dynasties became rigid, the nation's luck would decline, and there would be the risk of destruction. Since ancient times, there had been no lack of such examples. Even the strong Tianwu dynasty of the past nearly perished due to the decline of the nation's luck. Hence, the rulers of the various dynasties and empires would not remain in power for too long. Otherwise, no matter how brilliant they were, the dynasty's system would inevitably become rigid. This was something that could not be avoided. Hence, the dynasty had to change every 100 years to maintain its vitality and vigor. Now, the Yinwu dynasty's 100 years were almost up. The competition between the various princes was intense. Strong people from all walks of life all took sides. The soaring dragon Marquis did not want to get involved with Duke Yin because he did not want to get sucked into the whirlpool of power struggles for the throne. However, Duke Yin was strong, and the soaring dragon Marquis could not directly reject him, not giving him face. Coincidentally, Xiao Chun appeared at this moment. The soaring dragon Marquis thought of using Xiao Chun to defeat Monarch Yu, making him take the initiative to withdraw. He had no choice but to do this. Even if he offended Duke Yin, it would just be a fight between the younger generation. Duke Yin would not be able to find a reason to seek trouble for Xiao Chun. This matter looked flawless. Even Monarch Yu himself would not have expected it. Monarch Yu was an intelligent person. Everything was within his calculations. How could he fall for the soaring dragon Marquis scheme? However, this was the truth. At this moment, the unconscious monarch Yu had already been carried out of the dragon Marquis's residence. He would not have the face to bring the marriage certificate to propose again. The soaring dragon Marquis looked at his eldest son in confusion. The soaring dragon Marquis asked softly, "Why do you think I am so certain that Xiao Chun will defeat Monarch Yu?" Long Yin smiled and said, "Father, as a sovereign personage, your eyes are naturally extraordinary. How could you not see it? With a comparison, you can easily tell who is stronger and who is weaker." When the soaring dragon Marquis heard that, he laughed. Then, he removed the armor on his chest and the heart-protecting mirror, revealing an eye-catching wound on his shoulder. Even now, this wound had not healed completely. One could see the festering wound. "Father, when did you get injured? Did an assassin come in?" Long Yan's expression changed drastically as he stood up in a fluster. The soaring dragon Marquis put on the armor and the heart-protecting mirror again. Then he said indifferently, "This was left by Xiao Chun last night." "Ah." Long Yan's expression turned even more shocked. The soaring dragon Marquis said, "I'm fine already. Don't worry. It's just somewhat difficult to heal." That night, the mysterious black-clad man who watched Xiao Chun brandish his saber was the soaring dragon Marquis himself. Originally, the soaring dragon Marquis wanted to make a move himself to test out Xiao Chun's strength. Who knew, on that night, when the bright moon hung high in the sky, a white-clad man danced alone to the moon. With just one look, the soaring dragon Marquis was shocked, intoxicated by that exquisite saber technique. Amid the mottled light and shadow, the exquisite and gentle saber light hit a roaring heart. The soaring dragon Marquis forgot about his original target and quietly watched Xiao Chun's saber technique, his horizons broadening. However, the soaring dragon Marquis had not expected Xiao Chun to discover him. By the time he startled awake, the saber light had already struck him. The soaring dragon Marquis quickly fled, not paying much attention to it. However, when the sky brightened, he discovered how startling this saber light was. Even the soaring dragon Marquis could not completely remove it. This was simply shocking. After Long Yin heard that, he felt a chill. Xiao Chen's potential was far greater than he had imagined. To think that even his father could not quickly heal his wound. This Xiao Chen was truly a demonic genius on a monster level. The soaring dragon Marquis's gaze was deep as he said indifferently, "Now, do you know why I sent him away? It is not that he is not outstanding enough, but that he is too outstanding. My Marquis's residence cannot afford to raise such a large true dragon." I understand. However, eighth sister, Long Yin frowned slightly. When he thought of his beloved eighth sister, he felt somewhat sad. Chapter 1862. At the mention of Lan Luo, the soaring dragon Marquis appeared somewhat sorrowful. Just at this moment, footsteps suddenly came from outside. Lan Luo rushed in. "Eighth sister!" Long Yin exclaimed in some fluster, appearing somewhat shocked. When Lan Luo saw the two's expressions, she said, "Indeed, it is as Xiao Chen said. You two are hiding something from me." The soaring dragon Marquis exchanged looks with Long Yin. After a moment of silence, the soaring dragon Marquis said, "Speak the truth, then." Long Yin organized his thoughts and told Lan Luo about the cause and effect of the matter. "This monarch Yu is really despicable. I absolutely will not marry him." Lan Luo revealed a disgusted expression. When she thought of Monarch Yu's actions, she felt repulsed. Long Yin asked, "Earlier, you said that Xiao Chen already knows. What's going on?" Lan Luo did not hesitate to tell the two everything that Xiao Chen told her. After the soaring dragon Marquis heard that, he smiled bitterly and said, "I already gave him such a high evaluation. Unexpectedly, I still underestimated him. Let's leave this matter at that. When the little monk's master arrives, I will personally send him off and apologize to him." Night arrived as scheduled. Xiao Chen treated his injuries in the courtyard, thinking about the gains and losses of today's battle. After the battle with Monarch Yu, Xiao Chen had a good estimate of his own strength. With his strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to join any 7th grade sect. However, Monarch Yu was not considered a powerful expert of the dynasty's younger generation. He had not even joined a rank 7 sect. In terms of strength, Xiao Chen should still be a distance away from the core disciples of a rank 7 sect. However, the gap was already rather limited. Xiao Chen recalled that when he first entered the Great Thousand Realms, he was not even comparable to a rank 3 sect disciple. In just a few short years, he gained his current strength and accumulations to enter the Central Great Realm. This was already very rare. In this battle, Xiao Chen's greatest comprehension was that he now knew how mighty his peak move was. After activating his great desolate Ian bloodline and using his soul energy to drive the God Shadow Bow, a holy venerate would die for sure if they were caught off guard. The other was the purple saber chi that Xiao Chen executed at the end. Dreamlike, mundane world. Using a saber to create dreams, using a saber to enter a dream, using a dream as a saber, he could wield them freely. The next step was to enter the dream and let this saber art penetrate deep into his bones and soul. With a casual swing of his saber, he could send out the boundlessly strange purple saber chi that seemed both real and fake at the same time. As for its weakness, it was still in its cultivation. Before this monarch, you joined a rank 7 sect. He was already a late-stage star venerate. One could imagine how formidable the cultivation of the disciples of the 7th grade sects were. Actually, Xiao Chen's vision was too broad. Within the 4 great dynasties, rank 7 sects were as rare as phoenix feathers and Sheila horns, and their numbers were extremely few. A 7th grade sect was already standing at the peak of this world. For an ordinary person, being able to join a rank 6 sect was already extremely amazing. Xiao Chen could obtain a place for himself in the dynasty and make a name for himself in the entire Central Great Realm. Furthermore, there was a limit to how many disciples a rank 7 sect could recruit. Many of the rank 6 sects were true inheritors. In reality, they weren't much weaker than the disciples of the rank 7 sections. It's time to start cultivating the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and muttered to himself. Xiao Chen's cultivation had already stagnated for some time. He needed to dual cultivate the demonic and martial veritable essence energy to raise his cultivation. Cultivating any one of them alone would not allow his cultivation to improve. The demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art had a total of 9 layers. Each layer was extremely difficult to cultivate, requiring vast resources and a corresponding demonic tribulation. While cultivating, Shao Chun also had to guard against the corrosion of heart demons, which was even harder to cultivate than the purple thunder divine incantation. This was another challenge for Shao Chun. It was also a difficulty that he had to face while dual cultivating the demonic and martial veritable essence energy. During the Great Desolate Aeon, ferocious beasts ran amok. The world was in chaos and logic no longer existed. Only the strong could survive. Among the many ferocious beasts, there was a huge bird that could hold up the sky called the demonic cloud. At first, it was just a demonic cloud born in the primal chaos. Although it had the bloodline of a god demon, it was still incredibly weak. The title page recorded the origins of the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. This cultivation technique was born from the demonic cloud bird, a great desolate Aeon ferocious beast. After the primal chaos demonic scripture, the demonic Tao's primogenitor grade cultivation technique was lost. This cultivation technique became one of the top 10 demonic Tao cultivation techniques. Ever since the Scarlet Blood Pirate King fell, this cultivation technique had not appeared for 10,000 years. Now, people knew very little about it. Shao Chun carefully read through the book, entering deep thought. If one wanted to cultivate this cultivation technique, one had to condense a demonic cloud seed in one's body. Otherwise, one would not be able to cultivate it. With this thought, Shao Chun stood up and left the room. Then, he looked at the night sky. After some thought, Shao Chun soared into the air and soared up. After a while, he arrived in the clouds. Condensing demonic clouds was not a difficult task in the Forbidden Sea. However, in the Yenwu dynasty, a nation ruled by the righteous Tao, it was not easy. The environment with spiritual energy was different. The spiritual energy of the Yenwu dynasty was astonishingly pure. There was practically no need to purposely temper it. The spiritual energy was already very dense. From the moment one was born in the Yenwu dynasty, one would have a higher spiritual energy than the people of the outside world. It is not enough. The clouds here are too thin. I have to find a place with exceptionally dense clouds. Shao Chun casually grabbed a cloud and analyzed it for a while. Then he looked higher. Whoosh! As Shao Chun's figure continued upward, he slowly felt a huge pressure. An invisible might and pressure encased the entire dynasty's territory. When Shao Chun looked up, he seemed to see a huge, invisible dragon glaring at him. It was the Imperial Dynasty's dragon luck that was protecting this ancient dynasty. When it reached a certain point, it would offend the dynasty's might. Flying upward would become increasingly difficult. However, Shao Chun already saw an extremely dense cloud layer 10 kilometers above. It was very suitable for condensing demonic clouds. Shao Chun released his dragon might and forced his way through, heading for that dense cloud. Boom! 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 Shao Chun's dragon might seemed very insignificant when compared to the dynasty's luck. As the dragon might clashed, lightning tore through the sky, spreading in all directions. The clouds below clashed, and thunder roared and lightning flashed, followed by heavy rain. I've arrived. 1 hour later, Shao Chun heaved a sigh of relief and entered that terrifyingly dense cloud layer. The cloud layer was pitch black. It was a terrifying thundercloud. Shao Chun could not even see his fingers. The extremely dense, lightning-attributed energy within interfered with Shao Chun's spiritual sense. Under such circumstances, Shao Chun could not send out his soul energy at all. What soul energy feared the most was this kind of naturally occurring lightning. With just a touch, soul energy would scatter. Shao Chun could only open his heavenly eye and barely explore the cloud layer, advancing carefully. This thundercloud was unfathomably vast and boundless. It was several times larger than the entire soaring dragon mark he ate, looking exceptionally startling. Whoosh! Suddenly, A crystalline ferocious beast, flickering with electric light, appeared in front, flying toward Xiao Chun. Thunder Essence. Xiao Chun recognized this ferocious beast. It was a spirit born from a peak attribute. It happened to be a lightning-attributed spirit. It had a cruel nature, a fiery temper, and an extremely aggressive nature. This was a 100-year-old thunder essence with the strength of a star venerate. Its entire body was made of energy, which was exceptionally problematic for ordinary people to deal with. However, Xiao Chun had his own methods. He took out the wedding funeral bow and fired 10 arrows before the thunder essence arrived. Then, he infused the heart flame in the arrows and fired 10 arrows in a row. When the thunder essence was only 1 kilometer away from Xiao Chun, it finally crumbled, turning into bolts of lightning that looked like electric snakes slithering out. It left behind a resplendent crystal floating in the clouds. This crystal was known as a thunder crystal rock. Its value varied according to the age of the thunder essence. To lightning-attributed cultivators, it was very valuable. Experts specialized in hunting thunder essences in thunderclouds to obtain thunder crystals. Xiao Chun casually put away this 100-year-old thunder crystal rock and continued forward. As Zhang Xian traveled further and further away, he encountered more and more thunder spirits. There were all kinds of thunder spirits. Sometimes they were snakes, sometimes huge trees, and sometimes humans. The only thing they had in common was that they were energy bodies. After dealing with a batch of more than 100 thunder essences, Xiao Chun stopped advancing. If he went any further, he would end up in danger, given his strength. These thunderclouds were much more horrifying than he had imagined. However, it was enough to stop here. He could absorb the cloud energy and condense demonic clouds. Xiao Chun released the demon blood vulture to protect him. The demon blood vulture screeched and hid in the clouds, flying around happily. Xiao Chun sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Then, he lit up his 9-star primal core. As Xiao Chun infused his demonic attributed veritable essence energy into his hands, Xiao Chun continuously formed hand seals. As Xiao Chun's hand seals changed, his demonic attributed veritable essence energy drained continuously. A terrifying aura slowly spread out from his body. This aura caused the clouds to churn, rising and falling like the waves of the sea. Then, Xiao Chun formed the heaven-swallowing seal. A huge demonic cloud bird image appeared behind Xiao Chun. As the heaven-swallowing seal formed, the demonic cloud bird opened its beak and sucked. The demonic nature hidden in the unfathomably deep demonic clouds turned into thousands of tiny black lines that entered Xiao Chun's body. Those black energy lines gave off a demonic glow. As they danced around, they stirred up demonic clouds. The process of condensing demonic clouds went rather smoothly. Chapter 1863. Amidst the unfathomably vast and mysterious thunderclouds, Xiao Chun formed the heaven-devouring seal with both hands and absorbed the demonic nature hidden in the clouds. The demonic nature turned into countless black ribbons and entered Xiao Chun's body. The environment here was different. The demonic nature here could not be compared to the Forbidden Ocean. It would definitely be much slower than in the ash-gray sea. However, as long as there were no accidents, it was only a matter of time before he successfully condensed the demonic cloud seed. The eyes of the terrifying demonic cloud bird behind him shone with a demonic light that seemed solid, looking somewhat terrifying. The demon blood vultures flying around occasionally exchanged glances with that demonic cloud bird, feeling fear in their hearts. It was as if he had bumped into his ancestor, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. For hours later, a black light appeared above his dantian. This speck of black light was exceptionally deep. It was only a speck, but it gave off the feeling that it carried an enormous amount of energy. The demonic cloud seed was about to be successfully condensed. At this moment, in the depths of the thunderclouds, 2 strange black-clothed men were hunting thunder crystals. Sensing the abnormal auras, a strange expression appeared on Zhang Xian's face. Strange. There are people cultivating demonic arts here. Let's go take a look. Maybe they're from the same clan. The reason why these two freaks were called freaks was because their faces were covered with faintly discernible black scales. Furthermore, there was a single horn at the center of his eyebrows. He did not look like a human. So. As the two walked out of the thunderclouds, they saw streaks of black demonic light gently drifting in the thunderclouds like ribbons. A look of surprise appeared on their faces. Big brother, this looks like the heaven-devouring seal. It's the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. I've read about it in ancient texts, and it's one of the 10 great demonic techniques. Interesting. This person should have just started cultivating. If he succeeded, he would be able to absorb the demonic nature of this place in an instant. There would be no need to go through so much trouble. The stronger of the two had thicker scales on his face, and his figure was thin. A trace of greed flashed in his eyes. It was obvious that he was greedy. Go! The two of them moved as fast as lightning in the thunderclouds, flying toward Xiao Chen's location. 1 hour later, the demon blood vulture's feathers suddenly shone with a scarlet light. It let out a sharp cry that shook the surroundings. At the critical moment, Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. A strong enemy had arrived. He's not one of us, the slightly plump-scaled man said in a deep voice as he looked at Xiao Chen, who was surrounded by thousands of strands of demonic threads and the demon cloud bird behind him. The lean man stared at the image of the demonic cloud bird and said solemnly, "It is indeed the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. Go!" Without hesitation, the two of them turned into a flash of lightning and flashed toward Xiao Chen. However, just as he was halfway there, countless tiny red lights shot out from the thunderclouds. Those were the demon blood vulture's feathers. They looked like arrows covering the sky as they shot towards the two. Clang, clang, clang. The demon blood vulture's sudden attack covered a wide area. The two strange men could not dodge. Unable to dodge in time, the two of them were struck by hundreds of feathers. A water barrier flickered on the two's bodies, successfully blocking the poisonous feathers. However, his attack was also stopped, and he was forced to retreat. Demon blood vulture. That was the cry of this strange bird earlier. To think that there is a demon blood vulture protecting him. Big brother, this person is somewhat difficult to deal with. The slightly plump-scaled man hesitated, fearing that it would be difficult to deal with Xiao Chen after he succeeded. What are you afraid of? Riches come from danger. This person is not a holy venerate. So what if he wakes up? The lean man was clearly overcome by greed. After he recognized the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art, he did not want to give up. Go and restrain this strange bird. Whoosh! The plump man roared angrily, and the scales on his face appeared, densely covering the surface of the water. Then, he swung his sword horizontally. He easily sliced through the thunderclouds, and the sword landed on the demon blood vulture's back. The heavy strike made the demon blood vulture very uncomfortable. However, the demon blood vulture was not to be trifled with. The moment the sword struck it, it immediately counterattacked. The demon blood vulture turned around and pecked. Its huge body nimbly turned in the air, and its hook-like beak pecked a large hole in the lean man's chest. Dang! The slightly plump-scaled man held his sword horizontally in front of his chest. However, the strike still knocked him back. His sword nearly flew out of his hand. Damn it! The slightly plump-scaled man roared furiously as he fought the demon blood vulture. The slightly plump-scaled man used his advantage in the terrain to fight the demon blood vulture evenly, unable to gain any advantage. The demon blood vulture was strong, but could not do anything to the other party. The demon blood vulture hid in the clouds, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Despite its strength, the demon blood vulture could not catch the other party. The demon blood vulture wanted to launch a large-scale attack several times. However, because the demon blood vulture was too close, it feared accidentally injuring Xiao Chen, so its hands were tied. This is a good opportunity. I'll kill it with one sword strike. The lean man's eyes lit up as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen. The lean man immediately made up his mind and drew his demonic sword. The lean man's eyes filled with a demonic nature. His sword flickered with a purple watery light, and motes of light spread out. The demon blood vulture's sword gave off ripples of electricity. That was water-attributed energy and lightning-attributed energy perfectly merging. This silent sword strike contained the berserk speed of lightning-attributed energy and the stealth of traceless water. The gentle water-attributed energy perfectly masked the lightning-attributed energy and surging sword intent. An ordinary person would easily ignore the might of this sword strike and rush to receive it. Without any mental preparation, one would often be caught off guard and lose their lives. Xiao Chun felt somewhat nervous. The black light in his dantian had not formed a demonic cloud yet. He needed some time. Xiao Chun had no choice but to take a risk. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be for naught, and he would suffer even more severe injuries. Whoosh! At the crucial moment, Xiao Chun opened his eyes and executed the sharp spirit finger with one hand and the heaven-swallowing art with the other. At the crucial moment, he split his attention. Clang! Xiao Chun gathered all his veritable essence energy, soul energy, and vital qi, filling his limbs and bones. He used his body as a cauldron to communicate with the power of the world. Xiao Chun's sharp spirit finger finally caught the other party's sword strike. Boom! A berserk force exploded from the other party's sword. The lightning sword intent contained in the water instantly exploded, nearly sending Xiao Chun flying. Fortunately, there was a demonic cloud bird image behind him, helping him stabilize this space. How can this be? The other party caught the other party's sword strike with 2 fingers, startling the skinny man. A cold light flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes. He flicked his fingers, and the energy gathered between them immediately bounced back. The lightning sword intent in the skinny man's sword immediately bounced back. The sword continuously twisted, and the skinny man vomited a mouthful of blood as he retreated 10 kilometers. After knocking the other party back with 1 finger, Xiao Chun could not be bothered to pursue. He quickly formed hand seals and absorbed the demonic nature in the thunderclouds, condensing a demonic cloud seed. I don't believe that you can receive another sword strike from me. The skinny man roared, and scales appeared on his face. Then, he sent another sword strike at Xiao Chun. 3, 2, 1. When that sword strike was less than half a meter away from Xiao Chun, the demonic cloud seed finally condensed. The demonic cloud bird image behind Xiao Chun entered Xiao Chun's body, and thousands of strands of black demonic light entered at the same time. The black light gathered in the spot of black light above Xiao Chun's dantian. However, at this moment, the skinny man's sword light was less than 3 centimeters away from Xiao Chun. Blue dragon divine wings. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the blue dragon divine wings behind Xiao Chun unfurled. The wings spanned 30 meters and flapped ferociously. Electric light spread out as Xiao Chun turned into a beam of light and arrived behind the skinny man. Xiao Chun instantly drew the tyrant saber. The purple tyrant saber successfully pierced through the other party's water barrier and scales, sending up black blood. However, the skinny man only managed to hit the afterimage that Xiao Chun left behind. The skinny man let out a miserable shriek, revealing a pained expression. The scales on his face turned back into patterns. Whoosh! When the skinny man drew the tyrant's saber, blood spurted out again, and the skinny man cried out miserably. Not daring to turn around, the skinny man plunged downwards, trying to flee this place. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber, revealing a suspicious expression. What is that? There's a fiendish demon aura in his body. However, the black scales and the horn on his forehead seemed to have some dragon race bloodline. The person who fled was rather strong, so Xiao Chun did not intend to give chase. However, Xiao Chun did not intend to let the other strange man fighting the demon blood vulture go. Chapter 1864. Xiao Chun looked at the faintly discernible scaled man flying about in the clouds. After carefully observing for a moment, the azure-colored dragon wings on Xiao Chun's back flapped ferociously. Violent winds blew, rolling up boundless thunderclouds. In the next moment, Xiao Chun appeared in front of the scaled man, blocking his path of retreat. The scale man was slightly startled. He did not expect Xiao Chun to suddenly appear and block his path of escape. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Boom! An astonishing power of thunder erupted from his body. The radiance was resplendent, and the water rippled faintly. The resplendent lightning contained a frightening power. Once this kind of monster erupted, it would be quite troublesome to deal with. Xiao Chun didn't want to retreat anymore. He didn't want to let this person go. Xiao Chun snorted coldly and drew his purple tyrant saber. Starlight flickered in his eyes. The star Venerate will merged with the saber, and the primal chaos veritable essence energy circulated. In that instant, the saber lit up with a resplendent saber light. Aside from the resplendent saber light, there was only black and white in the thunderclouds. With a loud bang, the scaled man was sent flying by Xiao Chen's saber. The demon blood vulture cackled strangely. Then it opened its mouth and quickly swallowed the scaled man. Awesome. Who asked you to jump around? You still ended up being eaten by me. The demon blood vulture felt incredibly excited after swallowing up this strange scaled man. Xiao Chen watched this scene in shock. As he looked at the demon blood vulture's raised head, he smacked it hard. Without waiting for the other party's explanation, Zhang Xian turned him into a ring and sealed him up temporarily. What an idiot, Xiao Chen pondered for a long time. This scaled man was indeed strange. He had some low-level dragon bloodline and the aura of a fiendish demon. Unable to think of a reason, Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he rushed out of the clouds. At this moment, the sky was already bright. It had already been a night since he left. Xiao Chen did not dare to stay for too long and hurried back to the Marquis's mansion. After asking the little monk, Xiao Chen learned that the soaring dragon Marquis and the others had not come to look for him. It looked like the matter of Monarch you would have to end for now. However, during this period of time, he still had to stay in the Marquis's mansion and concentrate on cultivating. It was better to be careful. After setting up a spirit-gathering array in the cultivation room in the courtyard, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged in the eye of the array. Xiao Chen looked into his body and saw that a demonic cloud seed had formed above his dantian. Blood drop seal. In accordance with the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art, Xiao Chen's hands formed a blood drop seal. His heart shattered, and a drop of his heart's blood slowly fell, emitting a strange bloody light. As Xiao Chen's hands landed, his hands continued to move, continuously infusing his soul energy, veritable essence energy, and vital qi into them. This caused the heart blood to shine brilliantly and emit an intense bloody glow. The intensity of the light even seeped out of his body, covering Xiao Chen's body with a layer of bloody light. If an outsider was here, they would be able to tell with a single glance. What Xiao Chen cultivated was definitely not some orthodox cultivation method. Xiao, this drop of heart blood, which contained Xiao Chen's soul, quintessential essence, and vital qi, landed accurately on the demonic cloud seed. The scarlet light entered it. It instantly vanished, and the black demonic cloud changed color, turning a faint scarlet. The demonic cloud seed formally formed. As Xiao Chen cultivated, this demonic cloud seed turned into a demonic cloud bird, living in Xiao Chen's body. This process was no different from the birth of the true demonic cloud bird during the Great Desolate Aeon. At first, the demonic cloud bird was just a demonic cloud infused with the primal chaos god demon bloodline. Then, it evolved into the heaven-swallowing demonic cloud bird. However, now, the primal chaos god demon bloodline was Xiao Chen's, which was much weaker. However, Xiao Chen's bloodline was much stronger than the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's. Xiao Chen had the rank 8 blue dragon bloodline in his body. While the power of this bloodline was not unrivaled, it was definitely unparalleled. The demonic cloud seed infused with the heart's blood became even more demonic, like it was nurturing life. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen could vaguely hear a heartbeat. It was exceptionally strong and contained vast life force. Mission accomplished. Xiao Chen's hand seals changed, forming the heaven-swallowing seal to assist in his cultivation. The spirit-gathering formation activated, and the spiritual energy it contained entered the demonic cloud seed at an incredible speed in the span of a breath. After that, the demonic cloud seed breathed and turned into pure demonic chi veritable essence energy that flowed into the 9-star primal core. Because Xiao Chun had not cultivated for the past few days, his demonic chi veritable essence energy was at a clear disadvantage. Unable to balance the spiritual energy and veritable essence energy, Xiao Chun could not bring out the Taiji force field. The Taiji Dao emphasized balance. Once the balance was broken, Xiao Chun could not bring out the Taiji force field. After about 7 minutes, the 100 medial grade spirit jades in the spirit gathering formation were drained. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and frowned slightly. This was the disadvantage of demonic Dao cultivation techniques. The stronger the demonic Dao cultivation technique, the more horrifying its expenditure would be than a righteous Dao cultivation technique. If this continued, who knew when he could successfully cultivate the demonic cloud, heaven-swallowing art's first layer? After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun took out superior grade spirit jades this time and placed them in the indentations of the formation's nodes. Superior grade spirit jades were exceptionally rare, much more valuable than medial grade spirit jades. Xiao Chun had only managed to find some in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove, but there were not many. There were less than 100,000 superior grade spirit jades, which were exceptionally rare. Normally, Xiao Chun could not bear to use them. However, now that he cultivated the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art, he had to use them. Time passed quickly, day after day. It had been more than 2 months since Xiao Chun fought with Monarch Yu at the drill ground. In the past 2 months, several Long Clan disciples came to seek an audience. They wanted to befriend Xiao Chun or ask for pointers on saber techniques or archery. However, Xiao Chun refused to meet them. Time was tight. Xiao Chun needed to go to the Divine Dragon Empire soon. How could he waste time on this? However, the little monk jumped out and happily accepted the Long Clan disciples' attentions. Back then, the little monk swept through Monarch Yu's subordinates and suppressed 2 holy venerates, leaving a deep impression on everyone. Several Long Clan disciples also felt admiration for the little monk. Knowing that the little monk was willing to guide them, they all felt excited. Unfortunately, not everyone could be as calm as Xiao Chun, able to calmly face the misfortune attribute of the little monk. While he was practicing with the little monk on the drill ground, all sorts of accidents happened to the disciples of the Long family. In just 7 days, more than half of the Long family's disciples had crippled themselves. No one dared to look for the little monk anymore. The little monk felt bored. He could only lead the demon blood vulture around the Marquis's residence. Those who saw them were afraid, and those who saw them would run. In the Marquis's mansion was really the tyrant. He was even more domineering than the eldest young master of the Marquis Manor. He entertained himself and was quite happy. This caused everyone in the Marquis's residence to suffer unspeakably. They all complained to Long Yin, wanting this little overlord to leave as soon as possible. Long Yin smiled bitterly. It was clearly impossible for him to persuade them to leave. On this day, an old monk arrived at the entrance of the manor. He wore gray monk robes and a kasaya draped over his shoulders. His eyebrows and beard were all white, and he held a magic staff in his hand. When the soaring dragon Marquis heard the news, he led the upper echelon of the Marquis's residence and his heirs out to personally welcome them. Venerable Su Yun, sorry for the wait. When facing this seemingly ordinary old monk, the soaring dragon Marquis used the Buddhist sect's etiquette to show respect. May the Lord Buddha bless you. Lord Marquis is too polite. That little disciple of mine did not cause trouble for the Marquis's residence, right? The Venerable Su Yun said with a benevolent smile as he bowed slightly and returned the greeting with one hand. Someone in the Marquis's residence immediately wanted to speak and list the little monk's crimes. However, the soaring dragon Marquis stopped him with a look. He said softly, "The child is a little mischievous. It is not a big deal. Venerable, there is no need to worry." This was an esteemed monk of the Hidden Spirit Temple, someone that even the Yin Emperor and the Yellow Emperor respected. Ha ha! Master, you finally came. I am very happy in this Marquis's residence. I eat well and sleep well. If you had still not come, I would have stayed here for a long time. A berserk scarlet wind blew above, accompanied by cheerful laughter. The little monk rode the demon blood vulture and appeared before everyone. Whoosh! Whoosh! The little monk pushed the demon blood vulture's speed to its limits, kicking up a strong wind that howled endlessly. Clang! The Marquis's residence's signboard on the gates fell off. This startled Long Yin, causing his expression to change drastically. He quickly soared into the air and caught the signboard. The little monk landed on the ground. When he saw this scene, an awkward expression appeared on his face. Sorry, big brother Long. Let me help you hang it up. The little monk quickly walked over and grabbed the Marquis's residence's signboard, wanting to make up for his mistake. Long Yin quickly said, There's no need. There's really no need. It's fine. It's what I should do. Crack! A huge force pulled the signboard in half, breaking it in the middle. Everyone in the Marquis's residence turned green. Even the soaring dragon Marquis's lips twitched involuntarily. Breaking someone's signboard was no less than killing one's father. The signboard of the Marquis's residence represented the Long clan's reputation for at least 1,000 years. It already involved the clan's luck. To any clan, breaking a signboard was something unbearable. When the demon blood vulture saw this scene, it laughed maniacally in its heart. Who asked you to torture me all the time? Now you are in for a treat. The little monk felt incredibly embarrassed. The soaring dragon Marquis had not seen his master for a long time. The moment he saw him, he caused quite a bit of trouble. The venerable Su Yun's expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, It looks like it cannot be fake. You are really my obedient disciple. If Lord Marquis does not mind, this old monk will write a new signboard for the Marquis's residence to express my apologies. The soaring dragon Marquis immediately rejoiced in his heart, overjoyed. The venerable Su Yun's cultivation was so high that even the soaring dragon Marquis could not figure it out. If the venerable Su Yun put some effort into the words he left, they would rival a soul tool. What was even rarer was that the venerable Su Yun was an esteemed monk of the Buddhist sect. His cultivation of the Buddhist Dharma was unparalleled in the world. Naturally, the venerable Su Yun would receive the protection of the Buddhist sect's wishes. This in itself was a kind of blessing. According to rumor, there were several signboards in the royal palace's courtyard. The royal clan had personally asked the esteemed monks of the Hidden Spirit Temple to write them. This was equivalent to receiving the royal treatment. Venerable, this way, please. The soaring dragon Marquis led the venerable Su Yun into the Marquis's residence. The little monk felt very depressed as he followed on the demon blood vulture. Occasionally, the demon blood vulture would smack the demon blood vulture's head. However, when the venerable Su Yun thought about the consequences of doing so, he helplessly endured. The venerable Su Yun was an esteemed monk of the Buddhist sect. When he chatted happily with the soaring dragon Marquis, he immediately left behind a calligraphy treasure. The disciples of the Long family who were fortunate enough to be present to observe were all extremely shocked. It was said that every word that Master Su Yun wrote, it was said that with every word the venerable Su Yun wrote, Buddhist chanting rang out, and a 5-color treasure light poured out, shocking everyone. After leaving behind the calligraphy treasure, the little monk led the venerable Su Yun to Xiao Chen's cultivation room. Chapter 1865. In the cultivation room, Xiao Chen had been in seclusion for 2 months. Time was of the essence, and he wanted to make the best use of his time to master the first layer of the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. In just 2 short months, Xiao Chen had already spent 10,000 of the 100,000 superior Great Spirit Jades. If it were medial Great Spirit Jades, the number of medial Great Spirit Jades would probably reach 10 million. Furthermore, it didn't have such an effect, and the time it took was much longer. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen had already failed to cultivate the first layer of the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. According to the book, the demon cloud bird tattoo would appear on one's back after successfully cultivating the first stage. Demonic path true essence could transform one's body, physique, soul, and will. However, 2 months of bitter cultivation was not without gains. The demonic cloud above his dantian had already begun to unfurl, and the embryonic form of a cloud had appeared. It was no longer just a black dot. The life force of the scarlet demonic cloud had become even stronger. Over the past 2 months, Xiao Chun could feel his soul being constantly devoured by the demonic clouds. This demonic cloud seed was probably not as simple as what was recorded in the secret manual. There would be many mysteries beyond his imagination. At this time, the demonic nature within Xiao Chen's body suddenly erupted, and the demonic true essence within his body flooded his entire body. Black demonic light flowed out of his body as he opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with demonic nature. Although Xiao Chen's physical body had been modified by the Mahesvara Buddha Sarira, he could cultivate a demonic Tao cultivation technique and merge it with the immemorial demon soul formation. The demonic nature in his body had already penetrated deep into his bones and blood vessels. It was inevitable. This was the instinctive reaction of the devil after encountering its natural enemy. At this moment, he was cultivating demonic arts to begin with, so the demonic nature of his body took over at this moment. However, a moment later, the Buddha nature contained in the deepest parts of his organs, limbs, and bones. It turned into a gentle breeze and spread out from his body, dispelling the dominance of the demonic nature over his physical body. All of this happened without Xiao Chen's control. It was all an automatic reaction of his body. Looking at it from this angle, it also proved that Xiao Chen's dual cultivation of magic and martial arts had yet to reach the point where he could control them as he pleased. It was like walking on a tightrope above a cliff. It was extremely dangerous. Closing his eyes again, Xiao Chun released his soul power to see what was going on. Within Xiao Chen's perception, everyone in the Marquis's residence was instantly detected by Xiao Chun. Everyone was a flickering dot of light. The flow of quintessence in the bodies of the weaker ones could be clearly seen, clearly imprinted in their minds. As for holy venerables, they were like a ball of burning flames. Unless one used their soul power to sense them, they would not be able to sense them. Otherwise, he would only be able to see this blurry ball of flame. As his soul power swept across, there were 3 flames that were particularly eye-catching. A ball of blazing flames gave off a terrifying aura that rushed into the sky. There was also a faint king's might within it, and a mysterious dragon fate covered it. Xiao Chun could not detect this person at all. Without a doubt, it was the soaring dragon Marquis himself. There was also a clump of flame that was about the same size as the soaring dragon Marquis. However, it seemed lethargic. This should be a hidden sovereign personage expert of the Marquis's residence. As for the third cluster, it was the karma that caused the demonic aura in Xiao Chen's body to erupt. That was a clump of flame that gave off pure Buddhist might. It was like a lamp, not dazzling or eye-catching. It only slowly burned, and the flames drifted about. Only the flame's heart remained fixed, unchanging since ancient times. It was like the flame in this flame's heart had existed since the world was created, never extinguishing. Beside this flame was a clump of mixed black flames. It looked very mighty and overwhelming with demonic might. However, when one looked carefully, one could see the core of this black flame, the pure flame's heart without any impurities. This was the little monk Yin Chun, who had committed overwhelming sins but had a Buddhist heart and wielded the Buddhist sect's commandment saber. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and roughly understood what was going on. The little monk's master came with him. Not daring to delay, Xiao Chun stopped circulating his energy and walked out of his room. Then, he went to the courtyard to personally welcome the little monk. "Big brother, my master is here." The little monk rode on the demon blood vulture and happily led the way, introducing Xiao Chun to him. The venerable Su Yun smiled faintly and said softly, "I have long heard of benefactor Zhao's name. Today, I finally get to see it for myself." Xiao Chun rubbed his nose and smiled. "Venerable, you must be joking. Long heard of it. I just arrived in the Central Great Realm not long ago." It has only been 2 months since I arrived in this soaring dragon Marquise. Although I caused a commotion, my fame only spread within the soaring dragon Marquise, far from spreading in the Yenwu dynasty. I'm not joking. A monk does not lie. I met benefactor Xiao 17 years ago. The venerable Su Yun smiled mysteriously but did not elaborate. Xiao Qin's expression changed slightly. 17 years ago was when he first met the Mahesvara Buddha. Could it be that when the Mahesvara Buddha turned around, some mysterious phenomenon happened, allowing this venerable to see me? Yin Shun, you already told me about your situation. Can this old monk take a look at you? The venerable Su Yun asked softly to Xiao Chun after he was let in. Xiao Chun glanced at the little monk. When he saw the little monk's innocent expression, he knew that the little monk was worried about him. Something happened to his dual cultivation of righteous and demonic. Hence, Xiao Chun got his master to check on Xiao Chun for him. That's fine. If I can get some pointers or find some hidden dangers, it will be a gain. Xiao Chun nodded and lowered his guard. Then, he said softly, "As you wish." The venerable Su Yun put down his staff, and a vertical eye suddenly opened on his forehead. This was an extremely strong magic skill of the Buddhist sects, the heavenly eye. According to rumor, when the heavenly eye was cultivated to its limits, one could see not only space and time, but also the river of fate, becoming the heavenly Tao. One could comprehend the past and the future, knowing the karma of the past and present. Xiao Chun felt speechless. Since the heavenly eye was open, whether he agreed or not, the venerable Su Yun would see everything he wanted to see. The venerable Su Yun gave off a faint Buddhist light, giving off a mysterious energy similar to the one the heavenly book scholar once showed. A beam of golden light shot out of the heavenly eye and encased Xiao Chun. Time and space flickered. The various cultivation techniques that Xiao Chun cultivated in the past and the various hardships that his physical body experienced appeared. However, the venerable Su Yun's heavenly eye did not check Xiao Chen's soul pool. He only wanted to check if Xiao Chen's body had any hidden dangers and give pointers. The venerable Su Yun did not want to dig out all of Xiao Chen's secrets. Actually, even if he did not check his soul pool, if Xiao Chun saw the scene in the venerable Su Yun's eyes, he would still feel shocked and amazed. They would also feel shocked and surprised, no different from being seen through. After a while, the vertical eye on the venerable Su Yun's forehead slowly closed. "Master, how is it? Is my big brother fine?" The little monk asked out of concern before Xiao Chun could say anything, appearing even more anxious than Xiao Chun. The venerable Su Yun smiled and said, "Benefactor Xiao is doing very well now, even better than this old monk. His life force flourishes boundlessly. His physical body does not have any major problems. All sorts of fortuitous encounters and karma are truly startling. His fate with Buddhism is enviable." The little monk said happily, "That's good. Otherwise, if I leave and we meet again in the future, Big Brother will look completely different. I will not be able to accept that." Xiao Chun found this strange. He asked, "Venerable, I once heard that dual cultivating righteous and demonic Tao is a great taboo in the righteous Tao. This is especially so in the Buddhist sect. It is also a taboo in the demonic Tao. Why is Senior so calm about it?" The venerable Su Yun smiled faintly and asked, "Let me ask you, what epoch is it now?" "Naturally, it is the martial epoch. The demonic Tao cultivation techniques and the righteous Tao cultivation techniques look very different, even intensely conflicting. In reality, they are inseparable from the word martial. They come from the same source. Why can't we cultivate them at the same time?" This was the first time someone asked Xiao Qin this question, so he did not know how to answer. The venerable Su Yun said sullenly, "Actually, you already know the answer in your heart. There is no need to hesitate. Be it Buddhist, demonic, or righteous Tao, it does not matter. If you can distinguish your heart, it does not matter." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. The venerable Su Yun's words swept away the final doubts and lack of confidence in his heart. This would allow him to be even more determined on this path. Many thanks for Senior's pointers. The venerable Su Yun looked into the distance as he looked at Shao Chun. Then he said, "The reason why the righteous Tao and demonic Tao oppose, it is easy to explain. The conflict between the two factions is intense. They do not get along like fire and water. After several battles between the righteous Tao and demonic Tao, the two factions became mortal enemies. How can they accept people who dual cultivate righteous and demonic Tao? Since you chose this path, the future will be difficult. Please be mentally prepared." Shao Chun nodded to indicate that he understood. "Actually, there's another reason. Why can't the two factions accept people who dual cultivate righteous and demonic Tao? Why? Because they are too strong. They are feared by others. There have been many people who dual cultivate righteous and demonic Tao in history. However, they did not walk to the end. In the end, they all made a choice. Otherwise, it would be hard to distinguish their heart, and they could only choose one side." The venerable Su Yun's tone was calm, but he revealed a startling secret to Shao Chun. "I know of a total of 3 people. One is the Kasayapa Buddha. Actually, he dual cultivated Buddhism and demonic Tao. However, the moment he became a Buddha, he abandoned his demonic Tao and started the age of Buddhism. The second is a certain dragon race blood-soaked emperor. However, he eventually fell into the demonic Tao and took another path." This stunned Shao Chun slightly. He could not hide his expression. This was simply too shocking. Back then, the blood-soaked dragon emperor dual cultivated righteous and demonic Tao. However, he did not walk to the end and fell into the demonic Tao. Suddenly, Shao Chun somewhat understood why the blue dragon bloodline was completely destroyed. The third is the creator of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. He is a Buddhist sect genius, rarely seen in thousands of years. Unfortunately, I found out later that he was the Black Lotus demonic ancestor's reincarnation. However, in the end, he made a different decision. He abandoned the demonic Tao and saved the Buddhist sect, directly leading to the Black Lotus Church's decline. Chapter 1866. As the venerable Su Yun spoke softly, he casually revealed some startling secrets. When Shao Chun heard this, he felt somewhat shocked, unable to recover his wits for a while. It was understandable that the Kasayapa Buddha dual cultivated the demonic Tao and martial Tao. If one understood the Buddhist scriptures, one would know that Buddhism was emotionless. If not for the Kasayapa Buddha cultivating demonic Tao cultivation techniques, he would not have left behind Buddhist Tao martial techniques that countered demonic Tao cultivation techniques. It was impossible for the Kasayapa Buddha to appear out of thin air. One had to know its origin and understand its principles. However, this Kasayapa Buddha was too far away from Shao Chun. Even if he knew, he would not feel anything. The main reason was the blood-soaked martial emperor. Right now, a strand of the blood-soaked martial emperor's remnant soul was in Shao Chun's body. No wonder the blood-soaked dragon emperor quickly fell asleep after waking up. It must have had something to do with Shao Chun entering the demonic Tao. Shao Chun felt somewhat confused now. The blood-soaked dragon emperor entered the demonic Tao. The Qing emperor entered the demonic Tao. Eventually, Shao Chun also entered the demonic Tao. Was there really fate in the unseen world? This was too much of a coincidence. The reviver of the blue dragon race was destined to enter the demonic Tao. When Shao Chun suddenly thought of this, he felt a chill run down his spine. If not for the enlightenment he gained when he faced the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's foe god Flame, he would not have been able to escape. If not for the enlightenment he gained when facing the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's foe god Flame, he might have ended up on the same path as the Qing Emperor, sinking into the demonic Tao. Unknowingly, he would have taken the same path as the Qing Emperor. Fortunately, Shao Chun managed to walk out in the end and figure out his own heart. What was even more unexpected was that the last person was related to Shao Chun. The creator of the Mahaya abstinence violation saber technique actually dual cultivated Buddhism and the demonic Tao. Furthermore, he caused the Black Lotus Church's decline. What was more terrifying was that this person was actually the Black Lotus demonic ancestor's reincarnation. What I told you are secrets and taboos. Little friend, do not spread them. The venerable Su Yun instructed softly, his tone grave. Xiaochen recovered his wits and nodded. Understand. However, the first two people already told me their identities. This third person is Patriarch Black Lotus's reincarnation. Why didn't he tell me his identity? Venerable Su Yun smiled faintly and said, Benefactor, you really listened carefully. This third person's identity is very complicated. His descendant now has a powerful faction. It's better not to know about it, lest we get into some unnecessary trouble. Moreover, this person can be considered to have realized his mistake and turned back. It's really rare. So mysterious? The more this was so, the more Xiao Chun felt curious about the creator of the Mahomaya abstinence violation saber technique. However, since Great Master Su Yun did not say, Xiao Chun naturally would not ask. Venerable Su Yun smiled and said, My obedient disciple, you have taken care of me during this period. You obtained a great fortuitous encounter. As your master, I do not have any gift to thank you. I can only bestow you a finger as a token of my sincerity. Xiao. Right after Venerable Su Yun spoke, he tapped Xiao Chen's forehead with his finger. An extremely vast energy poured into Xiao Chen's body. Kacha. Xiao Chen's bones crackled like soybeans being fried, crackling nonstop. After a while, when Venerable Su Yun released his finger, Xiao Chen immediately felt refreshed, and his body became much lighter. What was more pleasant was that he felt his physical body break through some kind of shackle. With a thought, dragon roars came from Xiao Chen's body. Vital qi surged like a surging river or the sea. Xiao Chen easily gathered 25 cauldron force. This, Xiao Chen revealed joy on his face. Venerable Su Yun's finger helped him break through the bottleneck of 20 cauldron force. The rest was flat, saving Xiao Chen a lot of effort. Whoosh! Xiao Chen spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. He felt that some of the hidden ailments in his body vanished with this finger. What was even rarer was that Venerable Su Yun's finger contained a Buddhist might that was extremely compatible with the Mahesvara Buddha's Sarira's Buddhist nature in Xiao Chen's physical body. This invisibly raised Xiao Chen's Buddha nature. This gentle finger was truly wondrous, benefiting Xiao Chen greatly. Thank you, Senior. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute. Venerable Su Yun shook his head and said, It's just a small matter. It is far inferior to what you gave Yinshen. I'll give you another page of the Hidden Spirit Temple's golden letter. In the future, if someone from the Buddhist sect makes things difficult for you, you can take it out. When Xiao Chen received it, he discovered that it was not much different from the one that the Venerable Xianbei gave. However, the inscription was changed to the Hidden Spirit Temple, which immediately changed its value. Its rarity was no longer the same. It's time to go our separate ways. You still have some secrets on you. Although I didn't look at them, I still have some secrets. Although this old monk did not look at them, I can sense that they are an untouchable and unexplored power. They are very precious. Venerable Su Yun bowed with one hand as a form of farewell. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. There's still secrets? Is it because of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's reincarnation? Xiao Chun could not be bothered to think too much about it. He kept feeling that the secrets of immortals were too distant from him, so he did not want to touch them. Big brother, I'm so sad. I wonder when we will meet again. The little monk appeared somewhat sorrowful. Such an expression on his tender face was simply too cute. However, when the little monk thought of something, he gently rubbed the demon blood vulture's head. Then he smiled and said, Silly bird, I see that your comprehension ability is pretty good. Come back to the temple with me and enter the Buddhist sect. In the future, you could be a protector holy beast. It was rare for the little monk to pet it like this, scaring the demon blood vulture significantly. Its body immediately shrank and turned into a flash of scarlet light. Then, it took the initiative to turn into a ring on Xiao Chen's finger. How can this great me become a monk? Even if you beat me to death, I will not do it. Master, please don't give me away. I will even be a cow or a horse by your side. The little monk nearly caused the demon blood vulture to crumble. When it heard that Xiao Chun wanted to go to the hidden spirit temple with him, it immediately became frightened. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "Little monk, stop scaring it." Yan Chen's lips curled up as he said, "I am giving it an opportunity. Forget it if it doesn't want to." Xiao Chun looked at the venerable Su Yun and said, "Honestly speaking, the little monk has karma with me. I also thank Venerable for taking care of the little monk for the past 10-odd years." The venerable Su Yun narrowed his eyes and smiled. This old monk understands what benefactor is saying. He is the blessing of my Buddhist sect. How can I not take good care of him? Benefactor, if you have time in the future, you can come to the hidden spirit temple as a guest. Not long after Xiao Chun parted reluctantly, another honored guest arrived at the courtyard that had been deserted for a long time. It was the soaring dragon Marquis, accompanied by Long Yen. However, Lan Luo was nowhere to be seen. Seeing the other party's expression, Xiao Chun knew that it was time for him to leave. The soaring dragon Marquis was here to send off the guest. "Young Master Xiao, it is time to send you to the Divine Dragon Empire," the soaring dragon Marquis said in a respectful tone. Xiao Chun said politely, "Thank you, Lord Marquis. Please." There were some things that the two already knew. Monarch Yu's matter was already settled. Along the way, the soaring dragon Marquis was very polite to Xiao Chun. If word of the soaring dragon Marquis personally giving it to a junior got out, the entire soaring dragon Marquis would be shocked. After boarding a Marquis' residence's warship, Xiao Chun's group left the Marquis' residence and flew out of the city. From the start to the end, Lan Luo did not appear. Xiao Chun could not help feeling that it was unfortunate. This is fine as well. Xiao Chun sighed in his heart. There were some feelings where rejection would hurt, but acceptance would hurt even more. The Marquis' residence's warship flew increasingly higher. The soaring dragon Marquis grew increasingly smaller in Xiao Chun's eyes. This parting would not last long. Xiao Chun believed that he would definitely return to the Yanwu dynasty. This short stay was like a dragonfly skimming the water. He did not get to experience the vast Yanwu dynasty at all, the dynasty's outstanding talents and the sect elites. Xiao Chun did not get to see any of the legendary monarch experts. This was very unfortunate. However, he would definitely return to the Yanwu dynasty sooner or later and meet the true elites and outstanding talents of the Central Great Realm. Xiao Chun wanted to experience the resplendent and dazzling outstanding talents of this age of the martial Tao. The soaring dragon Marquis stood beside Xiao Chun. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly said, "I was the one who watched you perform your saber that night." Xiao Chun was not surprised. Only a few people in the Marquis' residence had the strength to approach him without him noticing. "I did not mean to injure Lord Marquis. Please forgive me." The soaring dragon Marquis' lips curled up in a smile as he said, "However, it has been many years since anyone managed to injure me. Although I was careless, I cannot deny your strength. If possible, I would really like to keep you in the army and make you my general." After gaining the soaring dragon Marquis' recognition and high regard, Xiao Chun felt rather happy. "Many thanks for Lord Marquis' praise. It is just the truth. It is not really a praise." As Xiao Chun watched the city get further away, the land before him grew increasingly desolate. Feeling it strange, he asked, "Where are we going?" "The military camp." Chapter 1867. A military camp? Xiao Chun revealed a doubtful expression. Could it be that the transportation formation to the Divine Dragon Empire is in a military camp? Seeing the doubt in Xiao Chun's eyes, the soaring dragon Marquis explained, "The dynasty's trans-realm transportation formation is controlled by the Yin Emperor Palace. They allow entry but not exit. The access requirements are very high, and the number of times it can be opened is limited. Although I can use it, it will be somewhat problematic if I bring you along. After thinking about it, I brought you to the military camp using the transportation formation of my Scarlet Blood Army." Xiao Chun asked out of curiosity, "There are transportation formations in the military camp as well?" The soaring dragon Marquis replied calmly, "That is natural. The formation masters that the dynasty's Tai institution raised were not raised for nothing. They weren't raised for nothing. They had invented a portable teleportation formation a long time ago. All they needed to do was prepare a few specially made war chariots. When you want to use it, you just need to insert the formation flags and activate it with spirit jades. When the battle starts, we can retreat, and it's also convenient to deploy troops. The Soaring Dragon Province was the northernmost province of the Yenwu dynasty's 108 provinces. The Soaring Dragon Marquis clan had been generals guarding the borders for many generations. Historically, there had been an ancestor of the Soaring Dragon Marquis who had been conferred the title of Marquis of a different surname. However, among the 108 marquises, the Soaring Dragon Marquis still held military authority. They held high authority and were rather special. This was why Duke Yin favored the Soaring Dragon Marquis and wanted to marry him. Upon hearing the Soaring Dragon Marquis make it sound so serious, Xiao Chun felt somewhat surprised. To think that there was still a need for war. Xiao Chun asked casually, "The Yenwu dynasty is so strong. Are there still enemies who dare to offend it?" The Soaring Dragon Marquis showed a grave expression as he replied softly, "The Central Great Realm is not as peaceful as you imagine. The age of fiendish demon chaos was long ago, only recorded in ancient books. However, the last war between the righteous factions and the demonic factions was not that long ago, just 10,000 years ago. Furthermore, although the Yenwu dynasty is strong, it is vast and boundless. There are always places beyond our reach. Take the North, for example. The greatest enemy is the innately warlike and uncivilized barbarians. They frequently harass the borders. The place where the barbarians are established is a dangerous environment. Poisonous gas pervades the air, and spiritual energy is thin. It's hard for Dynasty to unleash their advantage in numbers, so we can't eliminate them. If we let Yin Huang lead the troops personally, it would be too much of a fuss. It's obviously not suitable." The Soaring Dragon Marquis paused for a moment, and then he said in a deep voice, "However, although the barbarian race is troublesome, it is not a great threat. After all, they're just a group of uncivilized barbarians, and they will not amount to much." From his words, it seemed like there was an even more terrifying enemy. That was the real threat. Xiao Chen didn't ask any more questions. Below him, he could already see the barracks. Huh, huh, huh. At the garrison, there were soldiers drilling in formation. Waves of loud shouts, full of energy, gathered together. His voice shook the heavens, and vaguely, there were even strange phenomena accompanying it. It made people feel dizzy, and the blood in their bodies flowed faster. His heart was beating so fast that it felt like it was going to jump out of his chest. These soldiers were all elite martial artists. Although their cultivations were not high, they were still extremely powerful. However, there were many of them, and every one of them was a decisive killer. Boundless killing intent was hidden within their bodies. Under the unified training, their essence, chi, and spirit condensed into one. Their chests filled with a breath of air, and they shouted and roared at the same time. Their voices were vast and mighty, and their auras rushed to the clouds. These soldiers were not a motley crew. An individual's martial prowess seemed insignificant before this sea-like aura. As Xiao Chun observed the Scarlet Blood Army's drill below, he somewhat overturned his traditional understanding of the army. Originally, he believed that no matter how many major primal core venerates there were, they would just end up being slaughtered when they ran into a holy venerate. No matter how many came, they would all die. The dynasty's army was a dispensable existence. It did not have much meaning. However, Xiao Chun felt somewhat different now. There were so many venerables. When they were polished into a steel lion, they had a terrifying cohesiveness, strong willpower, and a murderous aura. When combined, just the shouts of essence, chi, and spirit, and the gathering of chi and chi could scatter a holy venerate's attack. Before such might, a lone holy venerate seemed too insignificant. Furthermore, they could lay formations, use war chariots, and use formation flags. After many years of bitter training and killing, they forged a true army of tigers and wolves. Any powerhouse who saw such an army would have to retreat. After thinking about it, this was actually the principle of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. Something that looked insignificant could change qualitatively when it reached a certain amount. The Scarlet Blood Army was at the border, a desolate and uninhabited place. The environment there was very harsh. Occasionally, officers organized soldiers. They entered the surrounding mountains, hunted ferocious beasts, and trained the soldiers. The Marquis's residence's warship slowly landed. A large number of warships were parked here. Their banners fluttered in the wind, looking very majestic. Lord Marquis, first young master. The moment the Marquis stepped out of the warship, a group of armored generals immediately walked over with large strides. The generals had to straighten their backs and walk with heavy steps. When they walked, their armor clanged against each other. The soaring dragon Marquis nodded indifferently. Then, he said casually, "Long Yin, bring Shao Chun to take a look around the army. Then send him off. Don't delay him." "Yes, father." The soaring dragon Marquis looked like he still had many things to deal with. After giving some instructions, he left in a hurry. The group of generals hurriedly followed and reported what had happened recently. Shao Chen's spiritual sense was sharp, so he heard some of it. "Lord Marquis, the underground demons have been appearing frequently recently. It is somewhat strange. I feel that we need to bring some people to sweep them out. It is almost winter, and those barbarians are not behaving. They tried to cross the border several times, and many of our brothers died. The royal court's recent supplies have not arrived yet. We have to send people to rush them." These were all important military matters. That group of people walked hastily, moving further away. Soon, Shao Chun could no longer hear anything. Long Yin said, "Young Master Shao, if you are in a rush to leave, I can bring you directly to the transportation formation. If you're not in a rush, you can also take a look around the army." "Let's take a look then." This was Shao Chen's first time entering a military camp, so he felt somewhat curious. Normally, a military camp would not allow outsiders to view its important places. However, the soaring dragon Marquis did not treat Shao Chun as an outsider and was exceptionally kind to him. Naturally, Shao Chun would not miss out on such an opportunity. Being deep in a military camp, Shao Chun could not help but compare it to a martial Tao sect. In a certain sense, the two were somewhat similar. They were both places where cultivators gathered. However, the difference was also very clear. The greatest impression that Shao Chun got from the military was the exceptionally strict discipline. Every soldier was like all sorts of precise components. Only when they were combined could they bring out their greatest might. They did not allow any mistakes to occur in any of the segments. Under such circumstances, uniformity stifled individuality. Clearly, it was not suitable for the inheritance of the martial Tao. However, an individual's strength and willpower would improve rapidly in the midst of killing. However, one's comprehension ability and spirituality might be slowly erased in the army. In comparison, sects had a lot of freedom and emphasized individual martial prowess. Regardless of the rank of the various large sects, their structure was very similar. Through the selection of outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, core disciples, and true inheritors, the most outstanding ones would be picked out. This ensured that the people with outstanding talent and comprehension ability could stand out and bring out their potential to the greatest extent. Just in terms of the martial Tao, sects were clearly more suitable for inheritances and could produce powerful experts more easily. This was also the reason why many nobles would send their children to sections. Comparing the two, each had its advantages and disadvantages. Both had their reasons for existing. 10-odd war chariots formed a procession on the main road, attracting Shao Chen's attention. The war chariots carried corpses, the trophies of the soldiers. Unlike the ferocious beasts from before, the corpses on these war chariots were all humanoid corpses. More accurately, many of them were the scaled monsters that Shao Chun met in the thunderclouds that day. Shao Chun pointed to the corpses on the war chariots and asked, "What are these?" Long Yin looked in the direction that Shao Chun pointed and explained, "These are a type of underground demon, flood dragon humans." Underground demon? That's right. Back then, after the fiendish demons were defeated by the sages, they vanished without a trace. However, the descendants of the fiendish demons survived and occupied the abyssal underworld. This is also commonly known as the underground world. These descendants of the fiendish demons are collectively known as earth demons. Long Yin nodded and continued. The abyssal underworld has a total of 9 layers, inhabited by 9 underworld monarchs. The lower you go, the more horrifying the strength of the earth demons. They possess the blood of fiendish demons and startling comprehension abilities. They cultivate demonic Tao cultivation techniques and have many advantages. As they slowly lay dormant, they actually developed. By the time the righteous Tao awakened, they had already become a faction that could not be easily destroyed. Speaking of which, they are a much greater threat than the barbarian race. Fortunately, the 9 great underworld monarchs have their own conflicts, and the underground world is not peaceful in the first place. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. The Central Great Realm was indeed much larger than he imagined. Just this soaring dragon mark he ate was just the tip of the iceberg. The things that Xiao Chun saw already dazzled him. However, why do I feel that aside from the blood of the fiendish demons, these flood dragon humans also have the aura of the dragon race? The topic returned to the flood dragon humans. This was what Xiao Chun was more concerned about. Upon hearing that, Long Yin looked at Xiao Chun, feeling it strange. He asked, "You don't know?" Xiao Chun felt bewildered. "What's with that expression? It's like I have to know. Is it strange that I don't know?" Long Yin smiled embarrassedly and said, "Sorry, I saw that you also have the dragon race bloodline, so I thought you would know about this." Back then, the dragon race's Black Dragon King led his subordinates and defeated the 9 great underworld monarchs. He became known as the Supreme Underworld Monarch and unified the abyssal underworld for the first time in history. This should be something that everyone in the dragon race knows about. Its influence is very deep. So that's the case. Xiao Chun felt enlightened.